Chapter 171. Xianxia did have a lot of questions in his mind. In his mind, since Firethorn Savage was the king of the Misty Mountain, it could be considered as a forbidden place. No one would be able to get close to it and no one would dare to approach it. But what he saw right now was different from what Xianxia had imagined. Not only did he see the crowds of people walking around the mountain, he also heard the news about the Green Sanctuary sect locking down the mountain. Since Firethorn Savage was guarding the mountain, why would the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect dare enter the mountain to train? Wasn't that the same as courting death? Therefore Xianxia was really puzzled. Besides, the Qian province was similar to the Qi province. Even though the Green Sanctuary sect was the biggest sect in the Qian province, it was at most equal to the Black sect. A peak mid-divine core Firethorn Savage was someone even the Black sect wouldn't dare offend. If they really did, the loss to the sect would be unimaginable. Big brother, I'd like to ask, is there a powerful demon beast named Firethorn Savage in this misty mountain? Xianxia asked. Looks like this is your first time coming to the Qian province. There is a powerful Firethorn Savage in Misty Mountain, and his cultivation level is at the peak mid-divine core realm. Everyone knows about him, do you really need to ask? The muscular man said. If that's the case, people should be afraid of this Misty Mountain, but why do I see so many people walking around? What are you guys doing here? Xianxia asked again. Misty Mountain is rich in resources. The reason we're here is to hunt demon beasts and look for natural treasures. But the Green Sanctuary sect has locked down the mountain again. Damn it, the Green Sanctuary sect is taking advantage of their influence to treat Misty Mountain as their backyard. Every month they hold a training session for their disciples, and every time they hold a training session they will lock down the mountain. We came here for nothing again, this is so frustrating. The muscular man said angrily, but Xianxia was getting more and more confused. Big brother, is the Green Sanctuary sect really strong? Xianxia continued asking. Of course, the Green Sanctuary sect is one of the biggest sects in the Qian province, and they have a late divine core warrior protecting them. If not, how could they do whatever they want in the Qian province? Speaking of the Green Sanctuary sect's strength, the muscular man's face showed a hint of fear. The Firethorn Savage is a powerful demon beast, a peak mid-divine core beast. Even the Green Sanctuary sect's sect chief wouldn't be able to defeat it. The Firethorn Savage is the king of this mountain. How could it allow outsiders to trespass into its territory? Could it be that this Firethorn Savage has a gentle nature and is very friendly to humans? Xianxia was puzzled. Gentle? Little brother, looks like you're still too young. No demon beast has a gentle nature, let alone a powerful demon beast like the Firethorn Savage. The Firethorn Savage in Misty Mountain is not gentle at all, it's extremely brutal. A few years ago it kept fighting with the Green Sanctuary sect. The Green Sanctuary sect doesn't want to give up on such a good resource like Misty Mountain, so the Firethorn Savage is brutal and brutal. It has occupied this mountain and called itself the king, and it has hurt many disciples and sect elders of the Green Sanctuary sect. It seemed like the muscular man knew a lot, he was talking excitedly. He had obtained 20 human elixir pills, and he would answer all of Xianxia's questions. Besides, the questions Xianxia asked weren't secrets. Anyone on the street would be able to find out. 3 years ago, the Green Sanctuary sect's sect chief and sect elders personally fought with the Firethorn Savage. In the end, they came to an agreement and divided Misty Mountain into 3 areas. The first 2 areas are for the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect to train as they wish, and even people from small sects like us are allowed to enter the mountain. The Firethorn Savage is not allowed to hurt anyone, and the third area, which is the deepest area of Misty Mountain, is the Firethorn Savage's territory. If anyone dares step into the third area, he or she will be attacked by the Firethorn Savage. Therefore, no matter if it's us or the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect, we are only allowed to train in the first and second areas, and no one dares enter the center of Misty Mountain. No one would joke around with their lives. After the muscular man told Xianxia the reason, Xianxia finally understood what was going on. I see, it seems like the relationship between the Green Sanctuary sect and the Firethorn Savage isn't that good after all. Xianxia nodded his head in his mind. He knew it was hard for humans and demon beasts to get along, especially a powerful demon beast like the Firethorn Savage. It was born with pride and it would never get along with humans. Little brother, don't tell me you're planning to enter Misty Mountain to train as well? You can't go in, the Green Sanctuary sect is going to seal the mountain for 7 days. You should wait for their disciples to finish their training before coming back. The Green Sanctuary sect is not someone you can mess with. The muscular man kindly reminded Zhou Xian, then he left with big steps. The Green Sanctuary sect. Zhou Xian mumbled to himself. He exchanged a glance with De Huang Dog, and he saw De Huang Dog was grinning from ear to ear. Little brat, looks like we've run into some obstacles. What are you going to do? De Huang Dog asked while gritting his teeth. I don't have the patience and time to wait for 7 days. I have to enter Misty Mountain, and the Green Sanctuary sect better not mess with me. Otherwise, even if they are one of the biggest sects in the Qian province, they will still have to face the consequences. A cold smile emerged on Zhou Qian's face. Only he knew how determined he was to enter Misty Mountain this time. Anyone who stood in his way would be his enemy. Kaka, I like your attitude, let's go. De Huang Dog laughed out loud. This guy, who always wanted to see the world in chaos, would never mind causing trouble. Looking at De Huang Dog's expression, if he could offend a big sect as soon as he arrived in the Qian province, it would be a wonderful thing indeed. Therefore, a man and a dog started walking towards Misty Mountain at high speed. Their actions immediately attracted a lot of surprised gazes. Hey little brother, Misty Mountain has been sealed by the Green Sanctuary sect. You can't go in. What the fuck, is this guy deaf? There must be something wrong with this guy's brain. The Green Sanctuary sect just sealed Misty Mountain and chased everyone out, and he still wants to go in. Isn't he looking for death? What an idiot. If he offended the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect, they would kill him with one slap. He wouldn't even have a place to cry. Everyone threw their gazes onto Zhou Xian and Big Yellow, who were running towards Misty Mountain. They felt like they were looking at two idiots. Although the Green Sanctuary sect was a domineering sect, they had the right to do so. No matter how angry they were, no one dared offend the Green Sanctuary sect. After all, no one could touch a tiger's butt. Judging by the way this guy is acting, he really wants to go to Misty Mountain. Let's go, let's see how he dies. There was no lack of people who liked to watch a show. A few people immediately followed behind Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog. Everyone wanted to see how this guy who came from nowhere would die. Outside of Misty Mountain stood 6 men wearing green robes. They were all at the Heavenly Core realm. 2 of them were old men, and they should be the Outer Circle sect elders of the Green Sanctuary sect. The other 4 young men should be the Inner Circle disciples. A few of them stood there with their hands behind their backs. Their faces were filled with arrogance. Today was the training for the Outer Circle disciples. There were 2 types of training for the Green Sanctuary sect. One was for the Mortal Core Outer Circle disciples, and the other was for the Heavenly Core Inner Circle disciples. According to the division of the Misty Mountain, the Outer Circle disciples' training grounds were in the first sector, and the Inner Circle disciples' training grounds were in the second sector. The Green Sanctuary sect had just sealed off Misty Mountain, so all the Outer Circle disciples who wanted to train had entered the mountain. Soon the Inner Circle disciples would enter the mountain. How dare those people be dissatisfied with what we did? They really don't know what's good for them. A young man with a prideful expression said. In my opinion, Misty Mountain shouldn't be open to the public anymore. We should just turn it into the Green Sanctuary sect's backyard. Besides the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect, no one is allowed to enter. Letting them in is just a waste of the resources inside. That's right, that's how we should do it. Reaching an agreement with Firethorn Savage is also the credit of the Green Sanctuary sect. That's why we should monopolize all the resources here. Sealing off the mountain is not a good idea. If we do that, it will affect the reputation of the Green Sanctuary sect in the Qian province. Besides, we can just seal off the mountain whenever we need it and those people will just leave. A few of them kept discussing. Their words were filled with arrogance and they didn't put anyone else in their eyes. Right at this moment, a young man in white clothes who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old, and a huge De Huang dog was following behind him. The dog's fur was completely yellow, and there wasn't a single blemish on its body. Stop right there. An Inner Circle disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect shouted at Zhou Xian. However, it seemed like the young man and the dog didn't hear him and they just kept walking forward. The disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect immediately became angry. Little brat, I told you to stop right there, are you deaf? The disciple shouted even louder and the rest of the disciples looked at Zhou Xian with hostility. In their eyes, this little brat who came out of nowhere was simply courting death. The Green Sanctuary sect had sealed off the Misty Mountain, and everyone else was walking out of the mountain. Yet there was still someone who didn't care about the Green Sanctuary sect's dignity and kept walking inside. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? A lot of people were watching from afar. When they saw the young man in white clothes didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, a shocked expression appeared on everyone's faces. What the fuck, is there really something wrong with this brat's brain? He's already been scolded and he's still walking forward. Isn't he courting death? This is a typical case of courting death. Offending the Green Sanctuary sect, even the gods can't save him. Everyone looked at Zhou Xian as if they were looking at an idiot. They had seen some brave people, but they had never seen someone who didn't care about his own life. Courting death. The disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect unleashed his early heavenly core energy and threw it towards Zhou Xian. However, the energy didn't affect Zhou Xian at all. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xian and a Huang dog arrived in front of the few men. Little brat, I told you to stop right there, didn't you hear me? The disciple's gaze could kill. I'm going into the Misty Mountain, I have something important to do. I hope your sect can let me go and we'll mind our own business. Zhou Xian tried his best to speak in a polite tone. His target this time was Firethorn Savage, and if he could avoid conflict with the Green Sanctuary sect, he would try his best to avoid it. Chapter 172. After listening to Zhou Qian's words, the few heavenly core warriors from the Green Sanctuary sect were immediately amused. Even the angry disciple couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fuck, this guy is really an idiot. If not, how could he say something so stupid? Maybe he doesn't know how strong the Green Sanctuary sect is. The Green Sanctuary sect has sealed off Misty Mountain and he dares to say something like that? He's just courting death. Those who were watching from behind started laughing as well. This young man in white who came out of nowhere was really funny. Or it could be said that he didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Every time the Green Sanctuary sect sealed off Misty Mountain, no one dared to resist. Young man, what did you say? Are you crazy? The Green Sanctuary sect has sealed off Misty Mountain and you still want to go in? What do you think the Green Sanctuary sect is? You offended us just now and you've offended the Green Sanctuary sect's dignity. I'll give you a chance to live, kneel down and kowtow to each of you 3 times, then I'll let you go. The disciple said. Hearing this, Zhou Qian's face was filled with anger. He had already expected such an ending. These people from the great sects were all arrogant and despotic. He would definitely be looked down upon by them if he appeared here with the identity of a rogue cultivator. Misty Mountain doesn't belong to the Green Sanctuary sect. I want to go in today. If the Green Sanctuary sect doesn't want any trouble, just let me in. Zhou Xian let out a cold snort. He didn't want to cause any trouble, but if someone came to provoke him, he wouldn't be afraid. He had to enter Misty Mountain no matter what, and if the Green Sanctuary sect wanted to stop him, then he wouldn't show any mercy. Good lad, you're quite arrogant. How dare you yell at us, the Green Sanctuary sect? No one has ever dared to do this before. I, your grandpa, will give you one last chance. Kneel down and kowtow to us. The disciple pointed his finger at Zhou Qian. No one dares point at me like this. Looks like you don't know the consequences of your actions. Zhou Qian's expression became extremely cold. Right after he finished speaking, a golden light suddenly appeared between Zhou Qian and the disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect. After that, a cracking sound was heard, followed by a painful scream. Pooey. It stinks, it's disgusting. A sudden voice rang out. The Huang dog opened his mouth and spat out a bloody palm. The palm fell to the ground, still twitching and twisting. Ah, my hand. The disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect screamed out in pain. His entire wrist had been bitten off by the De Huang dog and fresh blood was gushing out from the wound. Right at this moment, everyone were shocked. De Huang dog's movement was too fast, like a bolt of lightning. He bit off the early Heavenly Core warrior's wrist and he didn't even have the chance to react. What an unpleasant cry. Why don't you just die? De Huang dog leapt forward once again and pushed the screaming disciple onto the ground. After that, he opened his mouth and bit off the disciple's head. The screaming stopped abruptly and what was left on the ground was the twisted body of the disciple, and blood kept spraying out from his neck. When this disciple first asked Zhou Qian to kneel down, De Huang dog couldn't hold back his anger any longer. With his late Heavenly Core cultivation, killing an early Heavenly Core warrior was as easy as killing an ant. De Huang Dog didn't show any mercy when he attacked. De Huang Dog knew Jiang Chen's temper very well, and there was no point in wasting time with a man like this. This guy was extremely arrogant, and it was obvious that he wanted to mess with them. Since Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had to enter Misty Mountain, a conflict was inevitable. Besides, when De Huang Dog attacked, he would definitely kill someone. What? The 5 sect elders and disciples from the Green Sanctuary sect suddenly cried out in shock. They were just waiting for a good show, and they were waiting for Jiang Chen to embarrass himself. But they never expected this guy to be so cruel and kill their disciple right away. The 5 of them opened their eyes wide, and their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This was something they couldn't even imagine. Someone actually dared to kill a disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect in Misty Mountain? This guy was really courageous. Oh heavens, what did I just see? A disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect was killed? That dog is a demon lord, and it killed a heavenly core warrior with just one attack. This is so scary. No wonder that young man is so arrogant, he has a demon lord with him. But killing a disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect. I'm afraid this is going to get out of hand. In the Qian province, there hasn't been a rogue cultivator who dares to kill an inner circle disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect in front of everyone, let alone in Misty Mountain. He's finished, this young man is finished for sure. Young men these days are so impulsive, he thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he has a demon lord with him? Fighting against the Green Sanctuary sect, he is just courting death. How can a disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect be killed so easily? Those who were watching the show were all shocked. Many of them looked at De Huang Dog with fear in their eyes. De Huang Dog was too cruel, and the scene of him biting someone to death was really scary. Young man, do you know what you've done? How dare you kill a disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect? No matter where you go, you won't be able to live. Only now did the men from the Green Sanctuary sect react. One of the sect elders scolded Jiang Chen. They were in charge of the Outer Circle disciples training, and they never expected something like this to happen. You guys better get out of my way and don't mess with me in the future. Jiang Chen ignored the old man's anger and spoke in a cold tone. In his mind, he was giving these men a chance to live, and if they didn't cherish it, then he wouldn't show any mercy. What an arrogant disciple. How dare you come to the Green Sanctuary sect? You're courting death, but you don't even know where to go. Capture him. This time it was another young man who spoke. He was a mid-heavenly core warrior, and even amongst the inner circle disciples he had a certain status. He unleashed his energy and transformed into a huge yuan energy net that flew towards Jiang Chen. At the same time, the other 4 men took out their combat weapons and unleashed their ultimate attacks, trapping Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog in the middle. What an arrogant disciple. How shameless. Big Yellow, destroy them. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. A strong killing intent emerged on his face. He would never give anyone a second chance. Killing 1 was killing 6 was also killing. Fine. De Huang Dog laughed out loudly. All the golden fur on his body suddenly stood up. De Huang Dog's muscular body suddenly shook, and 5 strands of fur shot out from his body like 5 sharp swords towards the 5 men. Bang. The fur shot out by De Huang Dog instantly destroyed the combined attack of the 5 men. It shattered into pieces and dazzling lights shot out in all directions. Following a cracking sound, a bloody hole appeared on each of the 5 men's foreheads, and there was still some golden fur floating around the hole. Plop plop. After that, all 5 men fell onto the ground and died. Blood kept oozing out from the bloody holes on their foreheads. It was a terrifying scene. Zhoosh. At this moment, all the men who were watching from behind were shocked. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the scene in front of them. Their expressions were filled with fear. This was too frightening. Fur could kill. The combined attack of 5 heavenly core warriors couldn't even block a few strands of fur from a giant head. The sect elders and disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect who were acting arrogantly just moments ago were now lying on the ground like cold corpses. Jiang Chen didn't even lower his head to look at them. With an indifferent expression, he turned around and said to the crowd, "Tell the Green Sanctuary sect, don't provoke me again." After saying that, Jiang Chen brought De Huang Dog and entered Misty Mountain. This was a warning to the Green Sanctuary sect. If the Green Sanctuary sect didn't know what was good for them and continued coming to Misty Mountain to deal with him, the Green Sanctuary sect's loss wouldn't just be 2 sect elders and 4 inner circle disciples. Only when Xianxia disappeared from the scene did the crowd regain their senses. Finally, the scene became restless. Heavens, who is this guy? He is so daring. He killed 6 men from the Green Sanctuary sect, and he even told them not to provoke him. This is so overbearing. The world is going to change. I don't think Misty Mountain will be peaceful from now on. The Green Sanctuary sect is a big sect and they just lost 6 Heavenly Core warriors during their training and someone even broke their rules. I'm sure they won't let this go easily. I'm sure they will send some strong warriors into Misty Mountain to hunt down that young man. I think that young man looks ordinary, but that dog beside him is really strong. But it looks like he is only at the Heavenly Core realm. Since he has offended the Green Sanctuary sect, he will definitely die. Everyone were discussing amongst themselves. What happened today was definitely a big deal. Not long after Xianxia entered Misty Mountain, another 2 figures descended from the sky. They were also 2 young men, but their cultivation levels were much higher than the previous 6. Both of them were late Heavenly Core warriors. Obviously, these 2 men were here to check out the situation because soon the Inner Circle disciples from the Green Sanctuary sect would arrive. They were the ones in charge of the Inner Circle disciples training. When the 2 of them saw the situation at the scene, their expressions instantly changed and they were filled with anger. Their eyes were like torches as they fell on the crowd not far away that had not really left. One of them immediately shouted, "Who did this?" Everyone were frightened, but none of them dared say a word. Zhou. The Inner Circle disciple moved his body and arrived in front of a strong man. He grabbed the man's collar with his hand and said fiercely, "Tell me what happened just now. Who killed them?" It's a young man and a Da Huang dog. The strong man was so scared that his forehead was covered with sweat. He didn't dare hide anything. He was afraid that if he didn't tell the truth he would be killed by the furious disciple, and that would be a terrible death. Where did this young man and dog come from? The disciple shouted out loudly. No, I don't know. Under the pressure of a late Heavenly Core warrior, the strong man was so scared that his body was trembling, and he couldn't even speak properly. You don't know? Then go to hell. The disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect slapped the strong man's face. Under the tremendous force, the strong man's head spun a few dozen times and in the end he died on the spot. The strong man had died a terrible death. What he said was the truth. He really didn't know where that young man in white came from. It was his fault for not being clear with his words, and that had angered the angry disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect. Chapter 173. Seeing this, the expressions of the other men changed dramatically. They couldn't help but take a few steps back. They stared at the Green Sanctuary sect's Inner Circle disciple in fear. This was too frightening, too domineering. He killed someone with just a few words. This was the cruel world of cultivation. Sometimes human lives were like grass and there was no logic to it. The only thing that mattered was strength, and strength was logic. The Green Sanctuary sect was a mighty sect in the Qian province, and a disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect could kill a rogue cultivator without any reason. It was just like killing an ant. Tell me. The disciple pushed the dead man's body onto the ground. Then he walked up to an old man who looked to be in his 50s. This old man had a strong cultivation. He was an early Heavenly Core warrior and he came from a small sect. Although he had a fearful expression on his face, he was more mature than the younger generation, so he looked much calmer. The old man cupped his fist towards the disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect and said, "I've never seen that young man before. It should be the first time he appeared in Misty Mountain. Just now, someone saw him asking for information about the Green Sanctuary sect in Misty Mountain. The young man wanted to enter Misty Mountain, but he was stopped by your sect elders and disciples. That's why a conflict broke out." The young man was wearing white clothes and he had a handsome face. He looked to be about 17 years old and his cultivation level was average. However, the dog beside him was really strong. It was a real demon lord. All these men from your sect were killed by that dog. When the young man entered Misty Mountain, he told the Green Sanctuary sect not to mess with him. That's what happened. I'm telling the truth and everyone was there. Where did this arrogant guy come from? How dare he kill so many men from the Green Sanctuary sect? No matter where he goes, he must die. Junior disciple Su, wait here. I'll go into Misty Mountain and kill this man. After that, I'll prepare a big pot and stew that dog. Another young man let out a cold snort. Then he turned around and walked into Misty Mountain, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Junior disciple Su furrowed his brows. He was a meticulous man. He looked at the 6 men lying on the ground, then he turned to the old man and said, "Tell me how that dog killed all these men." "That dog is really scary. It used its fur to kill people and killed all of them with just one strike." The old man didn't dare hide anything. When he thought about how the Huang dog killed those men, a frightened expression emerged on his face. Hair kills people. The disciples' gaze finally landed on their foreheads. He was shocked to discover that all of their foreheads had been pierced through, and there was even a piece of golden hair on the outside. His expression immediately changed. He killed so many Heavenly Core warriors with just a single strike, and there was even a mid-Heavenly Core warrior among them, and he only used a few strands of hair. Looks like this demon lord has some extraordinary abilities. I should inform the sect elders about this. After saying that, the disciple flew up into the sky and started flying towards the direction of the Green Sanctuary sect. Although he was a late Heavenly Core warrior, he was a calm and steady man. Before getting to the bottom of his opponent's strength, it was better for him not to act recklessly. Besides, there were many Outer Circle disciples cultivating in Misty Mountain right now, and if he couldn't kill that dog with a single strike, it might bring unimaginable losses to all the Outer Circle disciples. After Jiang Qin and a Huang dog entered Misty Mountain, they kept moving towards Sector 2. There should be some powerful demon beasts in the deeper region of Sector 2, and Jiang Qin could kill some of them to increase his strength. As for Firethorn Savage, he would have to slowly interact with it. Rumble. Continuous rumbling sounds could be heard coming from different directions. It was the sound of a battle, and it seemed like the Outer Circle disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect were fighting with demon beasts. Jiang Qin wasn't interested in Sector 1. No matter if it was demon beasts or disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect, he wasn't interested in them. As long as the Green Sanctuary sect didn't provoke him, he wouldn't cause any trouble for them. After all, his main target was Firethorn Savage, and the conflict with the Green Sanctuary sect was just an accident. The roads in Misty Mountain were rugged and there were dense forests everywhere. However, the Yuan energy here was rich and it was filled with natural essences. It was a great place for cultivation. No wonder the Green Sanctuary sect had to seal off the mountain every month, and let their disciples come here to train. The disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect could fight with demon beasts here. Not only could they increase their combat experience, they could also obtain some precious demon souls. If they were lucky, they might even find some precious natural essences. This Misty Mountain was a land of treasures. Not long after, 3 men suddenly jumped out from the front. 2 men and a woman. All of them were wearing the uniform of the Green Sanctuary sect. The 3 of them stood in front of Jiang Qin and a Huang dog, glancing at them. "You're not from the Green Sanctuary sect, but you're able to enter Misty Mountain?" The woman said in an unfriendly tone. "Young man, who are you? How did you get in?" A young man asked. This man was at the late mortal core realm, and he was a respectable existence among the Outer Circle disciples. Jiang Qin sighed and shook his head. He really didn't want to cause any trouble, but there were some things that had to be done to him. He knew too well about the arrogance of these disciples of the major sections. Plus, they didn't put any rogue cultivators in their eyes. "I killed those men outside, that's why I'm here. You 3 better not stand in front of me, I don't want to kill you," Jiang Qin said straightforwardly. "What?" Hearing what Jiang Qin said, the 3 of them shouted out at the same time. The late mortal core young man stared at Jiang Qin and a Huang dog, then he started laughing out loud. "Ah, you really know how to talk big. All the Outer Circle disciples are Heavenly Core warriors. They are the Outer Circle sect elders and Inner Circle disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect, and you think you can kill them? Besides, no one in the Qian province dares to kill the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect. What a joke. Buddy, I think you're just trying to fish in troubled waters. How dare you violate the rules of the Green Sanctuary sect? You must be tired of living." The young man laughed out loud. "Senior disciple, this dog is pretty fat. I think we should kill him and make dog meat out of him." Another Outer Circle disciple stared at the Huang dog with a mocking expression. It was as if he felt that the Huang dog's meat would be extremely delicious, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. Jiang Qin let out another sigh. He rubbed his forehead with his hand. Some people just didn't know how to spell the word death, and they would never think that death was actually so close to them. Since that disciple dared to say something like that, his ending had already been decided. De Huang Dog was even more dangerous than Jiang Chen. Indeed, right after the disciple finished speaking, De Huang Dog turned into a golden beam and leapt towards the disciple. He bit off the disciple's head while he was still in midair. "Damn you, how dare you make dog meat out of me? I'll bite you to death." De Huang Dog was extremely angry. The dragon horse bloodline was extremely noble, and compared to these men from the Green Sanctuary sect, De Huang Dog was the real noble. The pride that came from his bloodline gave him his own dignity, and whoever dared to offend him would die. "What?" The other two men shouted out in shock. Both of them stared at the headless corpse that was twitching on the ground, and their faces instantly turned pale. "You two bastards, why are you still here? Do you want to die?" De Huang Dog bared his teeth and threatened the two men. He had no interest in killing mortal core warriors. Both of them were terrified. They had never seen such a ferocious dog before. "You, how dare you kill a man from the Green Sanctuary sect?" The young man's voice was trembling. "Fuck you, where did the Green Sanctuary sect get their sense of superiority?" De Huang Dog's bad temper rose. He spat out a golden beam from his mouth and killed the young man instantly. He had already killed so many of them, one more wouldn't make a difference. De Huang Dog had given him a chance to live, but he didn't know how to cherish it. In the blink of an eye, 2 out of the 3 men had died. The last female disciple was so scared that her body was trembling. She looked at De Huang Dog as if she was looking at a devil. Her face was filled with fear. "What should I do? I'm going to die too. I don't want to die." The female disciple had lost all hope. She had a feeling that this ferocious dog would never let her go. In fact, De Huang Dog didn't have any interest in killing her. Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out from the sky. "How dare you? How dare you kill a disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect? You're courting death." The voice was loud and clear. In the blink of an eye, a man appeared in front of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. When the female disciple saw the man, her desperate expression immediately turned into one of joy. "Senior disciple Wang Yu." The female disciple was so happy that she started crying. Wang Yu was a late heavenly core warrior, and he was one of the most powerful men in the inner circle. As long as he showed up, she would be saved. These 2 crazy disciples in front of her were no match for senior disciple Wang Yu. This man's name was Wang Yu. He was the inner circle disciple who had just entered Misty Mountain. When he lowered his head and saw the 2 dead bodies on the ground, a furious expression emerged on his face. "How dare you kill a disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect? I don't care who you are or where you came from, you'll die a horrible death." Wang Yu's energy shot up into the sky, and together with his loud shout, it immediately attracted the attention of many outer circle disciples who were in the middle of their training. Some of them were rushing towards the scene and saw what happened. "Senior disciple Wang Yu, they were killed by that dog." The female disciple stood next to Wang Yu and pointed her finger at De Huang Dog. "I'll say it one last time, the Green Sanctuary sect better not provoke me. You can continue with your training and I'll handle my own matters. Don't interfere with each other's business," Jiang Chen said, giving his last warning. "How arrogant. I'll kill you right now," Wang Yu shouted out loudly. He waved his hand and unleashed a golden beam, which turned into a huge yuan energy hand and flew towards Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. This man had an extraordinary cultivation level, but he had just broken through to the late heavenly core realm. Compared to Fan Kun, he was still weaker. But now he dared attack Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. He was just like a clown. "De Huang, don't worry about it. From now on, let's start a killing spree. Anyone who stands in our way will be killed." A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. What happened just now was his last warning, and since these guys still didn't know what was good for them, they couldn't blame him for being impolite. Jiang Chen's patience was limited. Chapter 174. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Big Yellow's face immediately became filled with excitement. His sturdy body suddenly leapt into the air, and with his head that was as hard as diamond, he rammed towards Wang Yu's giant palm made of yuan energy. Bang! Energy rumbled. The giant hand made of energy released by Wang Yu was completely vulnerable under the attack of De Huang Dog's head. It was destroyed like a piece of rotten wood, like a bubble. "What?" Wang Yu cried out in shock. Only when De Huang Dog made his move did he realize how powerful his opponent was. Even the aura emitted by De Huang Dog was stronger than his own. He had underestimated his opponent this time. Wang Yu knew that he had underestimated his opponent, so he didn't dare to be careless. Immediately, a shining long sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand he unleashed dozens of sword lights that interweaved into a sword net. With the sword as the center, the net fiercely slashed towards De Huang Dog. "Kaka, your grandpa's head is as sturdy as a diamond. You want to hurt me with your broken sword? You're too naive." De Huang Dog laughed out loud. Under everyone's horrified gaze he actually dashed towards the sword with his head. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but be shocked by this move. The sword in Wang Yu's hand was no ordinary weapon. It was a mid-ranked combat weapon that could cut through iron like mud. It was extremely sharp. Although De Huang Dog's head was hard, it shouldn't be able to fight against a mid-ranked combat weapon. "Haha, you're courting death." Even Wang Yu laughed out loud. In his opinion, no matter how strong De Huang Dog was, he couldn't fight against a mid-ranked combat weapon with his head. Unfortunately, De Huang Dog had disappointed him. Just as his head was about to collide with the sword, a mystical rune suddenly appeared between De Huang Dog's eyebrows. With the help of this rune, De Huang Dog's head was instantly enveloped by a golden light. Plang! A shocking scene appeared. Wang Yu's mid-ranked combat weapon collided with De Huang Dog's head, and the sword was broken. "What?" Wang Yu and the disciples from the Green Sanctuary House who came from afar screamed in shock at this scene. However, De Huang Dog's movements were too fast. He didn't give Wang Yu any chance to react at all. With his head filled with golden light, he crashed into Wang Yu's chest in the blink of an eye. Bang! Wang Yu's entire body flew out like a kite with a broken string, continuously smashing through several big trees before stopping. After being hit by De Huang Dog like that, there was no need to think about the consequences. De Huang Dog's head could even break a mid-ranked combat weapon, let alone a human. Wawasa Wang Yu opened his mouth and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. The blood was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. His chest had completely caved in. Thump! Wang Yu fell to the ground with a thud. He couldn't be more dead. Such a way of dying was really too vexing. Being killed by a dog's head was simply a grievance. Wah! Everyone were shocked. All the disciples from the Green Sanctuary sect had their eyes wide open, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Wang Yu was a Heavenly Core Inner Circle disciple, and with his late Heavenly Core cultivation level he had a certain status in the Inner Circle, and it was hard for him to find a worthy opponent. But today he was killed by a dog. This was too brutal. "Ugh!" The female disciple screamed out in fear. She thought Wang Yu would be able to defeat his opponent, but she never expected this to happen. "Let's go," Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. After that he brought De Huang Dog and walked deeper into Misty Mountain. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from everyone's sight. "They didn't kill me and I'm still alive?" The female disciple murmured to herself. She was almost scared out of her wits just now. Their opponent was too brutal. He had killed 3 disciples in one go. She thought she wouldn't be able to escape, but she never thought he would let her go. She was really lucky today and she was still alive. All the outer circle disciples looked at each other with ugly expressions on their faces. Who is that young man? How dare he kill disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect in Misty Mountain? He is really courageous. That dog is really frightening. Even senior disciple Wang Yu couldn't withstand a single strike from him. With such a powerful demon lord here, how are we going to continue our training? We need to report this to the sect elders and ask them to kill this man. Don't panic, it won't be long before the Inner Circle disciples start their training, and this incident will definitely alert the Inner Circle Divine Core sect elders. At that point of time, they will completely seal off Misty Mountain and kill this man and dog. All the disciples were discussing amongst themselves. The Green Sanctuary sect had occupied Misty Mountain for so long, and nothing like this had ever happened before. In Misty Mountain, apart from angering Firethorn Savage, no one had ever dared attack a disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect. Not long after that, another 2 figures arrived from afar and landed on Misty Mountain. One of them was an old man and the other was a young man. The young man was the Inner Circle disciple who had just returned to the Green Sanctuary sect. His name was Su Yun, and just like Wang Yu, he was a late Heavenly Core warrior. The man who came with him was an Inner Circle sect elder, and he was an early Divine Core warrior. When both of them arrived, they immediately saw the dead bodies lying on the ground, and Wang Yu who had died a horrible death not far away. What? Even Wang Yu was killed? What an arrogant disciple, I'm going to tear him into a million pieces. The old man was furious. Looks like that dog is really strong, even Wang Yu was no match for it. Luckily I went back and invited a divine core sect elder so I didn't rush in like Wang Yu did. If not, I'm afraid I would have died here just like Wang Yu. Su Yun felt lucky in his mind. How did Wang Yu die? Su Yun asked all the mortal core outer circle disciples. Senior disciple Su, Wang Yu was killed by that dog. That dog's head is very hard. It even broke senior disciple Wang's mid-ranked combat weapon. Senior disciple Wang was killed by that dog's head. As for that young man, he didn't even do anything. But judging from his age, he shouldn't be that strong. He only relied on that big demon. An outer circle disciple explained what happened just now. When they recalled how terrifying that dog was, all of them couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. What? That dog's head is so strong? Su Yun was shocked. Where did that young man and dog go? The Divine Core Sect elder asked. They went deeper into Misty Mountain, they just left not long ago. A disciple pointed at the direction where Jiangqin and De Huang dog disappeared. Little arrogant disciple, how dare you disrespect the Green Sanctuary sect? You really don't know how to write the word, death. Let me kill them myself. The old man let out a cold snort, then he started flying towards the deeper areas of Misty Mountain. Su Yun moved his body and followed behind the old man. This time with a Divine Core Sect elder here, they would definitely be able to kill that dog. Su Yun decided to follow them and kill the young man in white. The young man had an ordinary cultivation level and he had never fought before. He looked young and that was all. This description had left a deep impression in Su Yun's mind, and it made him focus all his energy on that dog. He didn't care about the young man in white at all. What Su Yun didn't know was that fake news like this could actually kill someone. Bang! Within Sector 2 of Misty Mountain, a violent explosion sounded out. Jiangqin had just killed a late Heavenly Core Demon Lord, then he took out its demon soul. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, the demon's soul was absorbed in an instant. With his current cultivation level, early and mid-Heavenly Core Demon Souls were basically useless to him, but late Heavenly Core Demon Souls were still useful. One demon soul had helped Jiangqin form 3 dragon marks. Jiangqin now had 303 dragon marks in his body, but there was still a long way to go before he could break through to the late Heavenly Core realm. He needed to form 400 dragon marks before he could break through to the late Heavenly Core realm. 3 dragon marks is just a drop in the bucket. Besides, the further I go, the more energy I'll need. Looks like in order to break through to the late Heavenly Core realm, I'll need to kill some Divine Core Demon Beast. Jiangqin sighed. However, since Firethorn Savage had occupied Misty Mountain, he didn't think there would be any other Divine Core Demon Beasts here. The only reason Jiangqin came to Misty Mountain was to kill Firethorn Savage. But it wasn't an easy task to deal with him. Therefore, Jiangqin wanted to kill as many demon beasts as possible in Sector 2, and improve his overall strength. Suddenly, 2 powerful auras came from the outer perimeter of Misty Mountain. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures appeared in front of Jiangqin and De Huang Dog. Damn it, are you done yet? De Huang Dog's nostrils were fuming. After offending a superpower like the Green Sanctuary sect, he couldn't stay calm any longer. Troubles kept coming one after another. A Divine Core Warrior has appeared so soon? A sneer emerged on Jiangqin's face. He had expected this to happen. The grudge between him and the Green Sanctuary sect had been resolved, and it was irreconcilable. That's them. Su Yun threw his glance at Jiangqin and De Huang Dog with a cold look. I'll deal with that dog, you go catch that young man but don't kill him. Today we'll capture both of them and torture them to death. How dare they challenge the dignity of the Green Sanctuary sect and kill disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect. We can't let them die so easily. Alright, be careful, sect elder, this dog is really strong. As for that young man, I can kill him with just a raise of my hand. Su Yun said with a sneer. No matter how strong he is, he's still just a Heavenly Core Warrior. Watch me capture him and bring him back to cook dog meat. The old man said with a smile on his face. When De Huang Dog heard about cooking dog meat, he immediately became angry. He howled loudly, then he turned into a golden beam and dashed towards the old man. Although his opponent was an early Divine Core Warrior, Jiangqin didn't worry about De Huang Dog at all. The bloodline of a divine beast was too strong. Even though De Huang Dog was only a late heavenly core warrior, he was more than enough to fight an ordinary early divine core warrior. You're courting death. The old man unleashed his energy and forcefully punched out with his fist. A golden beam appeared out of nowhere and shot towards De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog didn't show any signs of fear. He simply rammed his head into the beam. Bang! The energy spread in all directions. De Huang Dog's head shattered the golden beam, but at the same time his body was forced to stop. After all, his opponent was a divine core warrior and it wasn't easy to deal with him. This time the old man and De Huang Dog were equally matched. What a tough dog head. The old man's expression changed slightly, but he didn't mind it at all. The energy in his body was rumbling and he was getting ready to unleash a stronger attack. Chapter 175. Rumble. Shockwaves swept across the place and continuous rumbling sounds could be heard. De Huang Dog and the old man were fighting fiercely, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. The old man was furious. He never expected a dog to be so strong. With just the strength of a late heavenly core warrior, he was able to fight evenly with him. This was really unimaginable because there was an insurmountable gap between the heavenly core realm and the divine core realm, but this dog in front of him was able to fight a warrior who was at a higher stage than him. On the other side, Zhou Xian was unleashing a powerful energy as well. He had locked onto Xianxia, not giving him any chance to escape. Buddy, you're really daring. How dare you fight against the Green Sanctuary sect? Do you really think you can do whatever you want with just a demon lord? You're an idiot. Did you see that? Your dog is no match for a divine core warrior. Now I'm going to capture you, bring you back and torture you. Zhou Xian said word by word. His face was filled with disdain and he didn't take Xianxia seriously at all. It was normal that he didn't take Xianxia seriously. After all, De Huang Dog had been too overbearing, and Xianxia hadn't even attacked once since the beginning. Therefore, everyone thought Xianxia had an ordinary cultivation level, and he was only relying on a demon lord. Zhou Xian had the same thought, and it was because of this that he was walking step by step towards the abyss. How do you know I'm only relying on a dog? What if I'm stronger than that dog? A mocking smile emerged on Xianxia's face. Haha, you die now. Zhou Xian let out a loud laugh as if he was confident that he could defeat Xianxia. With a sway of his body, a vast amount of energy rushed out from his body. Layers upon layers of energy rippled out from his body, and under the sunlight, it looked extremely dazzling. It was like a tidal wave crashing towards Xianxia. What a clown! Xianxia sneered. He stood still, his palm covered with dragon scales. With a casual wave of his hand, the energy ripples unleashed by Zhou Xian were shattered like bubbles. After that, Xianxia moved. He moved like lightning and in an instant he appeared in front of Zhou Xian. He grabbed Zhou Xian's neck with his icy cold blood-red dragon claw. Zhou Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. An extremely dangerous aura with the threat of death rose from the bottom of his heart. He only felt that the dragon claw that landed on his neck weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. He couldn't even muster the will to resist. Don't kill me. Zhou Xian was scared and his forehead was drenched in sweat. As the saying goes, an expert's skill would be known the moment he made his move. The moment Xianxia made his move, he immediately regretted it. Xianxia could easily tear apart his energy light wave and had him firmly controlled in the blink of an eye. Xianxia's battle prowess was clearly far above his own, and with his strength he was completely no match for Xianxia. At this moment Zhou Xian started cursing in his heart. Which bastard said that this young man's cultivation is average? Is he fucking average? This was even more powerful than that dog. It was simply too terrifying. Zhou Xian's heart was trembling. He had always been astute, but today he suffered a huge setback. If this youth's cultivation was ordinary, how could he make a powerful great demon follow him willingly? Unfortunately, by the time Zhou Xian realized this, it was already too late. He could already feel Xianxia's killing intent. Xianxia, never give anyone a second chance. Since your Green Sanctuary sect has come to provoke me again, then there's nothing more to say. After Xianxia finished speaking, he squeezed his hand and broke Zhou Xian's neck. A young genius from the Green Sanctuary sect fell to the ground and died miserably. What? On the other side, the elder who was fighting with De Huang Dog exclaimed. He knew Zhou Xian's strength very well, but he didn't expect that this young man who he looked down on could kill Su Yun in one move. Where did these two monsters come from? How could they be so terrifying? Brat, who are you? Why are you going against the Green Sanctuary sect? The elder stopped what he was doing and yelled. I've never thought about becoming your Green Sanctuary sect's enemy. I just want to enter Misty Mountain and mind my own business. But you've stopped me and even tried to kill us. Since that's the case, I won't show any mercy. Old fool, since you're here, why don't you stay here as well? Jiang Chen's energy soared into the sky. He was decisive in his killing. A golden light appeared on his palm and he suddenly pointed his finger forward. In an instant, four huge golden fingers appeared out of nowhere. Each of them looked like a pillar that could support the heavens, and they all dashed towards the elder. Now Jiang Chen had cultivated the 6 solar fingers to the 4th finger. It was incredibly powerful and it was supported by over 300 dragon marks. Even an ordinary early divine core warrior wouldn't be able to withstand it. What a strong young man. He's only a mid-heavenly core warrior, but he can unleash the combat strength of a divine core warrior. Where did this abnormal monster come from? There's no one like him in the Qian province. The elder was shocked. When Jiang Chen attacked, he could tell Jiang Chen's cultivation level with just a single glance. But because of this, the elder was even more shocked. At such a young age, with such a cultivation level and with such combat strength, he was definitely a monster among monsters. As an inner circle sect elder of the Green Sanctuary sect, he knew all the powerful young men in the Qian province, but he had never heard of anyone like this. But before he could think any further, Jiang Chen's attack had already arrived in front of him. He had no choice but to defend himself. Ah! The elder let out a loud shout. He used his yuan energy to form a shining spear. This was a powerful combat skill. It allowed the user to form a weapon that was convenient for them. The spear produced a buzzing sound, and it looked like it was going to pierce through the air and collide with Jiang Chen's 6 solar fingers. Bang! The energy swept across the sky, wreaking havoc within a few dozen miles in circumference. The colorful energy ripples swept across the place, destroying all the flowers and trees within a few dozen miles, turning the entire area into a barren land. Many demon beasts were startled by the energy ripples, and they started fleeing in all directions. Even the ripples from the battle between divine core warriors were enough to kill them. Tap tap tap. Although the elder's spear had destroyed the 6 solar fingers, he was still knocked back a dozen steps before he could stabilize his body. The yuan energy spear in his hand had shattered as well, and he could feel both of his arms going numb. His hands were in pain and his blood and qi were tumbling inside his body. How can a mid-heavenly core warrior be so strong? Is he still a human? The elder was completely shocked. He had never seen a heavenly core warrior who could be so strong. With his current strength, he couldn't fight him at all. What a young monster. But since you've offended the Green Sanctuary sect, you're still going to die. Not long after, the Green Sanctuary sect will send their real warriors here, and you won't be able to escape from this place. The old man threatened Jiang Chen. After saying that, with a sway of his body, he flew towards the exit of Misty Mountain. He wasn't an idiot. After fighting for a while, he knew that he was no match for this young man in white. If he continued fighting, he might follow in Su Yun's footsteps and die a miserable death here. That would be an unjust death. Trying to run? It's too late. Jiang Chen unleashed his killing intent. He immediately unleashed the true dragon palm, and a blood-red dragon claw appeared out of nowhere. It looked like a house and it immediately trapped the escaping elder. Break! The elder shouted out loudly. He used all his strength trying to break free from Jiang Chen's true dragon palm. But too bad he was disappointed. Damn it, this is an inherited true dragon combat skill. Damn it, what kind of secret does this guy have? How can he use a true dragon combat skill? De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. He was extremely shocked. Last time, Jiang Chen had used the true dragon palm in the Black Sect, but De Huang Dog wasn't there that day, so he didn't see it. Now that he saw it, how could he not be shocked? He was a dragon horse and he had the bloodline of a dragon. He could easily tell if it was a true dragon combat skill or not. You want to struggle free after being trapped by my true dragon palm? Stop dreaming. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. He exerted more force with his dragon claw, and the elder immediately felt an immense force pressing down on him from all directions. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from his body, and his yuan energy was being crushed. It was as if a few huge mountains were pressing down on him and he couldn't even breathe. Stop. Right at this moment, another loud shout sounded out from afar. After that, 3 figures appeared like a meteor. They were 3 old men and all of them were emanating powerful energy. All of them were divine core warriors and one of them was a mid-divine core warrior. With Jiang Chen's current abilities he couldn't defeat a mid-divine core warrior. Judging from the clothes these 3 men were wearing, they were all sect elders from the Green Sanctuary sect. When the mid-divine core old man saw Jiang Chen had trapped his own man, he immediately shouted out loudly. Humph. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. He ignored the mid-divine core old man's words. Golden flames suddenly shot out from his dragon claw, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a sea of flames. Ugh! The early divine core old man let out a miserable shriek. Under the pressure of the true dragon palm and the intense burning of the true dragon flames, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. In just a few breaths' time he was burned into ashes. The fuck, this is even more powerful. This is the true dragon flames. This guy is going to defy the natural order. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. When he saw Jiang Chen's attack, it was as if he had just seen a ghost. This was an eye-opener for him. Bastard! The mid-divine core old man furiously shouted out. This guy had just killed a divine core sect elder from the Green Sanctuary sect right in front of him. This was really despicable. The Green Sanctuary sect was a big sect and they were supported by divine core warriors. The death of a divine core warrior was an unimaginable loss to the sect. Kill this maniac. The other sect elder was furious as well. The mid-divine core warrior immediately unleashed a bright barrier towards Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. De Huang is no match for him, let's go. Jiang Chen reminded. After that, he and De Huang Dog immediately leapt up into the sky and flew towards Misty Mountain. With incredible speed, they disappeared from the place in the blink of an eye. Chase after him. If we don't kill him, the Green Sanctuary sect will lose a lot of face, and we won't be able to stay in the Qian province anymore. The mid-divine core old man unleashed powerful energy waves. The trio turned into 2 arrows that were shot from the bow and chased after Jiang Chen. Chapter 176. The entire Misty Mountain was in chaos. Sector 2 was filled with destructive energies, and the mighty auras of divine core warriors had been unleashed. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were running for their lives, and the 3 men were chasing after them like crazy. The Green Sanctuary sect was one of the biggest sects in the Qian province, and they had always been in a high position. Since the establishment of the sect, nothing like this had ever happened before. The Green Sanctuary sect had suffered a great loss, and if they didn't kill that young man and dog, how could they maintain their prestige in the Qian province? Kaka, these 3 old fools are so clumsy and they want to catch up with us? They must be dreaming. De Huang Dog was laughing out loudly while flying. He and Jiang Chen were both warriors who specialized in speed and strength, and when they unleashed their full speed, only a late divine core warrior could catch up with them. De Huang Dog's words were clearly heard by the 3 men behind him, and they almost threw up some blood. They were divine core warriors, but they were called clumsy by a dog. This was really intolerable. Sect Elder Lu, this dog is really despicable. An old man said while gnashing his teeth in anger. I'm going to skin this dog and make it into barbecue. The mid-divine core sect elder was gnashing his teeth in anger as well. His name was Lu Hong and he was a high-ranking man in the Green Sanctuary sect. His position in the Green Sanctuary sect was no weaker than Fan Zhongtang's position in the Black sect. Where did this young man come from? His combat strength is so terrifying, and he killed an early divine core warrior with just a mid-heavenly core cultivation base. This is really rare. Their speed is so fast even we can't catch up with them. The 2 early divine core sect elders looked at each other. They were both shocked. No matter who he is, we have to kill him today. The dignity of the Green Sanctuary sect will not be challenged by anyone. Let's use our sword. Lu Hong shouted out loudly. In an instant, a golden combat sword appeared in front of him. Under his control, the combat sword grew to a length of 3 meters. The 3 sect elders stepped onto the combat sword and injected their yuan energy into it. In an instant, with the help of the combat sword, the trio's speed increased by a lot, and they quickly shortened the distance between Jiang Chen and Big Yellow. Damn it, this old man really has some tricks up his sleeve. Kid, hurry up and shake them off. Two wings of light suddenly appeared on De Huang Dog's back, and his speed soared once more. A pair of blood wings also appeared on Jiang Chen's back. Combined with spatial evasion, his speed was on par with De Huang Dog's. Once again he pulled away from the three elders. Damn it, chase after him. Lu Hong was furious and chased after him relentlessly. Damn it, I really want to stop and fight with that old thing. De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. However, he knew that with his and Jiang Chen's current strength, there was no way they could defeat a mid-divine core warrior. Under such circumstances, the only thing they could do was run. Don't worry, we'll have plenty of time in the future. Let's shake them off first. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. It won't be easy to shake them off, that old man has locked onto our aura. De Huang Dog said. If we run into Sector 3, I'm sure they won't dare chase after us. That's Firethorn Savage's territory. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Don't tell me you're going to look for Firethorn Savage right now? That's no different than courting death. De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. Let's go check on Firethorn Savage first, then we'll figure out a plan. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He couldn't fight Firethorn Savage with brute force, he had to use his wits. However, since they had arrived at Misty Mountain and the Green Sanctuary sect was forcing them, it was a good time for Jiang Chen to enter Sector 3 and check on Firethorn Savage. The group's speed was extremely fast. Soon they arrived at the border of Sector 3. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the natural yuan energy here was much denser than before, and the fog in the air was much denser as well. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog immediately entered Sector 3. After that, Lu Hong and the other two stopped at the border of Sector 3. That guy has entered Sector 3, what should we do? One of the men asked. The Green Sanctuary sect has an agreement with Firethorn Savage. No one from the Green Sanctuary sect will step into Sector 3. If we offend Firethorn Savage, it won't be fun. This guy doesn't know his place, he actually entered Sector 3. Once he offends Firethorn Savage, he'll die for sure. Lu Hong said with a sneer on his face. Since he's going to die for sure, can we go back now? Another sect elder asked. No, we have to stay here and guard, we won't give that guy any chance to come out. The training of the inner circle disciples and outer circle disciples will continue, and the training will last for 7 days. After 7 days we'll leave together. If that guy doesn't come out after 7 days, it means he's been killed by Firethorn Savage and he won't have a chance to come out anymore. No one can stay in Sector 3 for 7 days. Lu Hong said confidently. Fine, that guy must die. He made our Green Sanctuary sect suffer such a great loss, damn it. Another sect elder said with a face filled with anger. Go give the order to all the disciples, tell them to guard all the exits from Misty Mountain. Once they find that guy and De Huang Dog, immediately send out a signal. A turtle in a jar, there's a powerful Firethorn Savage in front of us, let's see how he's going to survive. Lu Hong's face was filled with ruthlessness. He had made up his mind to kill Jiang Chen. Alright, we'll go give the order now. Both of them left. At the same time, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had completely entered Sector 3. They descended from the sky, concealed their auras and slowly walked deeper into Sector 3. De Huang, make sure to conceal your aura. Don't get entangled with any demon beasts along the way, just avoid them. We need to find the lair of Firethorn Savage and check it out first. Jiang Chen reminded. Understood. De Huang Dog lowered his voice, but his face was filled with excitement. Doing something so exciting, De Huang Dog simply couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Both of them walked at a fast pace and soon they arrived at the center of Sector 3. Because they had completely concealed their auras, they didn't attract any demon beasts along the way. Besides, there weren't many demon beasts in Sector 3, and with Firethorn Savage, the king of demon beasts here, the other demon beasts wouldn't dare to live here. Along the way, Jiang Chen saw a lot of strange flowers and herbs and some rare herbs. He simply picked them and put them into his storage ring. Misty Mountain is really a treasure land, no wonder the Green Sanctuary sect didn't want to give it up, and wanted to come to an agreement with Firethorn Savage. De Huang Dog, can you sense if there are any treasures or rare treasures here? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. Treasures, my ass, how could there be so many treasures here? De Huang Dog glared at Jiang Chen. If there were really any treasures here, De Huang dog would definitely be able to sense it immediately. Walking along the mountain stream, Xianxia was surrounded by cliffs on both sides. When he looked forward, his eyes suddenly lit up. Not far away from him, there was a purple flower growing in the crevice of a cliff. Under the sunlight, it was glowing in a purple hue. Purpling orchid, haha, I didn't expect to find a purpling orchid here, what a lucky day. Xianxia was overjoyed. This purple flower was only the size of a palm and it had 9 petals. It had a thick root system and obviously, it had reached its mature stage. This purple-ing orchid is one of the main ingredients for concocting the profound 6 solar pill. I didn't even find it in the black sect, I didn't expect to find it here. Without saying anything, Xianxia immediately picked the purple-ing orchid. According to his memory, Zhou Xian had all 49 ingredients needed to concoct the profound 6 solar fingers, and the only thing he lacked was this purple-ing orchid. He didn't expect to find it in Misty Mountain, it had saved Xianxia a lot of trouble. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. De Huang dog snorted disdainfully. Get lost, this is called luck, you're just a dog, what do you know? Xianxia slapped De Huang dog's head, producing a loud smacking sound. Woof. Daddy is not a dog. De Huang dog bared his teeth. Damn dog, lower your voice, don't disturb Firethorn Savage, damn you. Xianxia glared at De Huang dog. They had reached the deepest part of Sector 3, and they could attract Firethorn Savage's attention at any time. The man and dog continued moving forward. Suddenly, a violent beast roar sounded out from not far away. Broo! The roar was loud and powerful, it carried the majestic aura of a king of beasts, and with just a single roar, all beasts would submit to it. It's Firethorn Savage. Xianxia and De Huang dog cried out at the same time. The roar is coming from not far away from us. From the roar we can tell how terrifying this Firethorn Savage is. Let's go check it out first, we can't make any noise. Xianxia said. There was a small hill in front of them and the Firethorn Savage's roar was coming from here. Xianxia and De Huang dog quietly climbed up to the hillside, and both of them stuck half of their heads out. They immediately saw a huge monster lying not far away from them. There was a small and clean square at the hillside and behind it was a huge cave. Right now, a majestic demon beast was lying on the square. Even though this demon beast was lying on the ground, it was still over 6 meters tall. Its body was covered with golden scales and under the sunlight, it was shining brightly. This was Firethorn Savage. It had a ferocious face, and 2 sharp fangs were protruding from the side of its mouth. Right now, Firethorn Savage was lying on the ground motionlessly with both of its eyes closed, as if it was enjoying the sunlight. But Xianxia knew that Firethorn Savage was cultivating, and he was absorbing the pure yang energy that shone down from the sun. This was Firethorn Savage's innate ability. Ordinary demon beasts would be able to transform into human form after breaking through to the heavenly core realm, but it would be harder for powerful demon beasts to transform. For example, Firethorn Savage had reached the peak mid-divine core realm, but he had yet to transform. Perhaps he would need to break through to the combat soul realm, or even the demon king realm before he could transform. As for a divine beast like De Huang dog, it was even harder for him to transform. Perhaps he would need to break through to the demon saint realm. The demon saint realm was equivalent to the human saint realm. Firethorn Savage was cultivating, and he didn't notice that there were 2 uninvited guests not far away from him. Right now, as long as Firethorn Savage scanned the area with his divine sense, he would be able to find Xianxia and De Huang dog. But obviously, Firethorn Savage didn't expect that someone would dare enter Sector 3 and come so close to him. Chapter 177. Foosh. It seemed like Firethorn Savage had fallen asleep and it was making a deep breathing sound. Every time it breathed, golden bubbles would come out from its nostrils, and it would create a strong wind. If there was a pile of dust in front of it, just a single breath from it would create a sandstorm. Damn it, a peak mid-divine core Firethorn Savage is really strong. But if Daddy breaks through to the divine core realm, I can still kill him. De Huang dog said using his divine sense. Firethorn Savage's bloodline was noble, but it was still far from being comparable to a dragon horse. What a powerful Firethorn Savage, the aura it's releasing is terrifying. Even if Taoist Black is here, he won't be able to deal with this Firethorn Savage. If I can absorb this Firethorn Savage's demon soul, I'll be able to break through to the late heavenly core realm immediately, and I'll be able to break through to the divine core realm. A Firethorn Savage's demon soul can help me form at least 300 dragon marks. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. But too bad, killing this Firethorn Savage was as difficult as climbing up to the heavens. This big guy was just too strong. Buddy, are you going to ignore little Yu's injuries? De Huang Dog angrily glared at Jiang Chen. I'm just kidding. There are so many divine core demon beasts here, and once I enter Inferno Hell, I won't have to worry about not having enough demon souls. I'll use this Firethorn Savage's demon soul to concoct the profound 6 solar pill to save little Yu. Jiang Chen said. Although he really wanted this Firethorn Savage's demon soul, he knew that Yanqing Yu needed it more than him. What should we do now? Are we just going to stand here and watch? De Huang Dog was getting impatient. What can you do? Why don't you give it a try? A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Get lost. De Huang Dog moved his body, keeping a certain distance from Jiang Chen. This Firethorn Savage is too powerful, we can't attack him directly, we have to outsmart him. Let's hide our energy and wait here. This Firethorn Savage has lived in Misty Mountain for so long, I'm sure he has his own way of living. Let's wait and see. Jiang Chen said. The man and dog held their breaths, quietly watching Firethorn Savage sleep. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and yawned. With a gloomy expression he said, Damn it, we are squatting here and watching a demon beast sleep, what the hell is this? Even I am feeling sleepy now. Jiang Chen glared at De Huang Dog, feeling even more depressed in his heart. He was the once greatest saint under the heavens, but he had nothing better to do than to lie down here and watch Firethorn Savage sleep. An hour later, the scorching sun hung high up in the sky. It was noon, the time when the pure yang energy in the world was the densest. Firethorn Savage, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened its eyes. 2 beams of golden light shot out from its eyes, looking extremely terrifying. Roar. Firethorn Savage let out a deep and resounding roar. Its majestic body slowly stood up from the ground, and its original 20 feet tall body suddenly grew to 50 feet tall. Its 4 thick golden legs were fully covered with golden scales, making them look like 4 huge pillars. It was too huge. Firethorn Savage looked like a small golden mountain, and the light it emitted was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. Firethorn Savage suddenly woke up. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were shocked, and they didn't dare to make any sound. They even held their breaths. Obviously, Firethorn Savage didn't expect that someone would dare to intrude into its territory, so it didn't pay much attention to them. It wasn't because Firethorn Savage's senses were weak, it was because Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's ability to hide themselves was too good. If it was any other ordinary person, perhaps they would have been discovered by Firethorn Savage. Roar. Firethorn Savage suddenly let out another loud roar that resounded through the woods. With a sway of its huge body rose into the sky and shot towards another direction, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It left. De Huang Dog was startled. It's noon now, the time when the pure yang energy in the world is the densest. Firethorn Savage should be cultivating right now. Why did it choose to leave at this time? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows in puzzlement. Who cares, let's go into the abode and have a look while it's gone. De Huang Dog leapt forward and was about to walk into the abode, but Jiang Chen pulled him back. Brat, why are you pulling me back? De Huang Dog grinned. Be careful, if Firethorn Savage comes back we'll be finished. Jiang Chen pulled De Huang Dog down from De Huang Dog's back. Let's observe Firethorn Savage's daily routine first, then we'll decide what to do next. Jiang Chen was a meticulous man. His opponent was so powerful he couldn't act recklessly. He had to figure out Firethorn Savage's daily routine first, then think of a plan. They waited for half an hour. De Huang Dog grumbled for half an hour, complaining that Jiang Chen was a coward. Half an hour was more than enough for him to enter Firethorn Savage's abode and wreak havoc. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. Before he figured out Firethorn Savage's daily routine, he wouldn't act rashly. Swoosh swoosh. Right at this moment, Firethorn Savage flew back from afar. Jiang Chen and De Huang both saw that when Firethorn Savage came back, its mouth was wide open. Within its mouth, there was a ball of liquid that was glowing brightly. Boom. Firethorn Savage landed on the square, causing the entire mountain to shake. After that, the gigantic Firethorn Savage walked back into the abode. Another half an hour had passed since he entered the abode. Half an hour later, Firethorn Savage came out from the abode again, and went back to sleep at the same spot. It's sleeping again. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. Finally, he found someone who could sleep even better than him. Be patient, let's continue waiting. Jiang Qin comforted De Huang Dog. This dog's patience was seriously lacking. Firethorn Savage was indeed a good sleeper. He only woke up at noon the next day. At this time, Firethorn Savage once again soared into the sky, heading towards the direction where it disappeared yesterday. It left again at the same time. De Huang Dog's eyes widened. This is the pattern. When Firethorn Savage came back yesterday, it seemed like there was something in its mouth. You should have seen it too, right? Jiang Qin said. There was indeed something in its mouth. De Huang Dog nodded his head. Come, let's follow it and see where Firethorn Savage went. While saying that, Jiang Qin flew towards the direction where Firethorn Savage went. He and De Huang Dog didn't fly, they were only running on the ground. Flying would attract the natural yuan energy, and it would be easy for Firethorn Savage to notice them. Tens of miles away from Firethorn Savage's cave, there was a valley. There was a pond in the valley, and in the center of the pond there was a huge floating rock. The center of the rock was hollowed out, and right now Firethorn Savage was lying in the pond, placing its head in the center of the rock. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog saw that in the center of the rock, there was a crystal-clear spring water. The spring water was transparent and dazzling. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were familiar with this spring water. It was the rare energy spring water. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had found it in the water curtain cave, but they didn't expect that there would be an energy spring water here as well. Right at this moment, Firethorn Savage stretched out its red tongue and dipped it into the energy spring water. It could be seen that Firethorn Savage wasn't drinking the energy spring water. His tongue was still in the energy spring water and it didn't move at all. What is he doing? De Huang Dog asked curiously. He's releasing his own life essence. Firethorn Savage released his life essence into the energy spring water. Why is he doing this? Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. Firethorn Savage was releasing his life essence into the energy spring water with the help of the intense pure yang energy during noon. Such a method confused Jiang Qin. If Firethorn Savage was here to drink the energy spring water, it would be easy to explain. After all, the energy spring water was a rare treasure, and both humans and demon beasts had a great need for it. However, not only did Firethorn Savage not drink the energy spring water, he was releasing his life essence instead. This was not beneficial to him at all, and instead it would consume a lot of his life essence. Half an hour later, Firethorn Savage opened his mouth and swallowed the energy spring water that contained his life essence. After that, he leaped up into the sky and created a huge wave on the surface of the pond. After that, he flew up into the sky and flew back to where he came from. The thing that Firethorn Savage was talking about yesterday was this energy spring water. De Huang Dog said. Of course. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. Kaka, there's a lot of energy spring water here, why don't I take it all? De Huang Dog let out a loud laugh, his face was filled with excitement. No, if you take the energy spring water you will definitely alert the enemy. If I'm not mistaken, Firethorn Savage will come back tomorrow, and when he finds out that the energy spring water is gone, he will definitely be furious. Jiang Qin grabbed De Huang Dog tightly. The two of them went back the way they came. When they were halfway up the mountain, Firethorn Savage came out from the cave again. The energy spring water in his mouth had disappeared, but not a single bit of energy ripple could be sensed from his body. Instead, because of losing his life essence, Firethorn Savage felt a little tired, so he lay down on the ground and began to sleep again. For the next 2 days, Firethorn Savage would go to the pond at noon every day, bring the energy spring water back to the cave and then come out to sleep. Firethorn Savage didn't use the energy spring water himself. There must be something in the cave that he cares about. I'll enter the cave tomorrow at noon. Jiang Qin made up his mind. After 3 days he had finally figured out Firethorn Savage's pattern. He was sure that there must be something in the cave that he cared about, and whether he could defeat Firethorn Savage or not, the thing in the cave might be the key. At noon the next day, Firethorn Savage went to the pond just like before. After he left, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog jumped out from the pond and entered the cave at lightning speed. They knew that Firethorn Savage would be gone for half an hour, which was more than enough time. Firethorn Savage's cave was very big, but it was also very simple. In the center of the cave there was a small pond, and in the center of the pond, there was a golden egg the size of a human head. The surface of the golden egg was emitting layers of golden light, and there were also numerous golden symbols floating around it. A strong aura of life was leaking out from the egg. Underneath the golden egg was the energy spring water that contained Firethorn Savage's life essence. This is Firethorn Savage's golden egg. It's his cub. No wonder he wants to water it with his life essence. Chapter 178. Inside this golden egg is a baby Firethorn Savage. This Firethorn Savage is really willing to spend a lot of resources by using the energy spring water that contains its own essence to nourish the baby Firethorn Savage. If this continues, once the baby Firethorn Savage hatches, it will definitely become a monster. De Huang Dog said with mixed emotions. That's right, a baby Firethorn Savage that is nourished by the energy spring water will definitely become a monster that defies the natural order. The old Firethorn Savage is really considerate. Xianxia said. Buddy, this golden egg is a priceless treasure. It has absorbed so much energy spring water, and it also contains the Firethorn Savage's essence. Just this golden egg alone contains a huge amount of pure energy, and it also contains the innate yang energy. If you can absorb it, the benefits you'll get will be unimaginable. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. This golden egg was a rare treasure, and any warrior who could obtain it would receive great benefits. If Xianxia could absorb it, not only would his cultivation level improve greatly, he would also have the possibility of breaking through to the late heavenly core realm. He might even be able to obtain Firethorn Savage's innate abilities. It was like killing two birds with one stone, and it would make up for the loss of Firethorn Savage's demon soul. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Obviously this golden egg was a huge temptation to him. Just like what De Huang Dog said, if he could absorb this golden egg, the benefits he would get would be unimaginable. Of course, although it was a huge temptation, Xianxia didn't act rashly. De Huang Dog, you can't take this golden egg. Xianxia said. Why? If you don't take such a good thing, you will be punished by the heavens. De Huang Dog looked at Xianxia with a gloomy expression. It was not Xianxia's style to not take such a good thing. If we take the golden egg, Firethorn Savage will definitely go crazy. With his ability to sense the golden egg, he won't even have a place to run. Besides, our goal is to kill Firethorn Savage, so we can't take this golden egg for now. But we can make good use of it. This is our only chance. Xianxia revealed a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. De Huang Dog came to a sudden realization. His ears straightened up and his dog eyes shone brightly. What the fuck, young man, you sure are cunning. You are trying to use this golden egg to shift the blame to the Green Sanctuary sect. De Huang Dog jumped up in excitement. You are smart. Let's take the egg and apologize to the Green Sanctuary House's elder. Then we will give the egg as a gift. Xianxia said. The old man from the Green Sanctuary sect has never seen the golden egg before, so of course he wouldn't be able to tell that it's a baby of Firethorn Savage. He will definitely treat the golden egg as a precious treasure and bring it back to the Green Sanctuary sect. When Firethorn Savage comes back from the pool and finds out that the golden egg is gone, he will definitely be furious and attack the Green Sanctuary sect. At that point of time, both of us will be able to reap the benefits. Kaka, you're really too cunning. How could you come up with such an evil plan? I like it. De Huang Dog was overjoyed. This was definitely a brilliant plan. Hehe, the relationship between the Green Sanctuary sect and Firethorn Savage has always been tense. If the Green Sanctuary sect touches the most important thing of Firethorn Savage will definitely go crazy, and the Green Sanctuary sect will be like fire and water. At that point of time, we won't even have a chance to reconcile. At that point of time, the Green Sanctuary sect will definitely use all their power to fight against Firethorn Savage, and we can use the Green Sanctuary sect's power to deal with Firethorn Savage. When Firethorn Savage is severely injured, we can take the opportunity to kill him and obtain his demon soul. If we're lucky, we might even be able to get the golden egg. Xianxia said with a smirk. The man and the dog looked at each other. One was laughing so hard that he was shrugging his shoulders, while the other was grinning from ear to ear. Ruthless, so ruthless. The Green Sanctuary sect has offended you, they really deserve it. The Huang dog couldn't help but click his tongue. He looked at Jiang Qin with a pair of eyes filled with admiration and worship. Don't waste any more time, Firethorn Savage will be back in half an hour, we don't have much time left. After saying that, Jiang Qin waved his hand and put away the golden egg. After that, the man and the dog left the cave and flew towards the outside of Misty Mountain at top speed. Right at this moment, at the border between Sector 3 and Sector 2, the 3 sect elders from the Green Sanctuary sect were still waiting. All 3 of them had ugly expressions on their faces, especially the mid-divine core Lu Hong. Sect Elder Lu, it's been 4 days, I'm afraid that guy has become Firethorn Savage's poop by now. There's no point in us waiting any longer. An early divine core sect elder asked. That's right, they dared to enter Sector 3. With their abilities they are no match for Firethorn Savage, they will die for sure. Another sect elder said. Let's wait a little longer, if that guy still doesn't come out after the training is over, we don't have to wait any longer. Lu Hong had an evil expression on his face. Right after his words left his mouth, he saw 2 figures running towards them from Sector 3. They moved as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived not far away from the 3 sect elders. Lu Hong and the other 2 sect elders' eyes lit up. These 2 figures, a man and a dog, were the targets they had been chasing. Bang! Right when they saw Jiang Qin and a Huang dog, Lu Hong and the other 2 sect elders unleashed their powerful energy and killing intent. These 2 bastards in front of them had made them wait for 4 days, and they had even killed so many men from the Green Sanctuary sect. They deserved to die. I didn't expect Firethorn Savage to still be alive, you're pretty lucky. But since Firethorn Savage didn't kill you, I'm going to take your lives. I'll let you know that when you offend the Green Sanctuary sect, you'll have to pay with your lives. Lu Hong's killing intent soared into the sky. The 3 divine core warriors surrounded Jiang Qin and the Huang dog, not giving them any chance to escape. Don't attack, Jiang Qin quickly said. Why? Are you scared? Lu Hong had a sneer on his face. Sect elders, there is no enmity between me and the Green Sanctuary sect. I was reckless when I killed your disciples and sect elders a few days ago. I apologize for that. Jiang Qin cupped his fist. The Huang dog looked at the sincere expression on Jiang Qin's face, and he almost threw up a mouthful of blood. This young man was really an insidious man. Not only was he an insidious man, he was also good at acting. Haha, apologize. Are you out of your mind? Now you're scared and apologizing? If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have killed so many men from the Green Sanctuary sect. This debt will be repaid with your lives. I'll use your blood to defend the Green Sanctuary sect's dignity. Lu Hong burst into laughter. The other 2 old men were sneering as well. In their minds, this young man in front of them was scared. Perhaps he had been living in fear in Sector 3 for the past 4 days. And when he wanted to escape, he found out that all the exits had been sealed. He knew he couldn't escape, so he stood out and apologized. Sect Elder Lu, don't waste your breath with this young man, just kill them. The other old man had a 5-foot-long longsword in his hand. He was emanating killing intent, and he had locked onto Jiang Qin and the Huang dog's aura. If they dared move, he would attack without hesitation. Young man, face your death. Lu Hong let out a loud shout. The golden yuan energy in his body kept rolling like an ocean, and he completely unleashed his mid-divine core energy. He was getting ready to kill Jiang Qin and a Huang dog right away. Sect Elder, please spare my life. Jiang Qin pretended to have a changed expression as he begged for mercy. Haha, now you know how to beg for mercy. It's too late, I'll let you witness the abilities of a mid-divine core warrior. Remember, my name is Lu Hong. In your next life, you better open your eyes before offending someone. Lu Hong let out a hearty laugh. Jiang Qin's fear and begging for mercy made him feel extremely satisfied. The feeling of having his enemy tremble in front of him was a wonderful feeling for anyone. Sect Elder Lu Hong, please don't attack. I have a rare treasure here, and in order to save my life, I have no choice but to give it to you. I just hope Sect Elder can spare my life and let us leave Misty Mountain. From now on, the Green Sanctuary sect and I will mind our own business. Jiang Qin quickly said. His face was filled with nervousness, as if he was afraid that Lu Hong would kill him. At the same time, his expression showed that he had made a firm decision, which made people feel that the rare treasure he mentioned was really the rarest thing in the world. Jiang Qin hurriedly said. Oh, you have a treasure? Lu Hong was surprised. He stopped what he was doing. In his eyes, this young man in front of him was like a turtle in a jar. There was no way he could escape from his palm. He just wanted to see what kind of treasure this young man could take out, and if he couldn't, he would just kill him. That's right, sect elder, please have a look. Zhou Xian flipped his palm and retrieved the golden egg from the cosmos world. The golden egg was the size of a human head, and it was emitting layers of golden light. Right when the golden egg appeared, a pure and vigorous energy immediately burst out from it. A powerful life force and energy ripples spread out from the golden egg, immediately attracting Lu Hong and the other two's attention. What treasure is this? I've never seen it before. What a powerful energy. There are some mystical symbols on it. It looks really mystical. Lu Hong was shocked. What exactly was this golden egg? Even he had never seen it before. However, as a divine core warrior, he was no fool, and his eyes were better than those of ordinary men. With just a single glance, he could tell how extraordinary and precious this golden egg was. Buddy, what is this treasure? Lu Hong asked. I don't have good eyesight, so I can't tell what this treasure is. But I've had this treasure for quite some time. When I absorbed a tiny bit of energy from this treasure, I broke through from the peak of the mortal core realm to the heavenly core realm. After that, with the help of this golden egg, in just 10 days I broke through from the early heavenly core realm to the mid-heavenly core realm. My combat strength has increased by a few hundred times, and I can even fight an early divine core warrior now. Jiang Chen boasted shamelessly. When De Huang Dog heard this, he immediately started coughing and rubbed his head on the ground. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. Damn it! Chapter 179. Remarks on shelving. Being on the shelves was like being on your period. What was meant to come couldn't be stopped. Being on the shelves was also an affirmation of a book. Dragon Mark was going to be on the shelves. Dragon Mark will officially be on the shelves on the 1st of March. Tonight at midnight I will release 8 chapters in a row. Dragon Mark was Old Su's 4th book, and it was also the book that Old Su had spent the most effort on. It could be said that it was his first time here, and he had to rely on the support of his brothers to allow Dragon Mark to achieve decent results. However, whether it was a good book or not could only be seen after it was published. How apprehensive. Logically speaking, this was the 4th time a book had been published, and it wasn't the first time a young lady was getting married, so she shouldn't be nervous. However, this was Old Su's most nervous time. The brothers who were familiar with Old Su all knew that Old Su didn't have a job, and he relied on writing novels to support his family. Therefore, writing novels was his job. 3 books, 8 million words. My luck is still pretty good. I don't want to talk too much. I have already written my acceptance speech on the shelves several times. This time there are many things I want to say, but I don't know what to say, so I might as well not say it. Once it was published, it meant that there would be a fee. 3 cents per 1,000 words. That's only a few dollars a month. To you guys, it might only be a few dollars, but to Dragon Mark, it's the greatest support. To Old Su, it's the greatest gratification. I hope that everyone will support me and our little Chinzi. Dragon Mark is an extremely refreshing piece of writing. From the beginning to the end, there won't be a break in passion. This is Old Su's usual style of writing. After it's published, it will be updated with great vigor. I believe that everyone will truly enjoy reading it. Tonight at midnight I will release 8 chapters consecutively. Chapter 180. Indeed, after listening to Jiang Chen's words, Lu Hong and the other 2 old men's expressions changed dramatically. The way they looked at the golden egg had become extremely passionate, and they couldn't move their eyes away from it. This guy does have the ability to fight an early divine core warrior, and an early divine core sect elder was killed by him just now. How can a young man be so monstrous? Looks like it's all thanks to this treasure. Lu Hong was really excited. 4 days ago he had witnessed Jiang Chen killing an early divine core warrior with his own eyes. That's why Jiang Chen was so young. He looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old. If he didn't have some extraordinary encounters, there was no way he would be able to reach his current level. Therefore, the 3 old men believed Jiang Chen's words without any doubt. This treasure must have been born from the heavens and earth, and it might be a rare treasure left behind from the ancient era. The energy contained in it is massive, and this guy is really lucky. He only absorbed a tiny bit of energy from it, and he broke through to the heavenly core realm, and in just 10 days he broke through to the mid-heavenly core realm. This is really rare and it's all thanks to this treasure. One of the sect elders thought to himself. It's such a waste for this rare treasure to fall into this guy's hands. If I can absorb the energy within it, I'll definitely be able to break through my bottleneck and break through to the mid-divine core realm. Another old man couldn't move his passionate gaze away from the golden egg. It really is a rare treasure. With this treasure, the overall strength of the Green Sanctuary sect will be greatly improved. At that point of time we will be able to rule the entire Qian province. Lu Hong had a surprised expression on his face. The three old men were deeply attracted by the golden egg. Or it could be said that they were tempted by Jiang Chen's words. In fact, Firethorn Savage's golden egg didn't have such a great effect. At most, it was just a powerful body of energy. But after hearing what Jiang Chen said, the golden egg immediately became different. There weren't many treasures that could help a man break through from the early heavenly core realm to the mid-heavenly core realm in just 10 days. Also, the three of them didn't know anything about Firethorn Savage's golden egg, so naturally they believed what Jiang Chen said. None of them would have thought that this was Firethorn Savage's treasure. In their minds, no one would dare to take Firethorn Savage's treasure. If this man and dog had really bumped into Firethorn Savage, they wouldn't have been able to stand here, they would have been killed in Misty Mountain. This treasure is my life. But no matter how good the treasure is, it is not as important as my life. I am now using this treasure to apologize to your sect. I hope you can spare my life. As for the dead Qingming sect disciples and elders, I can only say that it is a pity. But the dead cannot be revived. It is all my fault for being too reckless. Jiang Chen was dejected and had a bitter look on his face. His expression of apology was too sincere. Humph. Leave the treasures, but you have to kill him. One of the old men let out a cold snort and threatened Jiang Chen. I'm sincerely apologizing for the sake of preserving my life. If the three elders feel that I'm not sincere enough, then forget it. I'll destroy this treasure in front of the three of you. Since I'm going to die anyway, I won't give you the treasure. A crazed expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face. It was the kind of expression that a cornered dog would do anything to break the net. Don't. As expected, when Lu Hong heard that Jiang Chen was going to destroy the golden egg, he immediately shouted out to stop him. If such a rare treasure was destroyed, then wouldn't it be like a cooked duck flying away? It would be worse than killing them. Little brother, what's your name? Lu Hong's tone became gentler and he retracted the energy and killing intent from his body. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen cupped his fist. Just like you said, the dead cannot come back to life. Even if I kill you, they won't be able to come back to life. I can see that you are sincere in your apology. As long as you give me the treasure, I will let you live. Lu Hong spoke. Although he looked kind, he was sneering inside. As long as he got the treasure, he would immediately kill this man and dog. How could Lu Hong's thoughts be hidden from Jiang Chen? But Jiang Chen didn't care. What he needed to do now was to make Lu Hong believe that the golden egg was a rare treasure and that he wanted it with all his heart. How can I trust you? Jiang Chen purposely asked. He had to show his desire to live so that Lu Hong wouldn't be suspicious of the golden egg. I am a highly respected sect elder of the Green Sanctuary sect. I guarantee your safety with my own name. Lu Hong patted his chest and promised. All right, I will trust you. After saying that, Jiang Chen casually tossed the golden egg into the air. It turned into a golden arc and flew towards Lu Hong. Lu Hong rolled up the golden egg and held it in his hand. When he sensed the vigorous energy coming from the golden egg, an excited expression immediately emerged on his face. He no longer doubted Jiang Chen's description of this treasure. Jiang Chen, thank you for giving the Green Sanctuary sect such a valuable gift. However, I cannot let you go. Lu Hong laughed out loud and put the golden egg into his Qian ring. Old dog, you are going back on your words. Jiang Chen pretended to be angry. I did say I won't kill you, but I never said I won't cripple you. Offending the Green Sanctuary sect will not end well. Today I will cripple you myself. I will spare your life. Consider that I am being merciful to you. Lu Hong was merciless. Waves of qi shot up into the sky and he dashed toward Jiang Chen again. You old bastard, you want to kill me? No way. Jiang Chen cursed. He and a Huang dog turned around and ran back into the third sector, disappearing in a blink of an eye. He escaped again. A sect elder was extremely angry. No need to chase after him, just let that guy die on his own. If they run into Firethorn Savage, they will die for sure. Even if they manage to survive, they won't dare to fight the Green Sanctuary sect again. Lu Hong said with a proud face. Sect Elder Lu, what is that treasure? Do you know what it is? A sect elder asked. That treasure is very rare, I have never seen it before. But I am sure it is a rare treasure. We can't keep it to ourselves. Let's bring it back to the sect leader, maybe he can recognize it. The three of us have contributed a lot in getting this treasure, so the sect leader will definitely reward us. We can also get some benefits from this treasure, and it is not impossible for us to level up with it. Lu Hong said with a smile. He was so happy to get such a valuable treasure. The gloomy mood he had been feeling for the past few days was gone. All right, we will follow Sect Elder Lu's arrangement. The other two sect elders were filled with excitement as well. When they thought about how happy their sect leader would be when he saw the treasure, they were extremely excited as well. Send out the signal immediately, gather all the inner circle and outer circle disciples. The training time has ended early, everyone needs to return to the sect immediately. Lu Hong said. All right. The two sect elders cupped their fists at Lu Hong. They didn't dare to neglect Lu Hong's words. At the same time, in the third sector of Misty Mountain, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were laughing their heads off. De Huang Dog was crawling and rolling on the ground in excitement. His hard dog head slammed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Scammer, this is too much of a scammer. Kid, you're the most cunning person under the heavens, you're too cunning. Those three old men are still excited after being tricked by you. It won't take long for the Green Sanctuary sect to cry. De Huang Dog was completely impressed by Jiang Qin. He had always thought he was cunning enough, but he never expected Jiang Qin to be even more cunning than him. Jiang Qin's plan was to use someone else to do his dirty work, and then reap the benefits of the third party. It was truly a brilliant plan. Only by doing this will we have a chance to deal with Firethorn Savage. Otherwise, I don't know how long we'll have to wait before we can obtain its demon soul. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. He didn't feel the slightest bit guilty for tricking the Green Sanctuary sect. Since the Green Sanctuary sect was determined to kill him, there was no need for him to be polite. Let's hide for now and wait for Firethorn Savage to go berserk. After that, we'll follow and watch the show together. The smile on De Huang Dog's face almost reached his ears. Jiang Qin had used the golden egg to trick a big sect. Just thinking about it was really exciting. After receiving the order from the sect elder, all the outer circle and inner circle disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect left Misty Mountain and returned to the Green Sanctuary sect in the shortest amount of time possible. Deep within the Green Sanctuary sect, within a magnificent palace, 4 old men were gathered in the main hall. 3 of them were Lu Hong and the other 2 early Divine Core sect elders. The last old man looked to be in his 50s, he had no beard on his face and his face was covered in grease. He wore a green robe and he was emitting a threatening aura. His cultivation level was much higher than Lu Hong's, he was a late Divine Core warrior, and he was no weaker than Taoist Black. This man was the sect chief of the Green Sanctuary sect, and his name was Qing Sticks. Right at this moment, a golden egg was floating in the middle of the 4 old men. Sect chief, do you know what this treasure is? Lu Hong asked. At the same time, he repeated Jiang Qin's words to Qing Sticks without missing a single word. I can't tell what it is either. I can sense a powerful life force within it and it looks like a demon egg. But how could it have such a powerful energy? Qing Sticks furrowed his brows. He was puzzled as well. No matter what it is, this is a rare treasure. Lu Hong said. It is indeed a treasure, but I can sense a familiar aura from this egg. Qing Sticks furrowed his brows even deeper. He had never seen this golden egg before, but he could sense a familiar aura from it. This was a ridiculous feeling. Besides, no doubt this was a rare treasure. But Qing Sticks had a bad feeling about it. But he had no idea what was wrong with it. Misty Mountain, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were hiding in a quiet place, counting the time. Half an hour is up. De Huang Dog's ears stood up. Firethorn Savage should be back from the pool. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. Roar. Right after their words left their mouths, a furious roar sounded out from the depths of Misty Mountain. The roar carried a tearing emotion and it was filled with extreme anger. It immediately alerted half of Misty Mountain. Roar. After that, the roar continued, and each roar was more violent than the previous one. It caused huge waves in the depths of Misty Mountain. Chapter 181. Boom, boom, boom. Following the continuous furious roars, the entire Misty Mountain was boiling. Even though they were quite far away, Xianxia and Big Yellow could still see the exploding golden energy waves coming from the center of the Misty Mountain. The continuous explosions sounded like the wrath of thunder, and it came from the Firethorn Savage, who was in a violent state. The Firethorn Savage is furious. The Huang Dog jumped up again. Every dragon has a reverse scale. Those who touch it will die. The golden egg is the Firethorn Savage's reverse scale. Whoever touches the golden egg will be dead meat. The Green Sanctuary sect is going to be in an uproar soon. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a sneer. Boom. Thunderous roars could be heard continuously. The furious Firethorn Savage dragged its hill-like body and rampaged through the entire Misty Mountain. Countless flowers and trees were destroyed, and countless demon beasts fled in all directions. Some of them crawled on the ground, trembling in fear. The Firethorn Savage was the true king of all beasts in Misty Mountain. Once a king of beasts was enraged, all living beings would be terrified. The Firethorn Savage was furious. Although it had a huge body, it was not slow at all. In just a blink of an eye, it had already left the third sector and was flying towards the outside of Misty Mountain. The direction he was flying towards was the Green Sanctuary sect. The Firethorn Savage sensed the aura of the golden egg. It's heading towards the Green Sanctuary sect. Let's follow it and watch the show. Jiangchen grinned. He and a Huang Dog flew up into the sky and followed behind the Firethorn Savage. About 100 miles away from Misty Mountain, there was a beautiful mountain range. On top of the mountain there were jade pavilions, and mist lingered in the air. This was the territory of the Green Sanctuary sect. The sun was shining brightly and the sky was clear. The peaceful Green Sanctuary sect was suddenly swept up by a strong gust of wind, as if the sky was going to change. A monstrous demonic energy was approaching from afar. Not long after that, a majestic demon beast appeared in the sky above the Green Sanctuary sect. The demon beast's body was covered with golden scales, and it was shining brightly under the sunlight. Ah, it's the Firethorn Savage. He's here to attack. Heavens, it's really the Firethorn Savage. Quick, inform the sect chief. The Firethorn Savage has appeared. Only the sect chief can stop it. All the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect immediately fell into a state of chaos. Those disciples who had just returned from the Misty Mountain didn't even have the time to count their gains when they saw Firethorn Savage. All of them were terrified and didn't know what to do. Ever since the Green Sanctuary sect and Firethorn Savage came to an agreement 3 years ago, there hadn't been any conflict between the two sections. Even when there were constant conflicts in the past, Firethorn Savage had never attacked the Green Sanctuary sect. Furthermore, judging from Firethorn Savage's current state, it was extremely brutal. Obviously, Firethorn Savage wasn't here to chat. You despicable humans, you deserve to die, deserve to die. Firethorn Savage spoke in the human language. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that echoed in the sky above the Green Sanctuary sect. After that, Firethorn Savage opened his mouth and spat out a golden fireball. The fireball smashed downwards and landed in front of the Green Sanctuary sect's gate. The gigantic gate was blasted into smithereens and the fire spread everywhere. Some of the people who were hit by the fireball screamed and died on the spot. Zhoosh. Right at this moment, a late Heavenly Core sect elder flew up into the sky and arrived not far away from Firethorn Savage while trembling with fear. With a loud voice he said, "Firethorn Savage, the Green Sanctuary sect has come to an agreement with you. We won't interfere with each other's business. Although we came to the Green Sanctuary sect to train, we've never stepped into the first layer. So why did you come here and attack us? Die." Firethorn Savage was furious. His killing intent soared into the sky. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden beam. The beam was like an indestructible sharp sword, and it pierced through the sect elder's body. Under the attack of Firethorn Savage, no late Heavenly Core warrior could withstand even a single attack from him. He would definitely die. Right at this moment, the commotion caused by Firethorn Savage had already reached Qing Styx, Lu Hong and the others. What? Firethorn Savage, we didn't offend him. Why did he suddenly attack us? Lu Hong was surprised. Let's go out and have a look. Qing Stix's expression turned cold and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Many strong men dashed out from different places in the Green Sanctuary sect. At this moment, more than a dozen Divine Core warriors appeared and blocked in front of Firethorn Savage. These Divine Core sect elders were all mighty existences in the Green Sanctuary sect, and it was extremely difficult to even meet them. Because of Firethorn Savage's arrival, all of these sect elders had appeared. This showed how much importance the Green Sanctuary sect placed on Firethorn Savage. Firethorn Savage, why did you suddenly attack the Green Sanctuary sect? Qing Stix shouted out loudly. Give me back my son. Firethorn Savage's eyes had turned red, and his voice sounded like a loud bell. What? Why is your son in the Green Sanctuary sect? Besides, I've never heard that you have a son, you're just being unreasonable. Lu Hong shouted out loudly. The Green Sanctuary sect had had many conflicts with Firethorn Savage, but they had never heard of him having a son, and they had never heard of another Firethorn Savage in Misty Mountain. What they didn't know was that this golden egg was bred by Firethorn Savage after absorbing the natural energies. The golden egg contained Firethorn Savage's complete bloodline and life essence, and that meant it was his son. Firethorn Savage was a rare beast in the world and it was extremely rare. If an adult Firethorn Savage wanted to pass down his bloodline, this was the only way and the success rate was extremely low. Firethorn Savage had worked hard for many years, and he had only succeeded in having one. But now it had been taken away by the Green Sanctuary sect, and it was taken away when he wasn't around. This was really despicable. Or, despicable humans go to hell. Firethorn Savage kept roaring out furiously. He was really furious. He could clearly sense that the golden egg was in the Green Sanctuary sect, and these sanctimonious humans had just taken away his golden egg, but now they were telling him that they didn't. This was really despicable. Fireball Savage opened his mouth and spat out one fireball after another towards different areas of the Green Sanctuary sect. Judging from his behavior, it seemed like he was determined to destroy this entire sect today. Rumble. At this moment, sounds of explosions could be heard everywhere in the Green Sanctuary sect. Flames shot up into the sky and many disciples were caught in the sea of flames, dying on the spot. What a bastard, how dare you cause trouble in the Green Sanctuary sect? Qing Stix was furious. With a sway of his body, he arrived not far away from Firethorn Savage. He waved his hand in the air, unleashing a huge barrier that pressed down towards Firethorn Savage. Roar! Firethorn Savage kept roaring out furiously. His body was invulnerable and his body was extremely tough. A golden barrier appeared around his body and he rammed towards Qing Stix. Rumble. The air was almost destroyed by the impact. This was a fight between two peak Divine Core warriors, it was no joke. The powerful shockwaves from the fight shocked everyone, and no one could imagine a fight like this. Tap tap tap. Qing Stix was forced back 3 steps before he could stabilize his body. A frightened expression emerged on his face. This bastard is much stronger than he was 3 years ago, even I can't suppress him. Qing Stix's expression changed and he was shocked. Firethorn Savage was a rare demon beast in this world and he was extremely strong. Although he was only a peak mid-Divine Core warrior, only a combat soul warrior could kill him. Even ordinary late Divine Core warriors would have a hard time dealing with him. Far away in the sky, Zhou Xian and Big Yellow were leisurely sitting on top of a cloud. They were watching the battle between the Green Sanctuary sect from afar, and they could see everything that was happening between Firethorn Savage and Qing Stix. Firethorn Savage is really strong. Buddy, luckily you're smart enough to use the golden egg to frame the Green Sanctuary sect. If not, if we were to fight him face to face, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be enough to fill the gap between his teeth. De Huang Dog had an excited expression on his face. This is the effect I want. Firethorn Savage has become furious, and I don't think those men from the Green Sanctuary sect have any idea what is going on, Kaka. Zhangchen was laughing out loudly as well. Hee, I think that old man still thinks the golden egg is your treasure and he will never think that it's with Firethorn Savage. As long as they don't hand over the golden egg, Firethorn Savage won't let them go. Let's fight, the harder the better. It'll be best if both sides are badly injured, then we'll have a chance to reap the benefits. De Huang Dog was laughing evilly. Jiang Chen's tactic was brilliant, and at the same time, This was their only chance to obtain Firethorn Savage's demon soul. Firethorn Savage's anger was getting stronger and stronger. He hated these humans to the core, and in his eyes all of them had to die. Since they still didn't hand over the golden egg, there was nothing else he could say. As Firethorn Savage's body swayed, numerous golden beams shot out from his body. Each of the golden beams looked like an invincible sharp sword. At this moment the entire Green Sanctuary sect was covered in a rain of swords. This was the Firethorn Savage's furious attack, and it didn't discriminate between any of the divine core warriors in front of him. Everyone be careful. This beast is furious. Qing Ming shouted. He didn't dare to be negligent. He raised his aura to the peak. His whole body was covered with dazzling yuan power. His hand flickered with a bright light. A silver spear that was 3 meters long appeared in his hand. This was a high-ranked combat weapon, and its quality was even higher than Jiang Chen's Axe of Thunder. Qing Stix was holding it in his hand and it was glowing brightly. "Break for me!" Qing Stix shouted out loudly, then he swept the spear in his hand horizontally. At this moment, countless afterimages of spears appeared in the sky above the Green Sanctuary sect. These afterimages interweaved into a huge net and collided with the golden beams unleashed by Firethorn Savage. Rumble. Like the rumbling of thunder, a rainbow-colored gigantic wave filled the entire sky above the Green Sanctuary sect. These were the destructive energy ripples. The furious Firethorn Savage was too powerful. Even with his high-ranked combat weapon, Qing Stix couldn't completely block all the attacks. Many of the bright beams shot towards the other divine core sect elders. The expressions of those sect elders changed dramatically. Without any hesitation they immediately took out their combat weapons, and with their combined strength, they were finally able to block all the attacks. Some of the weaker sect elders could only feel their qi and blood boiling, and they couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Damn it, this beast is much stronger than 3 years ago, and it's now in a frenzied state. It's not easy to deal with. Chapter 182. Rumble. Shockwaves swept across the sky, and the aftermath of the battle could be felt everywhere. Rainbow-colored energies covered the sky, and there were even black airflows drifting in the air, causing the entire Green Sanctuary sect to be shrouded in darkness. Everyone felt a heavy pressure in their hearts, and they couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. The entire Green Sanctuary sect was shaking. All the divine core warriors had moved out with combat weapons in their hands, and they were fighting the furious Firethorn Savage. The battle was so intense that it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. However, everyone in the Green Sanctuary sect felt depressed, including the sect chief Qing Stix. No one knew why Firethorn Savage would go crazy like this. The Green Sanctuary sect and Firethorn Savage had been living in peace for 3 years, and nothing like this had ever happened before. Besides, even during the 3 years when there were constant conflicts between the Green Sanctuary sect and Firethorn Savage had never been so angry before. What made everyone feel even more depressed was that Firethorn Savage had come looking for his son. Wasn't this just bullying? How could the Green Sanctuary sect have Firethorn Savage's son? Just as the Green Sanctuary sect was suffering, above the clouds in the sky, a man and a dog were jumping up and down excitedly. Their faces were filled with joy. This man and dog were none other than the culprits of this incident. Jiang Chen had used a golden egg to completely destroy the Green Sanctuary sect. Awesome, this is really awesome. Buddy, you're really evil. The Green Sanctuary sect has been ruined by you this time, but they deserve it. It's their fault for offending us. De Huang Dog's eyes were rolling around, and he was laughing so hard that his mouth was covered with saliva. Firethorn Savage and the Green Sanctuary sect were having such an enjoyable fight, and as the culprit he was really excited. Let's fight as hard as we can. It's best if both sides are badly injured. If we don't fight, how are we going to reap the benefits? Jiang Chen said with a sneer on his face. But this Firethorn Savage is really powerful. He was able to suppress the entire sect by himself. The power of Firethorn Savage's bloodline is too strong, but of course, it still can't be compared with my divine beast bloodline. De Huang Dog said. He wasn't boasting. Firethorn Savage was a rare mutated beast, and its bloodline was extremely powerful. If not, it wouldn't possess such a powerful combat strength. Of course, no matter how powerful a mutated beast was, It couldn't be compared to a divine beast. The difference between a firethorn savage and a dragon horse was not small. If the Huang Dog was a peak mid-divine core warrior, then Qing Sticks and Taoist Black would be no match for the Huang Dog. They might even be able to kill him instantly. Therefore, we need to borrow the power of the Green Sanctuary sect to deal with Firethorn Savage. With our current strength, killing Firethorn Savage and obtaining its demon soul is just a fantasy. Jiang Chen sat down on the cloud and said casually. A man and a dog were in a good mood. They chatted while watching the drama that was happening in the Qingming house. Buzz. In the sky above the Green Sanctuary sect, Qing Stix's green robe was fluttering in the wind. The spear in his hand was unleashing countless spear shadows, causing the air to tremble. He held the spear with one hand and ferociously attacked Firethorn Savage. At the same time, all the other Divine Core Sect elders joined forces and attacked Firethorn Savage from another direction. Roar! Firethorn Savage was getting angrier and angrier. His gigantic body was shaking violently, and sounds of metal plates cracking could be heard coming out from his body. Firethorn Savage had unleashed his innate ability, causing golden spikes to appear all over his body. Each spike was as thick as a water bucket and they were extremely sharp. It looked like they were indestructible. Under the sunlight, the spikes on Firethorn Savage's body were glowing brightly. Firethorn Savage's gigantic body was like a small hill, and he was crazily shaking in the sky. Like an ancient beast, he dashed towards Qing Stix's spear. Clang! Qing Stix's spear stabbed into Firethorn Savage's body, creating a huge amount of sparks. The powerful high-ranked combat weapon could only leave a white mark on Firethorn Savage's body. It couldn't break his body at all. What? Qing Stix cried out in shock. He never thought that Firethorn Savage's innate ability would be so powerful. Not only did those spikes possess offensive power, they also possessed a very strong defensive ability. They were like a sturdy armor, preventing his enemies from breaking his defense. What a powerful innate ability. Jiang Chen, who was far in the sky, suddenly widened his eyes. Firethorn Savage's innate ability was really frightening. It was able to attack and defend at the same time. Buddy, are you tempted? I know you're cultivating a mysterious and powerful skill that allows you to absorb the innate ability of Demon Beast. Don't even think about the Demon Soul, but if you can get that golden egg, you might be able to learn Firethorn Savage's innate ability from it. The Huang Dog understood what Jiang Chen was thinking. Just by looking at Jiang Chen's expression, he knew what Jiang Chen was thinking. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He couldn't deny the Huang Dog's words. This powerful innate ability was really attractive. If he didn't cultivate the dragon transformation skill, he wouldn't have the desire to possess this innate ability. But now that he had such an ability, this innate ability had become a deadly temptation to him. All the skills Jiang Chen had right now were offensive skills, and he also had the dimensional shift skill. The only thing he lacked was defensive skills. Although he had cultivated some defensive skills in his past life, they were still weaker than his body after he cultivated the dragon transformation skill, and they were far weaker than Firethorn Savage's defensive ability. Therefore, how could Jiang Chen not be tempted by this? Bang! The Firethorn Savage unleashed his full strength. Countless gigantic golden waves shot out from his body and swept in all directions. Those Divine Core Sect elders who were charging towards the Firethorn Savage were like tiny boats in the middle of the ocean, and they were all knocked away by the gigantic golden waves. Roar! Firethorn Savage was extremely brutal. He could sense the aura of the golden egg. It was in the Green Sanctuary sect, and it was in Qing Stix's body right now. Bang! Countless gigantic golden waves shot out from Firethorn Savage's body once again. They turned into beams of energy and shot towards the Green Sanctuary sect. Firethorn Savage was like a source of energy. He had an endless amount of energy in his body that could never be released. Bang bang! Ah! Firethorn Savage's attacks landed within the Green Sanctuary sect. A few mountains were destroyed and many buildings were destroyed. Some unfortunate disciples didn't manage to dodge in time, and they were instantly smashed into pieces. They died a miserable death. Bang! Firethorn Savage had gone mad. The only thought in his mind was to kill every single man from the Green Sanctuary sect. Attacks kept raining down from the sky. Golden energy beams and gigantic fireballs, they brought disaster to the Green Sanctuary sect. Sect Chief, this beast is terrifying, we can't deal with it even if we work together. If this continues, the Green Sanctuary sect will suffer a great loss. A sect elder shouted at Qing Sticks with a pale face. Firethorn Savage, stop. Qing Sticks shouted out loudly, Firethorn Savage, the Green Sanctuary sect has never offended you, we've been living in peace for the past 3 years, why did you suddenly attack us today? Give me back my son. Firethorn Savage's voice was as loud as thunder, and he stared at Qing Sticks in anger. Damn it, why do you want a son? We don't have any little Firethorn Savage in the Green Sanctuary sect, but we do have a few bears. Is your son a bear? Lu Hong was so angry that he almost threw up blood. Firethorn Savage, don't be unreasonable, since when did you have a son? Qing Sticks felt really depressed. Damn humans, you stole my things and now you're twisting words and forcing logic. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Today I'm going to raze this place to the ground. Firethorn Savage's anger kept increasing. In his mind, this sect chief in front of him had stolen his son, but he was still putting on an act here. He was just courting death. Roar! Firethorn Savage roared out once again. He spat out a fireball from his mouth and numerous golden energy beams shot out from his sturdy armor. Once again, the golden energy beams shot towards the entire Green Sanctuary sect. The battle was getting more and more intense, and the real culprit was leisurely watching from above the clouds. If Lu Hong found out that he had been tricked, he would probably throw up blood. Set up the Gargantuan formation. Qing Sticks was really angry now. If this situation continued, the Green Sanctuary sect would suffer an unimaginable loss. Looking at Firethorn Savage's expression, he wouldn't let this matter go easily. Alright, quickly activate the formation. A few sect elders were shocked at the same time. After that, all the Divine Core sect elders flew in different directions. Buzz. Buzzing sounds could be heard continuously. In the sky above the Green Sanctuary sect, a huge blue screen appeared. The light barrier was filled with mystical symbols, and it looked extremely complicated. The light barrier covered all the disciples, and dozens of Divine Core sect elders were standing in different directions. Qing Sticks was standing right in the center of the light barrier with a spear in his hand. This is the Green Sanctuary sect's defensive formation, it's really powerful. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. The Gargantuan formation is just an ordinary formation, but it doesn't have many weaknesses. When dozens of Divine Core warriors use it at the same time, it will be perfect. De Huang, look, this Gargantuan formation has a total of 15 formation cores, and each of them is occupied by 15 Divine Core sect elders, while Qing Sticks is in the middle of the formation. With this, the defensive strength of the formation is extremely strong, and it's almost invulnerable. Most importantly, all the combat strength of those 15 Divine Core sect elders will be transferred to Qing Sticks, causing his combat strength to increase dramatically. It'll be extremely difficult for Firethorn Savage to deal with him. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. As the once greatest saint in the world, any formation was transparent in his eyes. Of course, he could see through this Gargantuan formation with just a single glance. Buddy, are you even human? Why do I feel like you're an old fox who has lived for more than 1,000 years? You seem to know everything. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes at Jiang Chen. He felt really gloomy. With a faint smile on his face, Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He just stared at the Green Sanctuary sect without blinking his eyes. Do you think Firethorn Savage will be able to break this formation? De Huang Dog asked. If Qing Sticks gathers all the Divine Core sect elders, of course Firethorn Savage won't be his match. But for the sake of the golden egg, I'm sure Firethorn Savage won't give up. He will be extremely furious and his attacks will be even crazier and more brutal. He might even resort to some extreme methods and a lose-lose situation will soon arrive, haha. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. So cunning, so cruel, so cunning, I like it. Chapter 183. Under the Gargantuan formation, all the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect had pale faces. They stared at the doomsday-like scene in the sky with fear, and their souls were trembling. This was too frightening. They were usually arrogant, and they were proud of being disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect. But when facing a powerful existence like Firethorn Savage, they didn't even have the chance to attack. In front of this mighty Firethorn savage they were just too weak, pitifully weak like ants. They could only hide under the gargantuan formation, or else any energy wave unleashed by Firethorn savage would be enough to kill them. Firethorn savage is really frightening. He is much stronger than he was 3 years ago. Even the sect chief is no match for him. Firethorn savage has never been so angry before, and today he came to the Green Sanctuary sect to ask for his son. This is ridiculous. Since when did Firethorn savage have a son? Besides, why does our Green Sanctuary sect have a little Firethorn savage? Isn't this just unreasonable? But I don't think Firethorn savage's anger is fake. If there is no special reason, why would he come here in such a furious manner? I really don't understand. Look, the sect chief is even using the gargantuan formation. I heard that this gargantuan formation is our sect's defensive formation, and it is controlled by dozens of divine core warriors. It can transfer all the energy of the divine core warriors into the sect chief's body, and with this, I'm sure Firethorn savage is no match for him. That's right, I also heard that if the gargantuan formation is fully activated, it can merge the energy of all the disciples in the sect, making it even more frightening. The activation of the gargantuan formation had calmed down the panicking disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect. As disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect, they had some understanding about the gargantuan formation. The reason why it was called the sect's defensive formation was because it was extraordinary and powerful. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem for them to deal with Firethorn savage. Firethorn savage, why don't you back off? If you continue to cause trouble, I won't show any mercy. Xianxia shouted at Firethorn savage. Although they had activated the gargantuan formation, Xianxia still didn't want to fight Firethorn savage to the death. He knew how strong Firethorn savage was, and even though the Green Sanctuary sect had suffered a great loss today, as long as Firethorn savage was willing to back off, Xianxia didn't want to fight to the death. Unexpectedly, Firethorn savage didn't appreciate his kindness at all. It opened its mouth and shot out a few more huge fireballs towards the green light screen. Rumble. The fireball collided with the gargantuan formation, causing the light barrier to shake violently. The light barrier was filled with runes, and its powerful defensive power blocked the fireball. Firethorn savage's attack could not break the gargantuan formation at all. Give me back my son. The enraged Firethorn savage only had one goal in mind, and that was to find his son and destroy this sect. Immediately, golden flames burst out from the surface of Firethorn savage's body. Its gigantic body was like a flaming mountain, and it charged towards Xianxia in a domineering manner. Courting death. A vicious expression emerged on Xianxia's face. The spear in his hand kept buzzing, and the energies of the other 15 divine core warriors were flowing into his body through the gargantuan formation, causing his combat strength to skyrocket. This was the stacking of their strengths, the sum of their strengths. When the strength of 15 divine core warriors was stacked together, it would be much stronger than when 15 divine core warriors worked together. Swoosh. The spear produced a loud whistling sound. Xianxia leapt up into the sky and arrived in front of Firethorn savage. He then thrust the spear towards Firethorn savage's stomach. Plang. Puchi. This time the spear's power was much stronger than before. It actually pierced through Firethorn savage's sturdy golden armor, and the spearhead even pierced into Firethorn savage's body. Golden blood flowed out from Firethorn savage's body. It was extremely bright. When the blood dripped onto the gargantuan formation, it instantly disappeared. Xianxia let out a cold snort. He shook the spear in his hand and Firethorn savage's gigantic body was knocked back. Xianxia, who had fused the energies of all the divine core warriors, his combat strength had surpassed the mighty Firethorn savage. Above the clouds, Xianxia and De Huang Dog had witnessed everything. Xianxia had a calm expression on his face. As the once greatest saint in the world, he knew very well how powerful a big sect was. Not to mention those super big sects in the divine continent, even this Green Sanctuary sect was enough to explain everything. A big sect, not only did they have a favorable location, they also had powerful treasures to support their powerful formations. Just like what was happening right now, if it wasn't for the gargantuan formation, the Green Sanctuary sect would have been destroyed by Firethorn savage today. But because of the gargantuan formation, the Green Sanctuary sect was able to turn the tables and emerge victorious. This was the power of a big sect, and it was also the reason why a big sect could stand tall in a certain area. If the gargantuan formation was activated to its limit, it could fuse the energies of everyone in the Green Sanctuary sect together, including the outer circle disciples and inner circle disciples. Therefore, no matter who it was an incomparably difficult task to annihilate a large sect. Firethorn Savage is injured. Don't tell me he's going to die just like that? De Huang Dog said. Don't worry, this kind of injury is nothing to Firethorn Savage. Instead, it will provoke his true anger and ferociousness, causing him to launch an even bigger counterattack. The battle is far from over. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved upwards, revealing a faint smile. Look, Firethorn Savage is injured. The gargantuan formation is really terrifying. Firethorn Savage is no longer a match for Sect Chief. Look, the injured Firethorn Savage is undergoing some changes. When the excited disciples saw Firethorn Savage's transformation, their expressions changed again. Furious roars were heard. The injured Firethorn Savage didn't even care about the blood that was flowing out from his wound, as if his blood was worthless. Firethorn Savage had gone completely mad. His huge body was rolling back and forth in the sky. He raised his head up high and let out a long roar. Both of his eyes had turned completely blood red. Apart from blood red, there was no other color in his eyes. Besides that, the golden flame that covered his body had gradually turned into a blood-red flame. Firethorn Savage's energy kept rising, and in the blink of an eye, it had doubled. Damn it, what kind of trick did this animal use? How could it become so powerful? Lu Hong couldn't help but curse. Above the clouds, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Both of them knew the reason behind Firethorn Savage's transformation. Great, it's done. Jiang Qin couldn't hide his excitement. That's right, the spear attack from the Green Sanctuary sect leader had completely aroused Firethorn Savage's ferocious nature, causing him to burn his life force to increase his combat strength. He directly burned his own life force to retrieve the golden egg. However, after doing so, he will enter a weakened state for a period of time, and that will be the perfect time for us to strike. De Huang Dog said. Both he and Jiang Qin had sharp eyes. They could easily see through Firethorn Savage's weakness. Although Firethorn Savage looked terrifying right now, his strength was only temporary. Once he entered a weakened state, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog would be able to kill him. The powerful Firethorn Savage's anger shook the sky. With both of his eyes turned red, he once again leapt towards Qing's sticks. This animal is burning his life force. Why is he doing this? Could it be that he really has a son in the Green Sanctuary sect? Qing's sticks furrowed his brows. Right now he was really puzzled by Firethorn Savage's actions. If it was just for no reason, Firethorn Savage wouldn't have to risk his life to the point of burning his life force. Before he could think further, Firethorn Savage's attack had already arrived in front of him. Qing's sticks let out another loud shout. The spear in his hand turned into a flood dragon and struck towards Firethorn Savage once again. Boom! The loud explosion shook the entire gargantuan formation. Many disciples on the ground were deafened by the deafening sound. After burning his life force, Firethorn Savage's combat strength had doubled. Even though Qing's sticks had activated the gargantuan formation, he was still no match for Firethorn Savage. The collision caused Qing's sticks to be pushed back more than 30 meters. Qing's sticks coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood landed on the green light screen and flickered with a blood-red light before disappearing. Qing's sticks' face turned pale. The blood and qi in his body were rumbling, and he felt an indescribable pain. The collision had caused him to suffer serious injuries. Qing's sticks raised his hand and looked at his palm. The web between his thumb and forefinger had been torn and blood was flowing out. Bang! Firethorn Savage's huge foot stomped on the gargantuan formation, causing it to shake violently. Cracks could be seen on many parts of the formation, and it looked like it was going to break at any time. Firethorn Savage was furious. He attacked without any regard for the consequences. At this moment, everyone from the Green Sanctuary sect had pale faces. They didn't understand why Firethorn Savage was so furious, and they were all wondering if Firethorn Savage really had a son in the Green Sanctuary sect. Right when Firethorn Savage was about to attack the formation again, Qing Stix's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly thought of the golden egg. Golden egg, it must be that golden egg. No wonder I sensed a familiar aura from the golden egg. It's Firethorn Savage's aura. That's right, the golden egg contains a powerful life force. It must be Firethorn Savage's son. Thinking up to this point, Xianxia coughed out another mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. In fact, when he saw the golden egg, he had sensed a familiar aura from the golden egg. However, he hadn't had any contact with Firethorn Savage for 3 years, and this golden egg was brought back by Lu Hong, who said that it was a young man who wanted to apologize to Firethorn Savage. Firethorn Savage, stop now. Is this what you want? Xianxia immediately shouted. He couldn't let Firethorn Savage continue his attack. He quickly took out the golden egg from his storage ring. Chapter 184. You despicable humans, how dare you steal my son and you still won't admit it. Firethorn Savage finally stopped attacking. He stared at the golden egg in Xianxia's hand without blinking his eyes, and a gentle expression appeared on his face. Hearing what Firethorn Savage said, Xianxia once again threw up a mouthful of blood. This time he was really angry. He suddenly turned his head around and stared at Lu Hong and the other 2 early Divine Core Sect elders who were standing far away. An unknown flame of anger suddenly arose in his heart. These 3 useless fools, they actually brought Firethorn Savage's baby back to the sect. They didn't know they were tricked, but they were still happy about it. Now they had brought such a huge disaster to the sect, they deserved to die. What? This rare treasure is actually Firethorn Savage's baby? Didn't that guy say he got this treasure long ago? Why does he still need it to cultivate? Lu Hong was startled. But soon after he understood what was going on. His expression turned ugly and he was so angry that his body started trembling. So this rare treasure is actually Firethorn Savage's baby. That damn bastard, how dare he trick me? I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Lu Hong beat his chest and stamped his feet. He was so angry that he nearly got an internal injury. If Xianxia jumped out and stood in front of him right now, Lu Hong would definitely tear Xianxia into pieces. The other 2 old men who brought the golden egg back were in a miserable state as well. Xianxia's furious gaze made them feel ashamed. When they thought about the huge loss they brought to the sect today and how it was all because of them, they felt like they were going to die. Kakaka. At the same time, laughter could be heard from above the clouds. The Huang dog was laughing so hard that he was lying on the ground, and his hooves were dancing in the air. Xianxia was also laughing out loud. This scene was really satisfying, especially when he thought about how excited Lu Hong was when he got the golden egg. I think this old man's lungs are going to explode. I think he has the urge to eat you alive. The Huang dog was laughing so hard that he was laughing. Being able to trick a sect to such an extent was even more satisfying than doing it himself. Even though Firethorn Savage has retreated, Lu Hong and the other 2 old men won't have a good time in the future. I'm sure the Green Sanctuary sect chief will push all the blame onto them. Xianxia was laughing happily as well. The man and the dog were rolling around excitedly, but the atmosphere in the Qingming sect was still tense. How could this be? Where did that golden egg come from? How could it be the cub of Firethorn Savage? In the end, Firethorn Savage's son is really in our sect. Isn't this a scam? No wonder Firethorn Savage is so angry and even won't forgive us. Holy shit. How dare he take Firethorn Savage's things? Isn't he just looking for trouble? Master usually doesn't leave the sect, so this golden egg shouldn't have been taken by him. I'm afraid he doesn't know who gave it to him. Damn it. The disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect were all shouting and yelling. Today's tragedy was all because of this golden egg. It turned the entire Green Sanctuary sect's outer sect into ruins, and so many disciples died. You guys are too despicable. I'm going to destroy this place today. Firethorn Savage was still angry and he wouldn't let this matter go. He felt that the Green Sanctuary sect was too despicable. 3 years ago they had reached an agreement to mind their own business, but he never thought that they would steal the most important thing to him. This kind of betrayal was intolerable. Firethorn Savage, we didn't take your cub, it was stolen by a young man. This young man killed our Green Sanctuary sect's elders and disciples, and he gave your cub to us as an apology. That young man is the real culprit. We, the Green Sanctuary sect, have never broken the agreement between us. Xianxia explained. You're twisting words and forcing logic. Firethorn Savage became furious again. He felt that this old man's explanation was too shameless. How could he come up with a bullshit young man? This was simply an insult to his intelligence. Besides, how could a young man be so capable? How could he have the guts to come to his territory and steal the golden eggs? Wasn't this just bullshit? The combat strength brought by Firethorn Savage by burning his life force had not disappeared yet. If he attacked now, he would still be able to inflict fatal damage to the Green Sanctuary sect. Stop! Qing Sticks shouted out. He knew it was unnecessary to explain. Firethorn Savage, I'll return your cub to you now. You should leave now. If you don't give up, I'll crush the golden egg on the spot. Worst comes to worst, I'm afraid you won't be able to last long even with the energy you brought by burning your life force. My gargantuan formation hasn't been fully activated yet. Once it's fully activated, it will be able to fuse with the energy of tens of thousands of disciples of the gargantuan formation. Do you have the confidence to deal with it? Qing Sticks went straight to the point. Hearing this, the furious Firethorn Savage instantly calmed down a little. When he saw his cub was unharmed, he was no longer as crazy as before. He had regained some of his sanity. He knew what Qing Sticks said was right. If they were to fight to the death, neither side would benefit from it. More importantly, his cub was still in the hands of the young man. Firethorn Savage didn't say anything, he just remained calm. Everyone from the Green Sanctuary sect became nervous. What Firethorn Savage was going to do next would directly determine whether they were going to fight to the death or not. Qing Sticks was nervous as well. Although the gargantuan formation could deal with Firethorn Savage, he didn't want to risk the entire Green Sanctuary sect's fate. Who knew if Firethorn Savage had more brutal attacks? If they were to fight to the death, it would not be a joke. Even if they managed to kill Firethorn Savage in the end, the overall strength of the Green Sanctuary sect would be greatly weakened. At that point of time, the big sects in the Qian province that opposed the Green Sanctuary sect would take this opportunity to destroy the Green Sanctuary sect. After a while, Firethorn Savage opened his mouth and said, "Give me back my cub." Qing Sticks was overjoyed when he heard this. Without any hesitation, he threw the golden egg over to Firethorn Savage. Firethorn Savage opened his mouth wide and caught the golden egg. A loving look emerged on his face. After that, Firethorn Savage dragged his huge body and flew towards Misty Mountain. Before he left, he said, "From now on, no one from the Green Sanctuary sect is allowed to enter Misty Mountain, or else, you'll have to bear the consequences." After saying that, Firethorn Savage disappeared from the scene. Qing Sticks had expected this result. Today the Green Sanctuary sect had fallen out with Firethorn Savage, so it was impossible for them to treat Misty Mountain as their backyard anymore. Qing Sticks retracted the gargantuan formation. With a dark expression, he stared at the Divine Core sect elders. Lung Ling said, "All of you follow me." Qing Sticks flew towards the inner area of the Green Sanctuary sect. The other sect elders quickly followed behind him. Lu Hong and the other two men looked at each other, their expressions darkened. They were ready to face Qing Sticks' anger. At the same time, in the sky above the clouds, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were ready. When they saw Firethorn Savage leaving, they looked at each other and smiled. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It's time for the fisherman to reap the benefits, let's go. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin flew towards Misty Mountain. Let's slow down for now, Firethorn Savage's weakened state hasn't arrived yet. Let's wait for it to fully recover before we strike. De Huang Dog reminded Jiang Qin. And let's calculate the time carefully. Once Firethorn Savage's weakened state arrives, we'll strike immediately. The Green Sanctuary sect's chief is a smart man, he should be able to see the changes in Firethorn Savage. And he knows that Firethorn Savage will enter his weakened state soon. Firethorn Savage is now threatening the Green Sanctuary sect to not enter Misty Mountain anymore. This is a huge loss to the Green Sanctuary sect. If I'm not mistaken, the Green Sanctuary sect's chief will strike when Firethorn Savage is in his weakened state. This is the only chance to kill Firethorn Savage, and the Green Sanctuary sect won't miss it. Jiang Qin said. "You're really smart, you can think of everything." De Huang Dog really admired Jiang Qin. Since they came to Misty Mountain, everything had gone according to Jiang Qin's plan. Jiang Qin's meticulous planning and meticulous mind was not something an ordinary man could possess. In the depths of the Green Sanctuary sect, inside a spacious palace, There were two huge pillars in front of the palace. Golden dragons were coiled around the pillars, and the floor of the palace was made from a special kind of silvery white rock, and its surface was covered with strange symbols. Qing Stix stood in front of the two pillars with a pale face. He had suffered some serious injuries during the battle with Firethorn Savage, but compared to his current fury, these injuries were nothing. Lu Hong, the three of you kneel down. Qing Stix stared at Lu Hong and the other two disciples with a sharp gaze. The three of them felt a chill down their spine, and they immediately kneeled down on the ground. Chief, we've been tricked by that brat Xianxia. We didn't know that the golden egg was Firethorn Savage's cub. Lu Hong explained. What? You were the one who brought the golden egg back? Lu Hong, are you an idiot? Look at how much damage you've brought to the sect. Firethorn Savage is furious and he won't allow us to enter Misty Mountain anymore. Can you afford to suffer such a loss? You're really old, how can you be tricked by a brat? This is really infuriating. If it wasn't for Sect Chief thinking about the golden egg at the critical moment, the Green Sanctuary sect would have to face a real disaster today. Can you afford to bear the consequences? When they heard that the golden egg was brought back by Lu Hong and the other two disciples, all the Divine Core sect elders couldn't accept it anymore. They pointed their fingers at Lu Hong and the other two disciples' heads and started cursing. If it was any other time, they wouldn't be so rude. After all, Lu Hong and the other two disciples were Divine Core warriors, and they were highly respected in the Green Sanctuary sect. They would still show some respect to each other. But today the situation was different. Lu Hong and the other two disciples had nearly brought the Green Sanctuary sect to disaster. They had all witnessed how strong Firethorn Savage was, and if it wasn't for the Gargantuan formation, many of them would have been killed by Firethorn Savage. And all of this was because these three old men were tricked by a young man and a dog. This was really infuriating. Chapter 185. Lu Hong and the other two old men's faces had turned purple when facing the disdainful gazes from the crowd. If there was a hole on the ground right now, they would jump into it without hesitation. This was too shameful, they were too ashamed to continue living. They had lived for so long, but they were tricked by a young man and a dog. This incident was destined to become a humiliation that they would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives. From now on, they would never be able to raise their heads in the Green Sanctuary sect again. Sect Chief, please punish me. I was the one who brought Firethorn Savage back, it has nothing to do with those two. Lu Hong said while gritting his teeth. At this critical moment he was able to take on all the responsibility. This made Lu Hong's impression in the other two old men's hearts improve. Sect Chief, when that young man took out the golden egg, we were there as well. It's not only Sect Elder Lu Hong's fault. We can only blame ourselves for being blind. We didn't realize it was Firethorn Savage's cub. That's why we were fooled by that young man. Another sect elder said in a righteous manner. But right after his words left his mouth, Qing Stix immediately scolded him. Even Lu Hong and the other old man were staring at him angrily. If this old man didn't know how to speak, he should just shut his fucking mouth. Bastard, are you trying to say that I was blind as well? I couldn't tell where the golden egg came from? I sensed a familiar aura from the golden egg, but I was fooled by you three idiots, that's why I didn't pay any attention to it. Qing Stix shouted out loudly. The old man's back was instantly covered in sweat. Only now did he realize what he said was wrong, because Qing Stix also couldn't tell that it was Firethorn Savage's cub. So, when he said the three old men were blind, he was basically saying that Qing Stix was blind as well. Lu Hong and the other two old men sighed. It looked like not only was this guy blind, he didn't even have a mind. It was a miracle that he was able to live to such an old age and reach the Divine Core realm. Sect Chief, please don't blame me, that's not what I meant. The old man wiped the sweat off his forehead and quickly explained. Alright, we can't blame all of you for this, just blame that young man. Qing Stix waved his hand. At the mention of the white-clothed young man and a Huang dog, Lu Hong and the other two were instantly enraged. The resentment in their eyes was so intense that it was as if the air itself was going to burn. Sect Master, that kid shouldn't have gone far. This old man will definitely catch him and bring him back. Lu Hong said fiercely. Fine, I will give you a chance to redeem yourselves. Bring that young man back. All the losses of the Qing Ming house will be on him and that damn dog. Qing Stix's anger could not be quenched. The Qingming school was one of the biggest sects in the Qian province and everyone respected them. When had something like this ever happened? Today's loss was way too big and they almost lost their foundation. If they did not find the culprit, where would the face of the Qingming school go? Qing sticks would not be able to stay in the Qian province anymore. All right. Lu Hong and the other two stood up from the ground and walked towards the exit of the palace. This was their only chance to wash away their shame. They had to catch that young man and that dog and tear them into a million pieces to vent their anger. Sect Chief Firethorn Savage now hates our Qingming school. He said that we are not allowed to enter the Misty Mountain anymore. This is a great loss for us and our disciples will lose a great place to train. After the three left, an elder said, "That's right, Sect Chief, the Misty Mountain has suffered a great loss. But after today's incident, Firethorn Savage has been holding a grudge against us, and he views us as his mortal enemy. I'm afraid our disciples won't be able to step into the Misty Mountain anymore," another elder said with a worried tone. "Don't worry, the resources of the Misty Mountain will never be wasted. Besides, this is a great opportunity for us to rule the Misty Mountain." Qing Sticks let out a cold harumph and a cold smile could be seen on his face. "Sect Chief, you have a great plan?" All the elders were delighted. That's right, Firethorn Savage has burned his own life force during the battle, so it won't take long before he enters a weakened state. Firethorn Savage won't be as scary when he's in a weakened state, and he'll turn from a ferocious tiger into a sheep. However, I'm also severely injured right now, so I'll rest for 2 days and fully recover my strength. After that, I'll personally enter the Misty Mountain and kill this Firethorn Savage. His demon soul and baby are both priceless treasures, and if I can get them, I might be able to break through the bottleneck I've been stuck in for more than 10 years, and break through to the combat soul realm. Qing Sticks sneered as he continued fantasizing about his plan. Great, this is really great. This is indeed a great opportunity to kill Firethorn Savage. If Sect Chief can break through to the combat soul realm, he'll be the first combat soul warrior in the Qian province. At that point of time, he'll be able to wipe out all the other sects in the Qian province, and unify the entire Qian province. At that point of time, our Green Sanctuary sect will be valued by the Martial Saint dynasty, just like those other provinces. That's right, the Qian province is just one of the lowest provinces in the eastern continent, and we don't have any combat soul warriors. That's why the Martial Saint dynasty has ignored us. Once Sect Chief breaks through to the combat soul realm, everything will be different. A combat soul warrior will be valued by the Martial Saint dynasty. Hearing that Qing Sticks had a chance to break through to the combat soul realm, all the elders were overjoyed. All of them started fantasizing about the future of the Green Sanctuary sect. If all these divine core warriors banded together and charged into Misty Mountain, they could wait until Firethorn Savage was in his weakest state, and they would definitely be able to kill Firethorn Savage. Even Jiangchen wouldn't be able to stop them. If that was the case, their dream would come true. But too bad, Firethorn Savage had just left, and they didn't dare enter the Misty Mountain right now. They could only wait for their sect chief to recover. Of course, they had no idea that someone had already entered the Misty Mountain before them. In the center of the Misty Mountain, Firethorn Savage carefully placed the golden egg in his cave. After that, he walked out of the cave and laid down on the ground. It was obvious that Firethorn Savage was extremely tired and his eyes were blank. In just a few breaths of time, he had fallen into a deep sleep. He didn't notice that there were 2 guys sneaking around not far away from him. Jiangchen and a Huang dog were still lying on the ground, staring at Firethorn Savage, who had fallen into a deep sleep. Right at this moment, the blood-red glow around Firethorn Savage's body hadn't completely disappeared. This meant that his weakened state hadn't arrived yet. Jiangchen was a very patient man. He had waited for a few days, so he didn't mind waiting a little longer. However, they couldn't rush out at this moment. Firethorn Savage wasn't in a weakened state, and he was even stronger than when he was in his peak condition. Rushing out at this moment was no different than courting death. I'm guessing his weakened state will arrive in at most an hour. De Huang Dog said. That's right, when his weakened state arrives, we'll strike immediately and kill him. Jiangchen said that the reason he came to Misty Mountain in the Qian province was for this very moment. With the full help from the Green Sanctuary sect, Jiangchen was finally able to achieve his goal in a very short period of time. An hour later, the blood-red glow around Firethorn Savage's body had completely disappeared. Even the golden glow around his body had dimmed down. Jiangchen and De Huang Dog could clearly sense that Firethorn Savage was extremely tired, and even his source energy was extremely weak. Firethorn Savage's weakened state has arrived. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Firethorn Savage's current state was the true weakened state. During this state, Firethorn Savage's combat strength couldn't even be unleashed by 1% of his peak condition. He was extremely weak and he wouldn't be able to defeat any early Divine Core warrior. Jiang Chen's expression changed. The critical moment had arrived. He had a solemn expression on his face. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even though Firethorn Savage was in a weakened state, he still dared not underestimate his opponent. De Huang Dog, you walk in front of Firethorn Savage and attack him from the front. I'll go behind him and sneak attack him. We'll try to kill Firethorn Savage with one strike. We won't give him any chance to react. If not, he might have some other powerful attacks up his sleeves. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and said word by word. He had always been a meticulous person and he would never allow any accidents to happen. Although Firethorn Savage had fallen into a weakened state, once a rare beast like this decided to risk its life, it might come up with some earth-shattering attack. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't want to give Firethorn Savage any chance, he just wanted to kill him with one strike. All right. De Huang Dog's face was filled with excitement. His body was covered in a golden glow, and he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Mysterious symbols appeared on his steel-like head, and he rammed it towards Firethorn Savage's head. Zhoosh! Firethorn Savage, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes. A sense of danger rose from his heart. He had never thought that there would be such a great danger hiding beside him. Too bad De Huang Dog's speed was too fast, it was as fast as lightning. Even if Firethorn Savage managed to react in time, he still wouldn't be able to dodge De Huang Dog's attack. Bang! De Huang Dog's head rammed into Firethorn Savage's head. Without any defense, how could Firethorn Savage, who was in a weakened state, withstand De Huang Dog's attack? After all, De Huang Dog's head was something that could even shatter a mid-ranked combat weapon. Ooh! Firethorn Savage's huge body was sent flying backward. He raised his head and let out a miserable howl. A bloody hole had appeared on his huge head after being rammed by De Huang Dog. Blood and brain matter were gushing out from the wound. This was a fatal injury. De Huang Dog's head was like a divine weapon, it would definitely be fatal if it was attacked by a sneak attack. However, even after suffering such a serious injury, Firethorn Savage still wouldn't die. His demon beast bloodline was too powerful. Even though he was in a weakened state, even after suffering such a serious injury, he still had a strong fighting strength. When a ferocious demon beast like this attacked with all its might, it would be extremely terrifying. Firethorn Savage was instantly enraged. A powerful demon beast dared to sneak attack him in his territory. This was absolutely intolerable. He felt that his dignity had been greatly challenged. Chapter 186. The blood-red dragon claw was as huge as a mountain and covered with dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, the dragon claw came crashing down. Rumble! Firethorn Savage was slammed onto the ground, his huge body smashed into the ground and created a deep crater. Jiang Chen's full-force attack was extremely powerful. His body alone had the strength of 3 million jin, and with the help of the true dragon palm, his strength was even more powerful. Firethorn Savage was extremely powerful, but he was caught off guard. Not to mention that he was in a severely weakened state. He was severely injured by De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen's sneak attack. The two of them worked together flawlessly. No matter how powerful Firethorn Savage was, he had no chance to use them. Roar! Firethorn Savage didn't show any signs of dying after being hit by the true dragon palm. He was still roaring furiously, and a faint golden light was shining on the surface of his body. He was about to unleash his innate ability. Firethorn Savage, stop struggling, your doomsday is here, De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. De Huang Dog took the opportunity to attack. His speed was extremely fast, and his head was like a diamond drill as it rammed onto Firethorn Savage's body once again. Puchi! This time, Firethorn Savage's stomach was penetrated, Blood and internal organs were flowing out from the wound. True dragon flame, burn it. Jiang Chen didn't give up. The true dragon flame rushed out from his dragon claw and burned into Firethorn Savage's body through the wound. Jiang Chen knew very well how terrifying Firethorn Savage was. If he wanted to kill it, he had to kill it in one go, and he couldn't give it any chance to breathe. Woo! With the true dragon flame and the true dragon palm, no matter how powerful Firethorn Savage was, he couldn't withstand it. His injuries were getting worse, and 2 big holes had been drilled into his body by De Huang Dog's head. His life force was getting weaker and weaker. The true dragon flame was the king of all flames, and with the true dragon palm suppressing him like a mountain, Firethorn Savage could only scream in pain. Roar, roar. Firethorn Savage kept screaming in pain. He kept struggling, but he couldn't break free from Jiang Chen's dragon claw. In the end, he died under the combined attack of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Thump. Firethorn Savage fell onto the ground with a loud thud. His scorched body finally stopped moving. The king of beasts, who had dominated Misty Mountain for many years, would never have thought that he would end his life in such a way. He didn't even get to see what the person who killed him looked like. It was a tragedy. Jiang Chen retracted his aura. He and De Huang Dog exchanged a glance, and both of them could see the excitement in each other's eyes. To be honest, before they came to Misty Mountain, they had no idea how to deal with the powerful Firethorn Savage. Now, with the help of the Green Sanctuary sect, he was able to take down Firethorn Savage in one fell swoop, giving Yan Qinyu a chance to survive. Hurry up and dig out the demon spirit. De Huang Dog urged. Jiang Chen pointed his finger like a sword and unleashed a bright beam, breaking open the Firethorn Savage's head. The Firethorn Savage's body was extremely tough. If it was a mortal core warrior, even if the Firethorn Savage was dead, he wouldn't be able to break open the warrior's body. Buzz. A golden pearl flew out from the Firethorn Savage's head. It was the size of a fist, and it was the Firethorn Savage's demon spirit. It was also Jiang Chen's ultimate goal. Jiang Chen waved his hand and held the demon spirit in his hand. The demon spirit was scorching hot, and it was emitting an incredible amount of energy. This trip was worth it. Jiang Chen smiled and stored the demon spirit into his storage ring. The stone in his heart had finally been lifted. Buddy, this Firethorn Savage's body is full of treasures. Aside from the demon spirit, its skin is priceless as well. De Huang Dog said. Such a huge piece of skin was made into an armor. Its defense would definitely be amazing. Let's leave it for the Green Sanctuary sect. They have helped us so much this time, we should leave some benefits for them, hee hee. Jiang Chen laughed. He wasn't really interested in the Firethorn Savage's skin. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and his body was extremely strong. An armor made from the Firethorn Savage's skin would be useless to him. As for De Huang Dog, his body was even tougher than the Firethorn Savage's. Oh right, the golden egg. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. That's right, that golden egg is the real treasure. Jiang Chen turned around and dashed into the cave. In the blink of an eye, he came out from the cave with a golden egg in his hand. This golden egg contains a huge amount of source energy. If I can absorb it completely, I'll be able to form at least 100 dragon marks and break through to the late heavenly core realm. Besides, the golden egg contains the complete bloodline of the Firethorn Savage. I might even be able to obtain the innate abilities of the Firethorn Savage. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. This trip to Misty Mountain was definitely worth it. Not only had he achieved his goal, he had also obtained the Firethorn Savage's demon spirit, and he had also obtained a golden egg. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Buddy, you have a great destiny. No matter where you go, you'll always be blessed with destiny. There's nothing you can't do. I'm afraid even the destiny of the northern and southern dynasties can't compare with yours. De Huang Dog said in a, I have high hopes for Jiang Chen tone. Destiny was something that couldn't be seen or touched. It was something that existed in the dark. Jiang Chen was able to come back to life after his death, and that was because he was blessed with a great destiny. Cultivating the dragon transformation skill had made him even luckier. The journey he had taken had proven this point. This trip to Misty Mountain had shown Jiang Chen's destiny. The appearance of the golden egg had given Jiang Chen an opportunity to make use of the Green Sanctuary sect, and that was how he got the chance to kill the Firethorn Savage. With such a great destiny, how could he not accept it? Mission accomplished. Let's leave Misty Mountain immediately and return to the Black Sect. After saying that, Jiang Chen flew up into the sky and brought De Huang Dog with him as he flew towards the exit of Misty Mountain. Outside of Misty Mountain, right after Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog flew out from the exit, they immediately heard a loud shout. Jiang Chen, stop right there. The voice was like a sudden clap of thunder. No one knew how angry the person who shouted was. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog turned their heads around and saw Lu Hong and the other two furious men leaping towards them. Seeing this, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog immediately burst out into laughter. It would have been better if Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog didn't laugh, but when they did, it was as if the scars in Lu Hong and the other two's hearts had been unraveled. The three of them immediately roared out furiously, and it looked like they were about to jump onto Jiang Chen and tear him apart. Bastard, how dare you trick us? You deserve to die. Lu Hong shouted out angrily. I still have to thank Elder Lu. Thank you, thank you. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Lu Hong, then pressed down on De Huang Dog's head. You dog, why don't you know how to be grateful? Quickly thank your benefactor. De Huang Dog suddenly understood and quickly nodded at Lu Hong and the other two. We will never forget Elder Lu's kindness, Kaka. Lu Hong pounded his chest and stomped his feet. He immediately roared out loud. He felt a tightness in his chest and a mouthful of blood was about to spurt out. This is too infuriating, too fucking infuriating. These two bastards, they are simply going to anger me to death. Even if they want to uncover scars, they shouldn't do it like this. Kill, kill, kill. This old man will definitely kill you. I'll peel off your skin, pull out your tendons and smash your bones into pieces. Lu Hong was enraged. A large sword appeared in his hand with a clang, and origin energy surged out from his body, giving rise to a huge wave. He then charged towards Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. The other two old men were also enraged and with their battle weapons in hand they followed closely. He's angry. De Huang Dog laughed heartlessly. Elder Lu wants to fight, but unfortunately I'm not interested right now. Goodbye, we'll meet again if fate wills it. Jiang Chen waved his hand at Lu Hong who was charging towards him. He then flapped his blood wings and with a swoosh he and De Huang Dog flew into the sky. Chase them, kill them. Lu Hong's eyes were red. He had never hated someone so much and he had never wanted to kill someone so desperately. The three of them increased their speed to the limit, chasing after Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's butts. De Huang, shake them off. Jiang Chen had gotten what he wanted and he didn't want to be entangled with the Green Sanctuary sect anymore. Besides, he couldn't defeat Lu Hong right now. However, even if he couldn't defeat Lu Hong, it didn't mean he couldn't escape. In terms of speed, two Lu Hongs couldn't catch up to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Swoosh, Jiang Chen's blood wings flapped crazily. With the help of the dimensional shift he moved like a shooting star. De Huang Dog had a pair of light wings on his back and he flew side by side with Jiang Chen. In the blink of an eye they had shaken off the three of them. Lu Hong and the other two chased crazily for another few hundred miles and finally they had to stop. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of their opponent's shadow. So what was the point of chasing? They wouldn't even have the chance to eat dust if they followed them. Elder Lu, they got away. An elder said angrily. Did you guys see that? The direction he was running towards seemed to be the Qi province. Could it be that he is not from the Qian province but from the Qi province? Lu Hong said. There is no such powerful young man in the Qian province. If there was, he would have been famous a long time ago. An elder said. Let's go back and report to the sect leader. Then we'll capture all the people who saw Jiang Chen that day and interrogate them. If this guy is really not from the Qian province, we'll go to the Qi province. We can't let this matter go so easily. If we don't get rid of this man and dog, we won't be able to show our faces in the Qian province anymore. Lu Hong said while gritting his teeth. Since they couldn't catch up to them, the three of them had no choice but to turn back. For the Green Sanctuary sect, it was too easy to find people who saw Jiang Chen that day. Lu Hong only used an hour to find all the people who appeared outside the Misty Mountain, including the sturdy man who asked Jiang Chen for information. From the sturdy man, Lu Hong found out that it was Jiang Chen's first time coming to the Qian province. Also, the direction Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were running towards was the Qi province. Therefore, Lu Hong concluded that Jiang Chen was from the Qi province. Therefore, Lu Hong, Elder Lu, and another mid-divine core warrior followed them to the Qi province. They were determined to find that young man named Zhou Xian. This was a great humiliation to the Green Sanctuary sect. They had to find this young man and dog and kill them. If not, the Green Sanctuary sect's reputation would be severely damaged. The next evening, Zhou Xian and a Huang dog appeared in the sky above the Black Sect. They landed on Guishan's mountain peak. Chapter 187. Guishan's mountain peak was as calm as before. Herbs could be found everywhere and the natural yuan energy was abundant. It was the best place for cultivation in the entire Black Sect. Having learned his lesson from last time, Guishan didn't dare to be careless this time. He left Yanqin Yu and Han Yan in the courtyard, while he himself stayed in the herb garden outside the courtyard, practicing his cultivation. At the same time he was protecting Yanqin Yu and Han Yan from any harm. If anyone dared to approach the mountain, Guishan wouldn't let them go. After Guishan obtained the 6 profound solar energy skill, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. In just a few days he had completely stabilized his cultivation at the mid-divine core realm. Sensing that someone had arrived, Guishan immediately opened his eyes. When he saw Zhou Xian and a Huang dog, a joyful expression emerged on his face. "Brother, you're back." Guishan stood up from the ground and walked up to Zhou Xian. "Brother, how are little you and brother Yan?" Zhou Xian asked. "Don't worry, I've been guarding them here. Even a fly can't escape my senses," Guishan said with great confidence. He had an extraordinary bearing and he looked refreshed. His energy was vigorous. After cultivating the 6 profound solar energies and breaking through to the mid-divine core realm, Guishan had gone through a tremendous transformation. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had been reborn. "Good, you've done a good job." Zhou Xian nodded his head. Guishan didn't disappoint him this time. Although Fan Zhongtong didn't come looking for trouble, Guishan's attitude made Zhou Xian feel relieved. "Brother, did you see that Firethorn Savage during your trip to Misty Mountain? That Firethorn Savage is really terrifying. If we want to obtain its demon soul, we need to think about it carefully." Guishan quickly asked. "Fuck, old man, don't you think you're looking down on us? What happened to Firethorn Savage? Let me tell you, Firethorn Savage was killed by us." The Huang dog rolled his eyes and stared at Guishan. "What? Firethorn Savage was killed? Who would believe that? I say, Big Yellow, you can boast, but don't boast too loudly. With your strength, you think you can kill Firethorn Savage in just a few days? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid?" Guishan stared at the Huang dog with a serious expression. "Damn you, I don't think you're a 3-year-old kid, I think you're a 6-year-old baby." The Huang dog spat. How dare Guishan look down on him? If it wasn't for Zhou Xian, he would have bitten this guy's butt. "Brother Gua, Big Yellow is right, we did kill Firethorn Savage, this is a demon soul." Zhou Xian flipped his palm and took out Firethorn Savage's demon's soul from his storage ring. Guishan's expression instantly changed when he sensed the powerful energy ripples and aura coming from it. This really is Firethorn Savage's demon soul. Brother, how did you do it? This is unbelievable, how is this possible?" Guishan was extremely shocked. He had never seen Firethorn Savage's demon soul before, but he could tell the level of the demon soul in front of him. A peak mid-divine core demon soul, it must belong to Firethorn Savage. Zhou Xian wouldn't joke about this. "Brother Gua, don't be surprised, this is what happened." Zhou Xian told Guishan everything that happened in Misty Mountain. Guishan was stunned by what he heard. "Brother, smart, this is really smart. You can even come up with such an insidious plan. I think the Green Sanctuary sect has been tricked by you. You used the Green Sanctuary sect's strength to help you kill Firethorn Savage, and then you reap the benefits without doing anything. This is a brilliant plan." Guishan was really impressed by Zhou Xian. In fact, when Zhou Xian went to Misty Mountain to fight Firethorn Savage, he didn't have any hope at all. After all, it was Firethorn Savage and he couldn't imagine how Zhou Xian would be able to kill a peak mid-divine core demon beast. However, Zhou Xian had actually done it. He had used a trick that he had never even dreamt of. This trick of drawing disaster to the east of the river, swallowing the wolf to drive the tiger away. "It's fine, the Green Sanctuary sect defended me first, so I don't feel guilty for using them," Zhou Xian said. In fact, even if the Green Sanctuary sect didn't defend him, in order to obtain Firethorn Savage's demon soul, Zhou Xian might still use this plan to frame them. As a man, he had the reason to go crazy for his family, his lover, and his brothers. He had the right to do whatever it took to help him achieve his goal. No matter if it was a person or an object, he could make use of it. The Green Sanctuary House was the target he was making use of. But I'm afraid the Green Sanctuary sect won't let this go easily. I know this sect is one of the overlords in the Qian province, and their overall strength is similar to the Black sect. They are not easy to deal with, and I'm afraid they won't let you go easily. Zhou Xian worriedly said. Don't worry, I don't care about the Green Sanctuary sect. Now that I've obtained Firethorn Savage's demon soul, I'll concoct the profound 6 solar pill immediately. Have you prepared all the ingredients? Jiang Chen said. Yan Qinyu's condition would worsen with each day that passed, and now that he had obtained Firethorn Savage's demon soul, he didn't want to waste any more time. I've prepared 47 out of the 49 ingredients needed to concoct the profound 6 solar pill. Including Firethorn Savage's demon soul, I'm still missing the violet ing orchid. This herb's living environment is very harsh and I can't grow it. I don't have it in the entire Black sect. Zhou Xian furrowed his brows. He had been trying his best to gather all the ingredients for the profound 6 solar pill. In order to concoct the profound 6 solar pill, he had used up all his resources, but in the end he was still missing one ingredient. The violet ing orchid was the main ingredient for concocting the profound 6 solar pill. It couldn't be missing. I found the violet ing orchid in Misty Mountain. After saying that, Jiang Chen took out the violet ing orchid from his storage ring. Seeing this, Zhou Xian's jaw dropped. He looked at Jiang Chen and he didn't know what to say to this brother of his. In the past he would never believe that there was someone who could do anything in this world. But ever since he had met Jiang Chen, he had completely believed it. This young man was filled with miracles. Just when Zhou Xian was worrying about the violet ing orchid, Jiang Chen had brought it back. This wasn't just a matter of ability, it was also a matter of luck. Brother, you're really omnipotent. I've prepared the rest of the ingredients and I've even vacated the pill concocting room for you. You can concoct the profound 6 solar pill with peace of mind now, Zhou Xian said. Concocting the profound 6 solar pill was completely different from concocting the 5 elemental pill. The steps to concoct the profound 6 solar pill were extremely complicated, and it wasn't something any ordinary pill could compare with. Even if it was Jiang Chen, he might not be able to concoct it without 2 to 3 days of hard work. Putting aside the other steps, just fusing Firethorn Savage's demon soul into the pill itself was an extremely difficult task. If Zhou Xian were to concoct the pill himself, not to mention how long it would take, he might not even have the ability to concoct it. This was because ordinary flames wouldn't be able to burn Firethorn Savage's demon soul. Zhou Xian's pill concocting room was huge, and it was the biggest pill concocting room in the Black sect. It was completely sealed off from all sides and it was as big as a palace. There were many secret compartments on the walls of the pill concocting room, and even though they were sealed, one could still smell the aroma of herbs coming from inside. Almost all of the top-quality herbs in the Black sect were stored in this room. The floor of the pill concocting room was made from golden rocks, and it looked extremely majestic. On top of the palace was a round window that was covered by a transparent crystal stone. The bottom of the window was square, and in the center of the room, there was a huge golden furnace that was 3 meters tall. This was a top-quality pill concocting furnace. With Zhou Xian's abilities, he didn't need the help of a pill concocting furnace when concocting ordinary pills. All he needed to do was use his yuan energy, soul energy, and flame. But if he was concocting some complicated pills, because it would take a long time, he still needed the help of a pill concocting furnace. If not, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Although the pill concocting room looked majestic, Jiang Chen was a man who had seen many things. A pill concocting room like this was nothing in his eyes. But when he was standing in the pill concocting room, he couldn't help but think about the mayor's mansion in Fragrant Sky City. The pill concocting room in the mayor's mansion was just trash compared to this. I wonder how Dad is doing now. But the Fragrant Sky City is pretty safe, and with the help of those demon lords I think he should be fine. Besides, I've taught my dad the 9 solar energy skill, and with his talent he should have broken through to the heavenly core realm by now. Thinking about Jiang Zhenhai, Jiang Chen couldn't help but show a gentle smile on his face. When he returned to his senses, Jiang Chen saw a pile of herbs placed next to the pill concocting furnace. There were a total of 47 herbs, and all of them were needed to concoct the profound 6 solar pill. This Guishan is quite reliable. Zhou Xian smiled. He immediately adjusted his condition to his best condition. With his current cultivation level, he would have to give it his all when concocting the profound 6 solar pill. Fusing all 48 herbs was a piece of cake for me, there was no problem at all. The most difficult part was melting Firethorn Savage's demon soul. The demon soul of a peak mid-divine core demon beast is extremely tough. Ordinary flames can't burn it. Luckily, I have the true dragon flame. If not, even if I could obtain Firethorn Savage's demon soul, I still wouldn't be able to concoct the profound 6 solar pill. Zhou Xian sighed. The flame he had before was just the flame of the flaming tiger. It was very weak. It could be used to concoct some human-level pills, but it was completely useless when concocting high-level and complicated pills. But now he had the true dragon flame, the king of all flames. It was comparable to the cleansing flame of the heavenly realm, and it could burn anything. Rise. Zhou Xian casually waved his hand. Under the control of his yuan energy, all 47 herbs and the violet ing orchid flew up into the sky. After that, Zhou Xian unleashed the great soul derivation skill. With the help of the skill, he could have the best control over the herbs. Pop. With a slight vibration sound, Zhou Xian opened his mouth and spat out a ball of flame. After that, with a loud bang, the flame turned into a huge flame that covered all the herbs. Crackle. Under the burning of the true dragon flame, all the herbs were quickly purified. Although this step seems simple, it couldn't be neglected. Purifying dozens of herbs at the same time like what Zhou Xian was doing was something that no one had ever heard of before. Besides, Zhou Xian had to use the great soul derivation skill to adjust the temperature of the true dragon flame. If the temperature was too high, all the herbs would be burned into nothingness. Chapter 188. Even though Zhou Xian had intentionally controlled the temperature of the flame and wrapped it with a certain amount of yuan energy, the true dragon flame was still incredibly strong. It caused the temperature of the entire pill concoction room to suddenly rise, and the air was filled with a scorching hot air. Zhou Xian had a calm expression on his face. His black hair was fluttering in the wind, and his pair of black gem-like eyes were shining brightly. He stared at the sea of flames in front of him without blinking. Within the sea of flames, 48 different herbs were located in different positions, and they were being burned at different temperatures. If Guishan was here, even if he knew about Zhou Qian's methods, he would still kneel on the ground in shock. Smelting 48 different herbs at the same time and smelting 5 different herbs at the same time were two completely different concepts. Every herb had a critical point to be smelted. As long as the temperature of the flames reached the critical point, the herb would be melted and the impurities would be removed, extracting the essence. If the temperature of the flames wasn't high enough, the impurities wouldn't be removed, and if the temperature of the flames was too high, the essence of the herb would be incinerated, resulting in a huge waste. Therefore, during the smelting process, the alchemist had a very high level of control over the flames. The alchemist had to concentrate and use his soul energy to sense the critical point of the herbs, then control the temperature of the flames to the critical point. Only then would the impurities be completely removed, and the essence of the herb would be destroyed, resulting in a low-grade pill. This was undoubtedly a very difficult step. Therefore, when an ordinary alchemist refined a pill, they would use the alchemy furnace to adjust the flame temperature. Moreover, due to the difference in the melting point of each spiritual herb, alchemists would refine the spiritual herbs one by one or refine the herbs at the same critical point at the same time. If 2 different kinds of herbs were to be smelted at the same time, it would often lead to an incomplete refinement or loss of essence. In the end, the grade of the pill would not be high. Even some experienced alchemists would at most refine a few herbs at the same time. Refining dozens of herbs at the same time like Zhou Xian was doing was simply unheard of. Only those famous grandmaster alchemists would dare to do this, and it wouldn't be this easy. This was Zhou Qian's advantage. He himself was a powerful saint-grade alchemy grandmaster, and his great soul derivation technique had given him superb perception and control. Now, coupled with his true dragon flame, he had such a heaven-defying alchemy method. Refining dozens of spirit herbs was not an easy task. Zhou Xian needed to find the critical points of more than 40 kinds of flames and burn them at the same time. This step took 6 hours to complete. It actually took me 6 hours. If I was at my peak, I could have done it in minutes. Jiang Chen shook his head. If these words were heard by Guishan or any other alchemist, they would probably spit out a dozen mouthfuls of blood on the spot. They would press Jiang Chen down on the ground and give him a good beating. Jiang Chen's words were a huge blow to all alchemists in the world. Taking Guishan as an example, if he wanted to refine all 48 herbs, he would need at least 4 to 5 days. As for Firethorn Savage's demon soul, it would take even longer. Including the last step, he would need at least half a month to refine the Profound 6 solar pill. Next, I need to refine Firethorn Savage's demon soul, melt it into liquid form and then proceed to the last step, fuse it into a pill. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Under the control of his yuan energy, the 48 herb essences were emitting colorful lights. They looked like drops of crystal floating in a corner of the sea of flames. Jiang Chen flipped his palm and took out Firethorn Savage's golden demon soul from his storage ring. The fist-sized demon soul was thrown into the sea of flames by Jiang Chen. The true dragon flame turned into numerous fiery dragons and wrapped around Firethorn Savage's demon soul. Ha! Jiang Chen let out a cold shout. He adjusted the temperature of the true dragon flame to the highest level and started to burn Firethorn Savage's demon soul. Firethorn Savage's demon soul contained a very powerful energy essence. It couldn't be wasted. Apart from that, the demon soul also contained the purest yang energy, which was the foundation of Firethorn Savage's demon soul. To put it bluntly, the demon soul was filled with essence. There was no need to refine it. What Jiang Chen needed to do now was to melt it into liquid form and fuse it with the other herbs. Melting Firethorn Savage's demon soul was a very difficult task. Not only because of the hardness of the demon soul, Jiang Chen also needed to make sure that the source energy within the demon soul wouldn't be lost. Therefore, he needed to be very careful during the melting process. Outside the alchemy lab, Guishan and De Huang Dog were sitting across from each other around a stone table. Guishan generously took out the wine he brewed using herbs to entertain De Huang Dog. In Guishan's opinion, Jiang Chen's pill concoction this time wouldn't be completed in just 2 or 3 days. Therefore, Guishan could use this time to learn more about what happened in Misty Mountain in the Qian province from De Huang Dog. Old man Guishan, you're quite thoughtful this time. You even took out your wine to entertain this master dog. Not bad, not bad. You've been following this master dog for a long time. You must have been influenced by this master dog. You're getting better and better at doing things. Big Yellow said arrogantly as he held a jasper wine cup with his hoof and drank from it. Enough, enough. Even the best wine can't stop your mouth. When can you stop being so narcissistic? The sun will rise from the west. Hurry up and tell me all the details of your trip to Misty Mountain. Guishan hurriedly interrupted De Huang Dog. When this dog became narcissistic, everything would fly in the sky, run on the ground, and there would be scalpers everywhere. He was just too good at bragging. When the incident of Misty Mountain was mentioned, De Huang Dog immediately became spirited. His mouth flowed like a river, and the liquid in his mouth flew everywhere, including Guishan's face and head. It was hard to tell if it was wine or saliva. Guishan furrowed his brows. He started to regret sitting here and chatting with this dog. If it wasn't for the fact that he really wanted to know the details of Misty Mountain, he would have flipped the table and left. He would never sit and drink with De Huang Dog ever again. Within the pill concocting room, Jiang Chen spent an entire day and finally absorbed Firethorn Savage's demon soul. At this point of time, beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. If it was any other alchemist, they would have collapsed to the ground by now. The next step is to fuse the demon soul into a pill, the most important step. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. He didn't dare to waste any time and immediately started the last step, the fusion. Qian Province, Green Sanctuary Sect. Lu Hong and the other two returned from the Qi Province and met with the sect leader, Qing Sticks. How was it? Did you find anything? Qing Sticks had almost recovered his strength. He opened his eyes and looked at Lu Hong and the other two. Sect leader, we found something. That's why we came back to report to sect leader. We'll see what sect leader will do next. Lu Hong said. Why? What kind of background does this kid have? Qing Sticks furrowed his brows. With Lu Hong's personality, he didn't kill Jiang Chen right away, but instead came back to report to Qing Sticks. From this, it could be seen that this young man must have some kind of background. At least it was a background that Lu Hong couldn't afford to offend. That's right. That kid Xianxia isn't from the Qian province, he's from the Qi province. This guy is very famous in the Qi province. We've just arrived in the Qi province and anyone we ask would have heard of him. Lu Hong sighed. This trip to the Qi province to inquire about Xianxia's whereabouts was so smooth that even he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Initially, he thought that it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack if he had to search for someone in the entire Qi province. However, he didn't expect that Xianxia would be so famous that anyone he asked would know him. Right now, Xianxia's name was known by everyone in the Qi province. Besides, Lu Hong and the others had gone to the Yellowstone region. In the Yellowstone region, Xianxia was like a god. Even a 3-year-old kid idolized him. Tell me about it. Ting Stick said. This guy is a disciple from the Qi province's black sect. During the Qi province competition, he made a name for himself and challenged the Burning Sky Pavilion's northern and southern dynasties in 1 year. Recently, he's been in the limelight in the Qi province. He killed all the Blood Devils, Lord Blood Moon, and he even killed the Tianjin Gate's Liang Shao. I heard that this guy is improving at a very fast pace and he is favored by Taoist Black. That's why we didn't do anything to him. Lu Hong told the Green Sanctuary sect everything that he had found out. Nan Beichao is a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. I'm afraid the Martial Saint dynasty has been secretly paying attention to him, and it's almost certain that he will join the Martial Palace in the future. Xianxia is really courageous to challenge him to a duel in 1 year. Qing Sticks nodded his head. He wasn't surprised by this result. A genius like Xianxia wouldn't be a nobody. Sect Chief, Xianxia is a disciple of the Black Sect. What should we do? Lu Hong asked. The Black Sect's overall strength was similar to the Green Sanctuary sect. Besides, if the Green Sanctuary sect sent their men to the Qi province to kill Xianxia, they wouldn't have any advantage. Let's wait and see. We can't afford to offend the Black Sect right now. After all, the Qi province isn't our territory. We'll let that guy go for now. Tomorrow I'll recover from my injuries and head to Misty Mountain to kill Firethorn Savage. If I can break through to the Combat Soul realm with Firethorn Savage's demon soul, the Black Sect will be nothing. Qing Stick said. He would never have thought that when he arrived at Misty Mountain tomorrow, all he would see would be Firethorn Savage's dead body. The idea of letting Xianxia go for now would be erased from his mind. Alright, I'll listen to Sect Chief's arrangement. Lu Hong cupped his fist toward Qing Sticks. Although he hated Xianxia to the core, he understood that it was impossible for him to go to the Black Sect and kill Xianxia. Therefore, he could only listen to Qing Sticks' arrangement for now. Black Sect, Guishan's Mountain Peak. In the evening, after a day and a half of peace, energy ripples suddenly appeared in the alchemy sect. Xianxia and De Huang Dog were shocked. This ripple, don't tell me he has successfully concocted the pill? Guishan said in disbelief. It had only been a day and a half, and if Xianxia had successfully concocted the profound 6 solar pill in just a day and a half, it would be too shocking. Crack crack. Chapter 189. Guishan's gaze fell onto the pill in Xianxia's hand. The pill was filled with pure yang energy, and there were countless runes engraved on its surface, making it look very mystical. The energy that was leaking out from the pill could make anyone feel relaxed. It was an indescribable comfort. De Huang Dog stared at the pill in Xianxia's hand with a pair of bright eyes, and his saliva was dripping down from his mouth. Damn you, this pill is really good. It would be great if it could be used as an appetizer for me. De Huang Dog said thoughtlessly. But before he could finish his words, Xianxia's foot had already landed on his face, leaving a standard size 7 shoe print on his face. Damn dog, how dare you covet the profound 6 solar pill? You're seeking death. Xianxia glared at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't refute Xianxia's words for the first time. 48 types of herbs, Firethorn Savage's demon soul, and 6 solar holy water can be concocted into a profound 6 solar pill. With this pill, little you will be able to maintain her life. Xianxia said. He had already prepared the 6 solar holy water in advance. He was cultivating the profound 6 solar cultivation technique, which allowed him to absorb the pure yang energy from the surroundings and transform it into 6 solar holy water. This was also an essential part of concocting the profound 6 solar pill. Brother, Guishan suddenly burst into tears. He was crying so hard that his nose was covered with tears. He looked so sad. Guxian's crying had confused Zhou Xian. He had obtained Firethorn Savage's demon soul and concocted the profound 6 solar pill. Normally, Guxian should be happy, but even if he wasn't, he shouldn't be crying. Brother Guo, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Was it De Huang? I'll help you vent your anger, Zhang Chen said in a serious manner. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Guxian started crying even harder. Damn you, you're the one who made him angry. What does it have to do with me? This old man was just hurt by you. De Huang dog hurriedly tried to disassociate himself from this matter. Hearing this, Zhang Chen finally understood why Guxian was crying. It was because of Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen had used just 1.5 days to concoct a high-quality profound 6 solar pill. Guxian was a famous alchemist in the Qi province, and this was a huge blow to him. Zhang Chen's explanation was simple. I say, brother, this is too much of a blow. Guxian was both happy and depressed at the same time. He was happy that Zhang Chen had successfully concocted the profound 6 solar pill, which meant that Xianxia could be saved. On the other hand, he was depressed that Zhang Chen had given him a huge blow. He thought that no matter how abnormal Zhang Chen was, it would take him at least 3 to 4 days to concoct the profound 6 solar pill. He didn't expect that Zhang Chen would be able to concoct the profound 6 solar pill in just 1.5 days. Furthermore, looking at the quality of the profound 6 solar pill, it was obviously a 100% effectiveness pill. Brother, now that you have the great soul derivation skill, your alchemy skills will definitely get better and better. Alright, don't cry anymore, I'm going to save little you. Zhang Chen patted Guxian's shoulder to comfort him, then he walked towards Xianxia. Guxian sighed and hurriedly followed behind Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's existence had taught him what a miracle was. From now on, no matter how heaven-defying or extraordinary things happened to Zhang Chen, Guxian wouldn't be too surprised anymore. Xianxia was still lying in her room in the courtyard, quietly lying there like a sleeping beauty. Zhang Chen squatted down and touched Xianxia's cold face with his hand, then he said in a soft voice, Little you, it's your brother Zhang Chen's fault for not being able to protect you. When you get better in the future, I promise you that I won't let you suffer anymore. Whoever bullies you, I'll kill him. Zhang Chen's words were soft, but in Guxian's ears they were extremely lethal. Nothing that this man said could be treated as a joke. Zhang Chen fed the profound 6 solar pill to Xianxia. Immediately after the pill entered her body, a powerful energy burst out from her body. In just a few moments, a golden light barrier had formed around Xianxia's body. Xianxia was still sleeping peacefully inside the barrier, like a huge golden cocoon, waiting to be reborn. The profound 6 solar pill can protect little Yu's life, and it will be absorbed by little Yu bit by bit. Even when she is sleeping, her cultivation will still improve. In the future, when we find the 9 solar holy water and feed it to little Yu, she will immediately wake up, and her cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. Zhang Chen said. Guxian nodded his head in response to Zhang Chen's words. He didn't doubt it at all. The profound 6 solar pill that contained the demon soul of a peak mid-divine core warrior Firethorn Savage was extremely valuable. If it was combined with the 9 solar holy water, not to mention Xianxia who had a divine body with 9 meridians, even an ordinary human would be able to improve their cultivation by leaps and bounds, and become a genius. Older brother Guo, I might have to go to Inferno Hell in the next 2 days. I need you to take good care of little Yu and brother Yan. Zhang Chen said. Xianxia's matter had come to an end for now, and his next target was Inferno Hell. He wanted to find the Earth Devil there, and Han Yan was his first and only brother since he was reincarnated. He had to save him no matter what. Brother, are you really going to Inferno Hell? When Inferno Hell was mentioned, Guxian couldn't help but furrow his brows. It was a place he didn't want to go, it was just too dangerous. I've been interested in Inferno Hell for a long time, and I'm going there for brother Yan. Even Guan Yun dared to go to Inferno Hell. I, Zhang Chen, have nothing to be afraid of. Zhang Chen had a serious expression on his face. He loved adventures and challenges, that was what made life interesting. Besides, he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and he needed to go through a certain amount of training in order to obtain enough benefits. The further he cultivated the dragon transformation skill, the harder it would be for him to break through. Therefore, Zhang Chen wanted to take this opportunity and go to Inferno Hell. De Huang, this trip to Inferno Hell is bound to be filled with dangers. You can choose not to go with me, I won't force you. Xianxia looked at the Huang dog and said, Damn it, how can this master dog miss out on such a dangerous mission? Let me tell you, you can't get rid of me even if you want to. Daddy is definitely going to Inferno Hell. The Huang dog raised his head up high and spoke in an arrogant manner. Ha good. Xianxia laughed out loud. He was touched. Although he and the Huang dog didn't get to know each other without a fight, they had built a deep bond between them. No matter how dangerous the mission was, the Huang dog would follow him willingly. From killing Lord Bloodmoon to killing Firethorn Savage in Misty Mountain, the Huang dog had been a great help to him. Besides, having this dog following him would be a great help to him. After settling the issue with Yen Qinyu, Xianxia finally felt relieved, and he felt much more relaxed. That night, outside of Guishan's herb garden, Xianxia, Guishan, and a Huang dog sat around a stone table and drank. Of course, they were drinking the wine that Guishan brewed himself. Zhoosh. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and landed beside the stone table. The person didn't hold back at all. He sat down on the table, picked up the wine pot on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Sect Chief, aren't you being too rude? You didn't even ask for my permission before drinking my wine? Guishan teased. The person was none other than the Black Sect's Sect Chief, Taoist Black. What? Daddy just drank a mouthful of your wine, and you're not satisfied? Taoist Black rarely showed such a forthright attitude. Sect Chief, I suppose you don't come here for no reason? Xianxia cupped his fist toward Taoist Black. I do have something to tell you, something that will make you feel a strong sense of crisis. Taoist Black looked at Xianxia and said, Sense of crisis? I think it's from the northern and southern dynasties. Xianxia was a smart man. Since Taoist Black was paying attention to him and it was related to him, it must be related to the northern and southern dynasties. That's right, I just got the news that someone from the northern and southern dynasties has broken through to the Divine Core realm. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he is valued by the Martial Palace, and he will be a disciple of the Martial Palace in the future. Taoist Black said. When he mentioned the Martial Palace, he couldn't help but reveal a respectful expression. What? The northern and southern dynasties are valued by the Martial Palace? Guishan cried out in shock as if he had just heard something earth-shattering. Xianxia was puzzled. What kind of power is the Martial Palace? Xianxia, it looks like you don't know anything about the Eastern continent. I suppose you haven't heard about the Martial Saint dynasty either? Taoist Black said. Xianxia shook his head. He had indeed never heard about the Martial Saint dynasty. After he left Flame City and came out from Mount Origin, the Qi province was his first stop. There were a total of 28 provinces in the Eastern continent, and all of them had complicated relationships. He really didn't know much about them. Brother, the Martial Saint dynasty is the overlord of the Eastern continent. It can be said to be the existence that rules the entire Eastern continent. The Martial Palace was established by the Martial Saint dynasty, and it specializes in cultivating geniuses from all the provinces in the Eastern continent. Guishan said. So that's how it is. With the talents of the northern and southern dynasties, it's normal for them to be valued by the Martial Palace. Oh right, since the Martial Saint dynasty rules the entire Eastern continent, the Qi province is naturally under their rule as well. But why don't people talk about this Martial Saint dynasty? Xianxia asked with a puzzled expression. I'm ashamed to say this, but the Qi province is the weakest province in the Eastern continent, and the Martial Saint dynasty doesn't take it seriously at all. To put it bluntly, the big sects in the Qi province aren't even qualified to be ruled by the Martial Saint dynasty. The four big sects have produced many talented geniuses, and there are some who have broken through to the Divine Core realm before the age of 30, which means they are core disciples. But too bad, none of them were valued by the Martial Palace, and they could only go to other powerful provinces to train themselves. This is the first time in history that the Martial Saint dynasty has paid so much attention to the northern and southern dynasties, and it is also the first time that the Martial Saint dynasty has taken the initiative to ask for someone from the Qi province. The fact that the Martial Palace has taken the initiative to invite someone from the northern and southern dynasties shows how talented they are. Now, the northern and southern dynasties have all broken through to the Divine Core realm. Chapter 190. At this moment both Taoist Black and Guishan were in deep thought. The Qi province was the weakest province in the eastern continent, and its overall strength was similar to the Qian province. Compared to the other powerful provinces, the gap was huge. In the entire Qi province, there wasn't even a single combat soul warrior. This was also the reason why the martial Saint dynasty had almost abandoned these two provinces. They were the weakest in the eastern continent, and the fact that the martial palace had come to the Qi province to invite these geniuses was a great fortune for the Qi province. However, Taoist Black didn't feel happy at all, and he believed that the Tianjin Gate and the Valley of Happiness were the same as well. They knew very well what kind of people the northern and southern dynasties were. They were definitely not ordinary people. Even if they didn't join the martial palace, the future structure of the Qi province would still be changed by this man. If the northern and southern dynasties joined the martial palace and were trained by the martial palace and martial Saint dynasty, they would be able to soar into the sky. With the relationship between the four big sects in the Qi province at that point of time, all three big sects would be in a real crisis. On the other hand, Jiang Qin, who was sitting opposite of Guishan, had an excited expression on his face. His emotions had started fluctuating. He was never afraid of powerful enemies. In his mind, the stronger the enemy, the more challenging it would be. The appearance of the martial Saint dynasty and the martial palace had made him restless. In just an instant he had gained a new goal, the martial Saint dynasty and the martial palace. The northern and southern dynasties were not ordinary people, and he, Jiang Qin, was a true dragon that had descended from the heavens. Sooner or later he would soar into the sky. In Jiang Qin's grand plan, the Qi province was just a small piece of land. The martial palace and the martial Saint dynasty were his next targets. Jiang Qin was filled with great ambition. Sooner or later he would step onto the top of the eastern continent, and after that he would travel to the divine continent and find the things that belonged to his past life. His saint sword was still in the Cliff of Saints. 100 years ago he had used the saint sword to split open the gate to the realm of immortals, and in this life he was going to slash the heavens with it. This was Jiang Qin's grand plan. The Qi province was just the first step, and the martial Saint dynasty and the martial palace would be the next step. That's not a big deal. The stronger Nan Beichao is, the better. I'm just afraid that my opponent isn't strong enough. If that's the case, the 1-year challenge will be meaningless. Sect Chief, you don't have to worry too much. The structure of the Qi province will definitely change and it won't take too long. However, the one who will change the structure of the Qi province will not be Nan Beichao but me, Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin slowly stood up from his seat. He placed his hands behind his back and slightly raised his head. He was staring at the moon in the sky and his eyes were filled with a jiang. Taoist Black and Guishan looked at each other, and they could both see the shock in each other's eyes. Jiang Qin always gave them a different feeling. Right at this moment in front of them, this young man had suddenly become incredibly tall and mighty. It was an aura that was higher than the heavens. Just by standing there he was emitting a strong aura of a superior being, causing those who looked at him to feel a desire to look up at him. Good Jiang Qin, you're indeed extraordinary. Your talent is even greater than the northern and southern dynasties. I really hope that our Black sect can produce a peerless genius, and I also hope that one day the name Black sect can be heard by the entire eastern continent. Taoist Black stood up as well. He patted Jiang Qin's shoulder and left. Brother, you're a man who is good at creating miracles. In this world there's nothing you can't do. Even if it's the northern and southern dynasties, I believe they won't be able to stop you. Guishan said from the bottom of his heart. However, the northern and southern dynasties can't be underestimated. He has broken through to the divine core realm, so brother, you need to feel a sense of crisis and you need to cultivate as soon as possible. I did find a treasure during my trip to Misty Mountain. With this treasure I believe I'll be able to break through to the late heavenly core realm. Older brother Gua, I'll return to my place and enter secluded cultivation. Keep an eye on little you and brother Yan. Jiang Qin cupped his fist toward Guishan. Brother, just focus on your cultivation, I'll take care of everything here. Guishan slapped his chest and promised. Together with Da Huang Dog, Jiang Qin left Guishan's mountain and returned to his own courtyard. Although he was a heavenly core warrior now, he hadn't officially become an inner circle disciple yet. That was why he was still living on the same mountain. Of course, Jiang Qin didn't really care about the title of an inner circle disciple. With his current reputation in the Black sect, Even the Divine Core sect elders had to show him respect. So the title wasn't important to him at all. Jiang Chen's damaged courtyard had been repaired by Wang Yun and the others, and it looked exactly the same as before. After Jiang Chen returned to his courtyard, he immediately chose to enter secluded cultivation. "De Huang, I'm going to enter secluded cultivation and absorb the golden egg. I'm afraid it'll take me 1 or 2 days. I need you to protect me, and during these 2 days, don't let anyone disturb me." Jiang Chen said. "Damn it, it's always me, your father. This master dog is such a mighty existence, why is he protecting you?" De Huang dog said in a gloomy manner. Jiang Chen immediately rolled his eyes, then he slapped the dog's head. Now that he thought about it, he had asked De Huang dog to protect him many times, but this dog always went to sleep by himself. Of course, every time De Huang dog slept, he would gain a lot from it. "Damn dog, just stay here and protect your father unless you want to go to sleep. But if you dare go to sleep, you'll have to break through to the Divine Core realm. If you don't protect me and go to sleep without breaking through to the Divine Core realm, I'll break your dog balls." After threatening De Huang dog, Jiang Chen ignored De Huang dog's murderous gaze, turned around and walked back into his room. "How dare you say you'll break this master dog's dog balls? This is intolerable. Damn it, this master dog is going to die from anger. Woof woof. Damn you, when you come out I'll bite your butt until it's bloody." De Huang dog gnashed his teeth in anger. He was so angry that he dragged his huge body and jumped up and down in the courtyard, rolling back and forth. Within his room, Jiang Chen sat on a cushion with his legs crossed. Soon he adjusted himself to his best condition. After that, he took out the golden egg from his storage ring. This golden egg contains Firethorn Savage's source energy, and the energy within it is incredibly powerful. If I can absorb it completely, I'll be able to form at least 100 dragon marks, and I'll successfully break through to the late Heavenly Core realm. At that point of time, even mid-Divine Core warriors won't be my match. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This golden egg was definitely an unexpected reward from his trip to Misty Mountain. He would be heading to Inferno Hell soon, and it was a place filled with dangers. If he could break through to the late Heavenly Core realm, his foundation would be strengthened once again, and he would have a much higher chance of success. Besides, Jiang Chen had witnessed Firethorn Savage's fight with his own eyes, and he was really looking forward to seeing Firethorn Savage's innate ability. The formidable defensive and offensive abilities were unimaginable. If Jiang Chen could obtain Firethorn Savage's innate ability, he would have one more trump card. Buzz. A buzzing sound could be heard from within Jiang Chen's body. The dragon transformation skill was circulating at high speed, and it started absorbing the golden egg bit by bit. Early next morning, when the sun had just risen into the sky, a loud shout suddenly sounded out from outside the Black Sect. "Jiang Chen, come out here and face your death." The loud shout was like a sudden clap of thunder, and it echoed throughout the entire Black Mountain. The sound waves turned into layers of ripples and spread out. Everyone in the Black Sect could clearly hear the loud shout. Who is this? Why is he shouting so early in the morning? Does he think the Black Sect has no one to deal with him? Damn it, who the hell is this? How dare he come to the Black Sect and ask senior disciple Jiang to face his death? Does he still want to live? He's just courting death. Last time, Li Wuling came to senior disciple Jiang early in the morning from the Tianjian Gate. He wanted to kill senior disciple Jiang to avenge his brother, Li Wushuang, but he was still killed by senior disciple Jiang with just a single strike. Let's go and have a look. Let's see who is so reckless. At this moment, many figures dashed out from the Black Sect. Many inner circle disciples were flying in the sky, and even the outer circle disciples were running at top speed. Right at this moment, in the sky above the Black Sect, a man wearing a gray robe was hovering in the sky. He looked to be in his late 20s, and he had a handsome face. A domineering aura could be sensed from between his brows, and he was emitting a strong killing intent. A dagger was embroidered on the chest area of this man's robe. It was the symbol of the Tianjian Gate, and he was once again someone from the Tianjian Gate. Damn it, it's someone from the Tianjian Gate again. But who is this guy? Why haven't I seen him before? What a powerful aura, he's a Divine Core warrior. Why is there such a young Divine Core warrior in the Tianjian Gate? I know him, his name is Yunkin. He used to be the #1 genius of the Tianjian Gate, and he broke through to the Divine Core realm 2 years ago, becoming one of the rare core disciples of the Tianjin Gate. After that he left the sect to train himself, and I didn't expect him to come back. So he is a core disciple of the Tianjin Gate. If an inner circle disciple from the four big sects can break through to the divine core realm before the age of 30, he will be promoted to a core disciple. Since there are only a few core disciples and most of them have gone to bigger places to train themselves, not many of them stayed in the sect. I think this Yunkan came back to kill senior disciple Jiang because he wants to avenge Liang Shao. Many people recognized the man. He was a core disciple of the Tianjin Gate. In the Qi province, a core disciple was just a symbol, and normally, there would be no more than 2 core disciples in each sect. Those who could become a core disciple were all rare geniuses, and all of them were proud men. After breaking through to the divine core realm, they would leave the Qi province and go to bigger places to train themselves. Yunkan was a rare genius from the Tianjin Gate, and he left the Tianjin Gate after breaking through to the divine core realm 2 years ago. When he came back, he found out that the genius of the Tianjin Gate, Liang Shao, had been killed. He immediately became furious and he came to the Black Sect to fight back. A divine core disciple, he is a true genius. Senior disciple Jiang killed Liang Shao, and the sect elders of the Tianjin Gate couldn't do anything to him, and there isn't anyone in the younger generation who can fight senior disciple Jiang. Now that Yunkan has returned, a battle between 2 geniuses will no longer be a topic of gossip. Chapter 191. The appearance of Yunkan had shaken the entire Black Sect. At the same time, the name Yunkan had started spreading among all disciples. Many of them had heard of Yunkan, but they had never seen him in person. After all, he was a legendary figure of the Tianjin Gate, and he was quite famous in the Qi province 2 years ago. If anyone hadn't heard of him, they would be a country bumpkin, and they wouldn't have the face to say that they had lived in the outside world before. The news of Jiang Qin killing Liang Shao had spread across the entire Black Sect, and of course the Tianjin Gate had learned about it as well. Liang Shao was the #1 genius of Tianjin Gate, and if nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't take long before he became the next core disciple. Liang Zhao's death had caused the Tianjin Gate to suffer a great loss. If it was a divine core sect elder who killed Liang Shao, the Tianjin Gate would have long since erupted, and perhaps they would have started a war with the Black Sect by now. But too bad Liang Shao was killed by Jiang Qin. Besides, when Liang Shao was killed, Jiang Qin's cultivation level was lower than Liang Zhao's, and everyone knew this. There was an unwritten rule among the 4 big sects in the Qi province. The upper echelons would rarely get involved in the fights between the geniuses of the younger generation. When it came to fights between geniuses, it all depended on one's own abilities. Therefore, although the Tianjin Gate was furious and they wanted to tear Jiang Qin apart, the upper echelons didn't have the courage to come to the Black Sect and cause trouble for Jiang Qin. They couldn't afford to lose face like that. The #1 genius of Tianjin Gate was killed by a young man from the Black Sect, and for Tianjin Gate this was a very shameful thing. Besides, this incident was caused by Liang Zhao's assassination attempt on Jiang Qin. Therefore, the upper echelons of Tianjin Gate couldn't bring themselves to seek revenge. Even if they wanted to avenge Liang Shao, they would have to wait until Jiang Qin left the Black Sect. Jiang Qin's performance was getting stronger and stronger, and it seemed like he was going to become the second northern and southern dynasties. The upper echelons of Tianjin Gate wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible, but they couldn't do something like attacking the Black Sect directly. Yunkan's return had given Tianjin Gate an opportunity to get rid of Jiang Qin. Yunkan was also a genius of the younger generation, and no one would say anything against a genius. As long as they could kill Jiang Qin, not only would they be able to avenge Liang Shao, they would also be able to make the Tianjin Gate famous. Most importantly, they would be able to get rid of Jiang Qin, who was a huge threat to them. Jiang Qin, don't be a coward, come out here and face your death. The Yunkan of Tianjin Gate is here to challenge you. Yunkan's voice reverberated throughout the entire Black Mountain. Fuck, why are all the people from Tianjin Gate so shameless? Li Wuling was like this last time, and now this Yunkan. Senior disciple Jiang is only a mid-heavenly core warrior, and Yunkan is a famous divine core warrior. A divine core warrior is here to challenge a mid-heavenly core warrior? How shameless. That's right. If senior disciple Jiang was also a divine core warrior, I'm afraid this Yunkan would run far away when he heard senior disciple Jiang's name, and he wouldn't have the guts to show off here. Senior disciple Jiang killed Liang Xiao with his own abilities, and according to what I know, it was Fan Kuan who colluded with Liang Xiao and tried to assassinate senior disciple Jiang. But because he was too weak, he was killed by senior disciple Jiang, and he can only blame himself for being too weak. I think this Yun Ken is the same kind of trash. Yun Can's arrogant attitude had angered many disciples of the Black Sect. However, no matter how angry they were, no one dared stand out and fight Yun Can, because the core disciples of the Black Sect hadn't returned yet. Within the Black Sect, Guishan, who was meditating, had his expression changed when he heard the clamor. Right at this moment, De Huang Dog flew over from afar and shouted, "Old man Guishan, hurry up and get rid of that guy. Little Qinzi is in a critical moment right now, he doesn't have the time to fight with him." "Alright, I'll go right now." Guishan nodded his head. He knew what De Huang Dog said was true. He immediately stood up and flew towards the exit of the Black Sect. "Old man Guishan, tell that guy if he wants to challenge Jiangchen he has to wait for 2 days. Jiangchen will beat him up so badly that even his own mother won't be able to recognize him." De Huang Dog said while wagging his head. "Pa, alright." Guishan burst out into laughter. He believed what De Huang Dog said. Jiangchen was able to kill ordinary early divine core warriors right now, and if they were to fight he might not be able to defeat a genius like Yun Can. But if Jiangchen broke through to the late heavenly core realm, it would be a completely different story. Yun Can would definitely be no match for him, and if he were to fight Jiangchen he would be crushed in an instant. "Jiangchen, are you still not going to show yourself?" Yun Can was extremely arrogant and he was still yelling and shouting. "Shut up." Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out from within the Black Sect. Everyone could see Sect Elder Guishan flying towards them with an angry expression on his face. "Yun Can, why are you yelling in the Black Sect so early in the morning? Didn't your seniors teach you the rules? Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" Guishan Leng said. If you want to kill me you'll need to have the ability to do so. I don't have the time to fight with you, tell Jiangchen to show himself. Yun Can will kill him today and avenge junior disciple Liang Xiao." Yun Can let out a cold snort. He didn't take Guishan seriously at all. As a divine core disciple, every single one of them was a prideful man and they had high standards. Although Guishan was one stage higher than him, if they really fought, Guishan wouldn't be able to defeat him. Yun Can had broken through to the divine core realm 2 years ago, and he was now a peak early divine core warrior, just one step away from the mid-divine core realm. "Let me tell you, Jiangchen doesn't have the time to talk to you right now. But Jiangchen asked me to tell you this: if you want to challenge him you'll have to wait for 2 days. At that time he will beat you up so badly that even your own mother won't be able to recognize you. Therefore if you want to challenge him, come back in 2 days. If you still don't understand the rules and keep yelling, don't blame us, the Black Sect's warriors, for taking action." Guishan said with a sneer on his face. "Pa Yun Can, did you hear that? In 2 days, senior disciple Jiang will beat you up so badly that even your own mother won't be able to recognize you. I advise you to leave as soon as possible and don't come back here again. You don't want to follow in Liang Zhao's footsteps. That's right, our senior disciple Jiang will never show any mercy. If you die here in the Black Mountain, I'm afraid no one will be able to bury you. Just thinking about it makes me feel miserable." Wang Yun and Huang Jing said one after another, then they burst into laughter. "Arrogant. Fine, I'll come back in 2 days. Tell Jiangchen to stretch out his neck and wait for death. 2 days later Yun Can will come back and take his life." Yun Can left these cruel words behind, then he stepped into the sky and left. Senior disciple Jiang really accepted Yun Can's challenge? Could it be that senior disciple Jiang is going to break through again? That's hard to say. Senior disciple Jiang might be in secluded cultivation right now, and he might be able to break through again in 2 days. At that point of time he will be able to easily defeat Yun Can. That's right, senior disciple Jiang is a peerless genius. His talent is no weaker than those of the northern and southern dynasties. He has always been improving at an incredible speed and we can't judge him with common sense. Besides, senior disciple Jiang never does anything he's not confident about. Since he said he would accept Yun Can's challenge in 2 days, he must have the confidence to win. Haha, if senior disciple Jiang can kill the core disciple of the Tianjin Gate, his reputation will be greatly improved, and he will be able to fight against the northern and southern dynasties. All the disciples of the Black Sect had excited expressions on their faces. Jiang Chen's reputation had left a deep impression in their hearts. At the same time, within the Green Sanctuary sect in the Qian province, early in the morning, a man flew out from the Green Sanctuary sect with incredible speed. In just a few breaths of time he arrived outside of Misty Mountain. This man was wearing green clothes and he looked to be in his 50s. His face was covered with oil and he was the sect chief Qing Stix. Qing Stix had suffered serious injuries during the fight with Firethorn Savage, but he had fully recovered now. The first thing he wanted to do after his recovery was to kill Firethorn Savage, the biggest threat to the Green Sanctuary sect. Firethorn Savage, I think you're in a very weak state right now. Let's see how you're going to fight me. As long as I can kill you, this Misty Mountain will belong to the Green Sanctuary sect, and we will be able to enter the third sector whenever we want. A prideful smile emerged on Qing Stix's face. He was in high spirits and he was imagining that after he killed Firethorn Savage, not only would Misty Mountain become his backyard, Firethorn Savage's demon soul would also help him break through the bottleneck he had been stuck in for many years, allowing him to break through to the combat soul realm. Qing Stix was walking in the sky above Misty Mountain with a spear in his hand. With every step he took, his energy would become stronger, and when he arrived at the center of Misty Mountain, his aura had skyrocketed. He was filled with killing intent, and his combat strength had reached its peak. Firethorn Savage, come out here and face your death. Qing Stix's voice shook the sky. After that he arrived in front of Firethorn Savage's cave, but what he saw shocked him. He staggered and nearly fell down from the sky. He did see Firethorn Savage, but what he saw was just a dead body. The entire square at the middle of the mountain was covered with Firethorn Savage's blood. Even after 2 days the blood still hadn't dried up. There were many wounds on Firethorn Savage's body, and his brain had been dug out. Cracks could be seen everywhere on the square. Obviously, an intense battle had just taken place here. How did this happen? Who did this? Qing Stix was stunned. At this moment, all his dreams about the future of the Green Sanctuary sect, all his great plans, had turned into bubbles and disappeared without a trace. With a flash, Qing Stix entered Firethorn Savage's cave, but he found out that Jindan was nowhere to be found. This situation almost made Qing Stix vomit blood. Qing Stix was so angry that his chest kept moving up and down. He felt like someone had just robbed him of his most precious and beloved possession. It's Jiang Chen, it must be that young man whose name is Jiang Chen. Firethorn Savage is his real target. He used Jindan to attack the Green Sanctuary sect, then he used the Green Sanctuary sect's power to deal with Firethorn Savage, and then he reaped all the benefits without doing anything. What an evil method, damn it, damn it. Qing Stix immediately figured out what was going on. Everything that happened in front of him, he could easily guess who did it with his nose. But what he didn't expect was that Firethorn Savage's weakened state was so weak that he couldn't even block a heavenly core young man and a dog. If he knew that Firethorn Savage was so weak, he wouldn't have healed himself 2 days ago, he would have attacked right away. Jiang Chen, you little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Qing Stix roared out. He stared at the direction of the Qi province with anger in his eyes. All his hopes were gone, the fruit that was supposed to be his had become a gift to Jiang Chen. Chapter 192. Qing Stix was angry, extremely angry. He felt like his lungs were being cheated. When a man was filled with hope and he had even seen the dawn of his dream, but when he found out that everything had become a fantasy, a bubble, this kind of feeling was not something anyone could understand. The Green Sanctuary sect had suffered a great loss during the battle with Firethorn Savage, and Firethorn Savage was the Green Sanctuary sect's biggest hope. Qing Stix longed to become a combat soul warrior, he longed to rule the entire Qi province, he longed to make the Qian province as glorious as the other provinces that had a combat soul warrior, and he longed to attract the attention of the martial saint dynasty. Everything was over, it was all over. Firethorn Savage's demon soul was gone, but Qing Stix didn't let go of Firethorn Savage's body. He carried Firethorn Savage's hill-sized body and flew back to the Green Sanctuary sect. Firethorn Savage's body was a treasure. Just its skin alone could be used to craft many defensive items. On the same day after Qing Stix returned to the Green Sanctuary sect, He immediately gathered a group of 6 divine core warriors and started attacking the Qi province. Bastard, he is an absolute bastard. That little bastard killed Firethorn Savage when he was in his weakened state, and we, the Green Sanctuary sect, didn't get anything from him. Kill him, we must kill him. This is a great hatred. Let's go to the Black Sect and force Taoist Black to hand over Xianxia. If not, we'll become the Green Sanctuary sect's enemy. All the sect elders of the Green Sanctuary sect were furious, and their faces were filled with anger. Looking at their expressions, it was as if Xianxia had snatched their daughter away from them. Their hatred was as deep as the ocean. Qing Sticks was really furious this time. If he didn't kill Xianxia, he wouldn't be able to vent the anger in his heart. If he kept suppressing this anger, he would never be able to break through to the combat soul realm. The Green Sanctuary sect, a respectable sect in the Qian province, had been fooled by a young man. If they couldn't regain their face, the Green Sanctuary sect would become the laughingstock of the entire Qian province. At this moment, Xianxia was completely immersed in his cultivation in his room. He was focused on refining the golden egg and did not care about what was happening outside. The golden egg the size of a human head hovered in front of Xianxia, spinning continuously. Streams of blood-red dragon marks rushed out from Xianxia's body, completely enveloping the golden egg. Strands of energy from the golden egg flowed into Xianxia's body. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, the energy was quickly converted into pure energy, entering Xianxia's qi, surrounding the heavenly core and forming new dragon marks. Absorbing the golden egg wasn't an easy task, and it had to be done bit by bit. If he rushed it, the energy within would be wasted. Since Xianxia had plenty of time now, he wanted to make good use of the golden egg and use it to break through to the late heavenly core realm. After a night of hard work, a quarter of the golden egg had been absorbed, and a total of 25 dragon marks had formed in Xianxia's body, giving him a total of 328 dragon marks. This was the frightening effect of the dragon transformation skill. With every new dragon mark formed, his overall strength would increase. Xianxia was cultivating in peace. De Huang Dog was doing his best to protect Xianxia. All the disciples of the Black Sect were restless as well. Yun Can's appearance had made them restless. Everyone knew that Yun Can would show up again in 2 days, and at that time, if Xianxia came out from his secluded cultivation, there would definitely be a fierce battle. At dusk, the outside of the Black Sect became restless once again. 5 to 6 extremely powerful energies were approaching. Xianxia, get your ass out here and face your death. A loud shout sounded out from nowhere. The energy waves were many times stronger than Yun Can's, and even though they were far away from the source, many people still felt their ears go numb and their scalps go numb. Damn it, what is going on? Why is there no end to this? Damn it, what has Xianxia done? Why are there so many people coming to our sect to seek revenge? Look at their energies, I can't imagine how much hatred they have for us. Ever since senior disciple Jiang came to the Black Sect, the Black Sect hasn't had a single moment of peace. The inner circle is in chaos and the outer circle is in chaos as well. Senior disciple Jiang is truly a devil incarnate, he is my idol. All the disciples of the Black Sect felt like throwing up blood. What was going on today? Yun Can had just left this morning and now someone was coming to kill them. Judging from their energies, they were much stronger than Yun Can. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Another group of people dashed out from the Black Sect. This time they came out even faster than this morning. Everyone wanted to see who these people were and they wanted to know what Xianxia had done this time. Outside of the Black Sect's entrance, there were 6 men in green clothes. All of them were old men in their 50s and the one in the lead had the most powerful energy. He was no weaker than Taoist Black. Oh heavens, where did these people come from? Their cultivation levels are so strong. The leader's cultivation level is no weaker than the sect chief's, but I've never seen these people before. Since when did the Qi province have so many powerful men? They are definitely not from the other 3 big sects, maybe they are not from the Qi province? Oh heavens, what did senior disciple Jiang do? Look at their faces, it looks like they want to eat someone alive. After finding out the cultivation levels of these people, everyone were shocked. These people were much stronger than Yun Can and their origins were unknown. Being able to make so many divine core warriors come here in a fit of rage and kill someone, this could be considered a great ability. They had always wanted to get this kind of treatment, but they hadn't gotten it yet. Hurry up and ask Xianxia to come out and hand over Firethorn Savage's demon soul. If not, I swear I won't let this matter rest. Xianxia's voice was loud like a huge bell, and he was emitting a mighty energy. Who dares to cause trouble in the Black Sect? Right at this moment, a loud shout with an equally mighty energy sounded out from within the Black Sect. After that, Taoist Black stepped in the air and arrived in front of the Black Sect's entrance. Following behind him were a few Divine Core Sect elders. Wuxia was one of them. Who are you? Why are you yelling at the Black Sect? Taoist Black threw a glance at Xianxia and the others. He didn't recognize them either. Judging by your cultivation level, you should be the Black Sect's sect chief, Taoist Black, right? I'm the sect chief of the Qian province's Green Sanctuary sect, Xianxia. We've traveled a great distance just for Xianxia, and we don't want to cause any trouble with the Black Sect. As long as sect chief can hand Xianxia over to us, we'll leave immediately. Xianxia went straight to the point. He guessed that Firethorn Savage's demon soul was still in Xianxia's hands. As long as he could find Xianxia, there was a chance he could get the demon soul back. What? The sect chief of the Qian province's big sects came here in person? Since when did Xianxia come to the Qian province and cause trouble? Damn it, Xianxia is really a devil incarnate. He can't stay in the Qi province anymore, but he still wants to come to the Qian province? What did he do to the Green Sanctuary sect that made them so angry? What is Firethorn Savage's demon soul? Xianxia's ability is incredible. Hearing that these people were from the Qian province, and that they were the sect chief and sect elder of a big sect, everyone became speechless. This Xianxia's ability was really incredible. Firethorn Savage's demon soul? Taoist Black furrowed his brows. Maybe the others didn't know what Firethorn Savage was, but he did. There was a Firethorn Savage in the Misty Mountain of the Qian province, and it was impossible for Xianxia to get his demon soul. Sect Chief, this is what happened. Wuxia used his divine sense to compress all the information and sent it to Taoist Black's mind. Taoist Black immediately understood what had happened. In order to save Yanqinyu, Xianxia went to Misty Mountain to kill Firethorn Savage. Then he borrowed the Green Sanctuary sect's strength and made them suffer a great loss. After listening to everything, Taoist Black was shocked. Xianxia really killed the peak mid-divine core Firethorn Savage, and he even got his demon soul. If Wuxia didn't tell him this, he wouldn't believe it. Good, this young man will definitely become someone great. Facing the aggressive Green Sanctuary sect, not only did Taoist Black not show any signs of nervousness, he even showed excitement in his eyes. The fact that Xianxia was able to accomplish such a great feat meant that he was a brave and intelligent man, and he was extremely daring. A genius like this would definitely become someone great in the future. Sect Chief, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to come to my sect and ask for a disciple from the Black Sect? Taoist Black said. Taoist Black, Xianxia killed a sect elder and disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect, and he framed us, causing us to suffer a great loss. The reason I came here today is to kill him. I don't think Sect Chief is willing to offend a big sect like the Green Sanctuary sect just for a little disciple. Xianxia said. I'm sorry, I've disappointed Sect Chief. I, Taoist Black, am a very protective person. Besides, your Green Sanctuary sect is such a big sect, but you couldn't even defeat a little disciple from the Black Sect, and you even suffered a great loss. You should reflect on yourself. How can you come here and ask for a disciple? Sect Chief, I think you should just leave. Taoist Black said with a smile on his face. In his mind, Xianxia was his most precious disciple. There was no way he would hand him over. That's right, such a big sect suffered a great loss in the hands of senior disciple Jiang. This is just too shameful. How can you still have the face to come here? Some disciples agreed. Taoist Black, Xianxia have come here today to get Xianxia no matter what. Does your Black Sect really want to fight with the Green Sanctuary sect? Xianxia's anger couldn't be quelled. Take a good look at this place. This is the Qi province, not your Qian province. Don't tell me you're thinking of fighting in the Black Sect with just these few people? Taoist Black let out a cold snort. As the sect chief, he had to act like a domineering sect chief. Putting aside the fact that he was here to protect Xianxia, even if it was just an ordinary disciple, he couldn't just hand him over like this. If he really did that, he would disappoint all the other disciples, and how would he be able to show his face in the future? Sect Chief, what Taoist Black said is right. This is the Qi province. If we fight, we won't be able to gain any advantages. Lu Hong whispered to Qing Sticks. Don't tell me we've come here for nothing? Besides, that little Jiangchen might not have the time to absorb Firethorn Savage's demon soul yet. We can't let it go to waste. Qing Sticks let out a cold snort. Firethorn Savage's demon soul was his dream. He couldn't just give it up like this. However, Taoist Black didn't want to give in. If they really fought, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Chapter 193. This Jiangchen is really a troublemaker. Taoist Black smiled as he transmitted his voice to Guishan. Sect Chief, it looks like the Green Sanctuary sect won't let this go easily. If they don't have a deep hatred for us, they won't come to the Black sect personally. I have an idea. Guishan said. Say it. Taoist Black said. The Green Sanctuary sect just wants to kill Jiangchen to vent their anger. We'll give them a chance. Ask their genius disciples to attack, we won't stop them. Since Yun Ken from Tianjin Gate has appeared, one more doesn't matter. This is also a test for Jiangchen. Guishan said. Alright, we'll do as you say. Taoist Black's eyes lit up. He felt that Guishan's idea was a good one. He immediately raised his head and said to Qing Sticks with a loud voice, Sect Chief, the Black sect doesn't want to have any conflict with the Green Sanctuary sect. But Jiangchen is my disciple, I can't just let you take him away. Besides, with your status as the sect chief, attacking a junior is a disgrace to your status and reputation. I don't know what Jiangchen has done to the Green Sanctuary sect, but I'll give you a chance. Ask your genius disciples to attack. No matter who it is, Jiangchen will fight them. As long as it's a young disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect, I can guarantee that no one in the Black sect will stop him, and we won't help Jiangchen. What a joke. Although that Jiangchen is only a mid-heavenly core warrior, even an early divine core sect elder is no match for him. Taoist Black, you're just asking our disciple to die here. Sect Master Qing Sticks said angrily. Although he had never met Jiangchen, it was a fact that an early divine core sect elder from the Green Sanctuary sect was killed by Jiangchen. Don't tell me the Green Sanctuary sect doesn't have any core disciples? Guishan said with a loud voice. Sect Chief, this is my bottom line. Geniuses fight geniuses, this is fair. If you bunch of old men want to attack, I, Taoist Black, will fight you until the end. Don't forget, this is the Qi province, the Black sect's territory. Once we start fighting, I believe you won't get any benefits. Taoist Black's expression turned cold. Sect Master, we can go to the Molten Cave and call Hui Yuan or back to deal with Jiangchen. Lu Hong whispered. That's right, Hui Yuan broke through to the Divine Core realm a year ago, and with his unique physique he has also achieved minor success in the Heavenly Fire skill. He has been cultivating in the Molten Cave for a year now, and if Hui Yuan is here, I'm sure Jiangchen won't be his match. Another elder said. The other elders nodded in agreement. When core disciples were mentioned, the first person they thought of was Hui Yuan. Alright, let's return to Qian province immediately. Lu Hong, you go to the Molten Cave and summon Hui Yuan to kill Jiangchen. Qing Sticks' expression changed. After that, he brought a few divine core elders and returned to where they came from. Although Qing Sticks was desperate to kill Jiangchen, he understood that with Taoist Black's interference he wouldn't even be able to see Jiangchen. He agreed with Taoist Black's words. With his status, it would be a disgrace to his reputation if he were to personally deal with a junior. After all, Taoist Black had made it clear that as long as it was a genius disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect, the Black sect wouldn't stop him. Although Jiangchen was able to kill early divine core warriors, Hui Yuan was no ordinary man. A genius like him couldn't be compared with those who were at the same level as him, and he was more than enough to fight those who were at a higher level than him. The Green Sanctuary sect had left, but the Black sect couldn't stay calm any longer. Jiangchen had once again become the center of attention. Everyone was guessing what would happen in 2 days. Yun Ken alone was enough to deal with him, but now the Green Sanctuary sect had joined the fray. No one knew how strong the core disciples from the Green Sanctuary sect would be. The clamor outside didn't affect Jiangchen, who was in secluded cultivation. For Jiangchen, nothing was more important than absorbing the golden egg. Up until now, half of the golden egg had been absorbed, and Jiangchen had gained another 70 dragon marks in his Qi Si. giving him a total of 373 dragon marks. He was getting closer to 400 dragon marks. There was still half of the golden egg left, but the further Zhou Xian cultivated, the harder it would be for him to form new dragon marks. The energy required for each new dragon mark was also greater. Even so, this golden egg was more than enough for Zhou Xian to break through to the late heavenly core realm. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed and night had fallen. Zhou Xian, who had been meditating for 2 days, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were glowing brightly, and the energy that was unleashed from his body caused the entire room to tremble. The fuck, what a powerful energy. This guy has really broken through to the late heavenly core realm. Sensing the energy, the Huang dog, who was in low spirits, suddenly pricked up his ears and threw his glance into the room. Within the room, Zhou Xian had completely absorbed the golden egg and he was breaking through to the late heavenly core realm. With a light shout, he took out a huge amount of human elixir from his storage ring and devoured them all as if they were free. After the human elixir was absorbed by the dragon transformation skill, it was like a river of energy flowing into Zhou Qian's qi. Right at this moment, the heavenly core in Zhou Qian's qi started transforming. The fist-sized golden heavenly core was producing a buzzing sound and violently vibrating. Numerous blood-red dragon marks were drilling into the heavenly core, and the size of the heavenly core had increased by at least 2 times. Zhou Qian's energy had become extremely strong. This was a foundation that ordinary people couldn't understand. It made him look like an ancient barbaric beast, extremely powerful. Right now, Zhou Xian had successfully broken through to the late heavenly core realm, and he had formed 400 dragon marks. However, the golden egg's energy hadn't been completely depleted yet. Therefore, Zhou Xian didn't come out right away. Instead, he needed to sort out the energy in his body and stabilize his cultivation base at the late heavenly core realm. This guy has broken through to the late heavenly core realm, but he still hasn't come out? Don't tell me he is sleeping in there? The Huang dog had a gloomy expression on his face. However, he knew that there must be a reason why Zhou Qian didn't come out. Therefore, he didn't go in and disturb Zhou Qian, and just continued his role as a guard. The next day, early in the morning, Yun Qian arrived from afar in an imposing manner. He hovered in the sky above the black sect, and just like 2 days ago, he shouted out loudly, "Zhou Qian, come out and face your death." Damn it, that Yun Qian is really punctual, he came so quickly. He has been thinking about killing Zhou Qian to avenge Liang Shao, and now that he has waited for 2 days, I'm afraid he is getting impatient. I haven't seen senior disciple Zhou Qian for the past 2 days. I'm afraid he is still in his cultivation. Yun Qian's arrival had immediately raised the curtain of a huge battle. All the disciples of the Black Sect rushed out and occupied different positions on the Black Mountain, staring at Yun Qian, who was in high spirits in the sky. Yun Qian is here. I wonder when the men from the Green Sanctuary sect will arrive. They should be here soon. I don't think the Green Sanctuary sect will let Zhou Qian go. Many people had excited expressions on their faces. A heavenly core disciple of the Black Sect was going to fight a core disciple from another sect. This was the first time something like this had ever happened. Everyone was looking forward to Zhou Qian defeating Yun Qian, and this battle would be recorded in the history books. Even the northern and southern dynasties didn't have such a record. Where is Zhou Qian? Why isn't he out yet? Is he going to be a coward? Yun Qian had an arrogant expression on his face as he stood in the sky above the Black Sect and shouted. Why are you panicking? Senior disciple Zhang will definitely come out. That's right, why are you panicking? If senior disciple Zhou Qian doesn't show up now, you can still live a little longer. Why don't you cherish your life? Wang Yun and Huang Jing said heartlessly. They were the earliest followers of Zhou Qian in the Black Sect, and their loyalty towards Zhou Qian was unquestionable. Of course, they would support Zhou Qian wholeheartedly. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? You're courting death. Yun Qian glared at them. Trash like Wang Yun and Huang Jing were nothing in Yun Qian's eyes. What a strong sense of superiority. Just you wait. Senior disciple Zhang will beat you up so badly that even your own mother won't be able to recognize you. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant then. Forget it, why are we wasting so much time talking to a man who is about to die? Wang Yun and Huang Jing were echoing each other, causing Yun Qian to be so angry that he started glaring at them. If his main target wasn't Zhou Qian, perhaps Yun Qian would have attacked both of them by now. Hurry up and ask Jiang Chen to come out and face his death. It's useless to be a coward, Yunkan said arrogantly. Right at this moment within the black sect, Jiang Chen still hadn't come out from his room. De Huang Dog was pacing back and forth in front of the door. He could clearly hear Yunkan's clamor and he was so anxious that he almost shit himself. De Huang, what's going on? Why hasn't Brother Jiang come out from his secluded cultivation? Guishan flew over from afar and asked anxiously. Yunkan was shouting outside, and if Jiang Chen still didn't come out, it would affect his reputation. Who knows? This guy broke through last night and he still hasn't come out? Damn it. De Huang Dog was extremely angry. Creak. Right after De Huang Dog's words left his mouth, the door was pushed open. Jiang Chen, who was wearing white clothes, walked out from the room with a bright smile on his face. After one night, Jiang Chen had completely absorbed the golden egg. A total of 410 dragon marks had formed in his qi, and his cultivation had completely stabilized at the late heavenly core realm. My ancestor, you're finally out. If you didn't come out, this master dog would have barged in and shit on your head. De Huang Dog bared his teeth. But Jiang Chen cursed. He didn't do anything wrong, but this dog just wanted to shit on his head so early in the morning. Did he have to be so disgusting? De Huang, even though you've been my guardian for 2 days, you don't have to shit on my head. Jiang Chen was speechless. Jiang Chen, get your ass out here now and face your death. Yunkan's voice sounded out again. This time Jiang Chen could hear it clearly. What's going on? Which bastard is courting death? Jiang Chen's expression instantly turned cold. Now you know what's going on. That guy outside has been shouting for a while now. This master dog can't hold it in any longer. De Huang Dog jumped up and down. Who's outside? Chapter 194. The Tianjin Gate's core disciple Yunkan, an early divine core warrior. 2 days ago he came here and claimed that he would kill you to avenge Liang Shao. At that time, you were in secluded cultivation, so De Huang and I asked him to challenge you 2 days later. But I didn't expect him to come here so early in the morning. Guishan said. Core disciple? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He had only heard about the core disciples from the 4 big sects in the Qi province, but he had never met one before. Yunkan used to be the #1 genius of the Tianjin Gate, and he was a famous man among the younger generation of the Qi province. 2 years ago he broke through to the divine core realm and became a core disciple. After that he left the Qi province to train himself in a bigger area, and the reason he came back is to kill you. Your growth has made the Tianjin Gate feel threatened. Besides, you've been an enemy of the Tianjin Gate for a long time, and you've killed many of their genius disciples including Liang Shao not long ago. The reason why the Tianjin Gate sent Yunkan to challenge you is to kill you. Guishan briefly explained Yunkan's situation to Jiang Chen. So that's how it is. Perfect timing. I want to see how strong a core disciple is. Let me go meet him. A grin emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He had just broken through to the late heavenly core realm, and he now had 410 dragon marks in his body. His combat strength was unimaginable, and with his current cultivation level he was more than enough to fight any ordinary mid-divine core warriors. As for early divine core warriors, he could kill them with ease. Even if Yunkan was a genius of the younger generation, Jiang Chen would still kill him. Brother, this Yunkan is not easy to deal with, you have to be careful. Guishan advised with good intentions. Be careful, my ass. Little Chinzi has broken through to the late heavenly core realm, and with his abilities, if he uses all his strength he will definitely beat the shit out of Yunkan. De Huang Dog shook his head. He was extremely confident in Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was able to kill early divine core warriors when he was just a mid-heavenly core warrior, and no matter how strong this Yunkan was, he was just an early divine core warrior. If Jiang Chen hadn't broken through to the next realm, it might have been difficult for him to deal with Yunkan. But now that he had broken through to the next realm, he could totally ignore Yunkan unless a mid-divine core disciple from Tianjin Gate appeared. Only then would they have a chance to deal with Jiang Chen. You damn dog, your mouth is full of shit. Can't you be more civilized? Guishan rolled his eyes. 3 men and a dog flew into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived outside the Black Sect. Senior Disciple Jiang has come out. I told you, Senior Disciple Jiang has no fear of Yunkan, and now that he has come out, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. I wonder who will win. After all, Yunkin is a famous genius and he has broken through to the divine core realm. No ordinary man can compare with him. I think senior disciple Jiang will win. Senior disciple Jiang never fights a battle he has no confidence in winning. Think about it, ever since the Qi province competition, when has senior disciple Jiang Chen ever lost a battle? The appearance of Jiang Chen immediately lit up the atmosphere. He stood there like a bright moon surrounded by stars. Yun Ken threw his glance at Jiang Chen. Leng Leng asked, "Are you Jiang Chen?" "That's right, who are you? Tell me your name." Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Of course he knew this man was Yun Ken, but he would never be polite when talking to his enemies. Hearing this, Yun Ken was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. How dare this guy say who he was? He was the famous Yun Ken, and since when did anyone dare to be so disrespectful to him? There was a saying that although his elder brother had left the world for a long time, there were still legends about him. Yun Ken was his elder brother. Although he had left for 2 years, now that he had returned, anyone who saw him would be afraid of him. This Jiang Chen had offended his dignity by treating him with such an attitude. Jiang Chen, you killed Liang Xiao and today I'm going to avenge Liang Xiao. Come up here and accept my challenge. Yun Ken was extremely arrogant. Yun Ken, I can see that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate to this level. I Jiang Chen am a merciful man, so I advise you to go back to where you came from. If you end up following in Liang Xiao's footsteps, it will be a horrible ending. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, Liang Xiao died a horrible death. His head was separated from his body. Jiang Chen's words made Yun Can's nose twitch in anger. A little heavenly core warrior was actually advising him to go back to where he came from? This was the biggest joke in the world. Jiang Chen, cut the crap, come up here and accept your death. Yun Can was extremely aggressive and his killing intent was soaring. It looked like he was going to tear Jiang Chen into pieces today. Swoosh swoosh. Right at this moment, a few more powerful energies arrived from afar. In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside the Black Sect's main gate. These people were all wearing green clothes and all the disciples of the Black Sect were familiar with them. They were from the Green Sanctuary sect. Next to Qing Sticks there was a young man in his 20s. His fiery red hair was fluttering in the wind, and even his eyebrows were red. He was wearing a fiery red long robe and he had a muscular body. His face was filled with arrogance, and just by looking at his energy, anyone could tell that he was a man with a fiery temper. The men from the Green Sanctuary sect are here again. Look at that young man, I think he is their core disciple. Damn it, first it was Yun Kin and now another guy. Let's see how senior disciple Jiang is going to deal with this. Sect chief has said it before, as long as the Green Sanctuary sect sends a younger generation disciple, he won't interfere. Jiang Chen will have to deal with this himself. The crowd became restless once again. Today's situation was much bigger than what everyone had expected. The men from the Green Sanctuary sect? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Brother, the men from the Green Sanctuary sect came here 2 days ago, but they were stopped by the sect chief. He asked their core disciple to deal with this. That man wearing a fiery red robe should be a core disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect. He looks really strong. Guishan reminded. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately burst out into laughter. He looked at Qing Sticks with a mocking expression. He knew why the Green Sanctuary sect was so furious and didn't hesitate to come to the Black Sect to find him. It must be because of Firethorn Savage. Sect chief, he is Jiang Chen and that dog behind him. Lu Hong said while gnashing his teeth in anger. Little bastard Jiang Chen, I'll definitely tear you into a million pieces today. Qing Sticks shouted out furiously. He didn't care about his image at all. When he saw Jiang Chen, he couldn't help but think about Firethorn Savage's situation. He couldn't help but think about how all of his great plans had gone up in smoke. He wished he could eat Jiang Chen's flesh right now. There are too many people who want to kill me, but too bad I'm still alive and kicking. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. He didn't expect so many things to happen right after he came out from his secluded cultivation. However, he wasn't afraid at all. He wanted to see what these core disciples from the big sects were capable of. Hui Yuner, kill him. Qing Sticks Leng Leng said. The red-haired young man took a step forward and arrived in the sky. Flames emerged from his body, causing the surrounding air to become hot. Jiangchen, it's your good fortune to be killed by me, Hui Yuner. Compared to Yun Ken, Hui Yuner was even more arrogant. It's easy to get burned when playing with fire. Hui Yuner, let me give you a piece of advice as well, you better get the hell out of here. It's not good for you to die here. Jiangchen sneered. With his eyesight he could easily see through Hui Yuner's foundation. This Hui Yuner had cultivated a very powerful fire skill, and it was quite powerful. If they were to compare his attack power, he might even be stronger than Yun Ken. But too bad his opponent was Jiangchen. This meant that all of Hui Yuner's advantages had turned into disadvantages. In front of the true dragon flame, Hui Yuner's flame was just a joke. Besides, as an alchemist, Jiangchen was the ancestor of playing with fire. Presumptuous. How dare you talk to me, Hui Yuner, like this? Even if you had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough for you to die. Hui Yuner shouted out loudly. His arrogance had reached its peak. Damn it! Did this guy just eat some gunpowder? Where did he get his sense of superiority from? Even the Huang dog couldn't bear it anymore. Jiangchen, I didn't expect you to have so many enemies. But brother, first come first served. Jiangchen's life belongs to me, Yun Ken. I'm afraid it's none of your business anymore. Yun Ken said. Who are you? How dare you compete with me, Hui Yuner? Today Jiangchen's life belongs to me, Hui Yuner. Hui Yuner became even more arrogant. I'm a core disciple of Tianjian Gate, Yun Ken. This Jiangchen killed a genius from Tianjian Gate. He has a deep grudge with Tianjian Gate. Today I'm going to kill Jiangchen. Whoever dares compete with me will be my enemy. Yun Ken coldly harumphed. In just a few words, Yun Ken and Hui Yuner had started arguing with each other. This scene had stunned all the disciples of the Black Sect, and at the same time, some of them were furious. Damn it, what do these two think senior disciple Jiang is? Why are they talking as if senior disciple Jiang is theirs? Damn it, this is ridiculous. How dare they challenge the Black Sect? How dare they be so arrogant? Damn it, even Daddy can't stand it anymore. I really want to go up there and slap their faces, but too bad I'm no match for them. They are talking as if senior disciple Jiang is going to die for sure. In my opinion, none of you are senior disciple Jiang's match, and yet someone is rushing to his death? What a bunch of idiots. Not only the disciples of the Black Sect, even Jiangchen was speechless. These two guys had a strong sense of superiority. This was too much. Hey, why don't you two fight first, then you can decide who's going to kill me, what do you think? Jiangchen suggested in a serious manner. Hui Yuner, are you sure you want to stop me? Yun Ken's energy was unparalleled. You're the one who's stopping me now. Flames were raging around Hui Yuner's body, and his energy wasn't any weaker than Yun Ken's. Seeing this, all the sect elders from the Green Sanctuary sect had a change in expression. They were here to kill Jiangchen today. Hui Yuner had a hot temper and Yun Ken was an arrogant man. If they were to fight each other, it wouldn't be a problem. Besides, if both of them were to fight each other, it would be difficult to determine who was the winner. If both of them were injured, Jiangchen would be able to take advantage of the situation. Hui Yuner, stop. Xianxia shouted out loudly. After that he turned to Yun Ken and said, people from Tianjian Gate want to kill Jiangchen, please strike first. Chapter 195. Hearing this, although Hui Yuner wasn't satisfied, he couldn't disobey Xianxia's order. He let out a cold snort and returned to Xianxia's side. Sect Chief, why did you give in? Why don't you let me kill Yun Ken first, then kill Jiangchen? If Jiangchen dies in his hands, Firethorn Savage's demon soul will be destroyed as well. Hui Yuner said with an arrogant expression. Don't worry, before Jiangchen dies I'll stop him and take back Firethorn Savage's demon soul. Then we can let the core disciples of Tianjian Gate kill Jiangchen. It'll save us the trouble. Besides, Hui Yuner, are you really confident that you can kill Yun Ken? Xianxia looked at Hui Yuner. Hui Yuner let out a snort and turned his head away. Obviously, although he wasn't afraid of Yun Ken, it was impossible for him to kill Yun Ken. As a core disciple of a big sect who didn't have some tricks up their sleeves. I have another idea. Since both of you have come from afar, why don't you attack me together? I'll fight both of you at once just in case people say that I'm bullying you. Jiangchen said with an indifferent tone. His words almost pissed off the two geniuses to death. Kaka's senior disciple Zhangchen is too mean. If we're talking, Yun Can and Hui Yuner together are no match for senior disciple Zhangchen. It's better to piss them off. Look at their arrogant faces, I really want to leave a shoehorn on their faces. All the disciples of the Black Sect were laughing out loud. Every time they saw Zhangchen fight with an outer circle disciple they would feel excited. 2 against 1? You think too highly of yourself. You're just a heavenly core warrior, I can kill you with just one hand. Hui Yuner let out a cold snort. He was so arrogant that he might not even be able to recognize his own father. Zhangchen, stop talking nonsense, come here and face your death. Yun Can's energy had reached its peak. Little Chenzi, stop wasting time, kill him now, we'll go back and have a drink. De Huang Dog shook his head. His words were even more annoying than Zhangchen's. All right. Zhangchen nodded. With a sway of his body he arrived in front of Yun Can, right? Today I'll beat you until you shine like a star. Zhangchen's eyes shone with sharpness as his aura rose bit by bit. What a powerful energy. He has broken through to the late heavenly core realm. In the distance Lu Hong's expression changed. This guy was able to kill an early divine core warrior when he was just a mid-heavenly core warrior, and now that he has broken through to the next realm, I'm afraid he will be even more difficult to deal with. The other elder was also extremely shocked. He had personally witnessed Zhangchen's strength. Now that he had released his aura, it was actually an entire level higher than before. Wouldn't that mean that he was even more powerful? With this person's abnormal degree, perhaps even Yun Can and Hui Yuner wouldn't be a match for him. Die. Heaven collapsing earth-shattering palm. Yun Can immediately unleashed a powerful battle skill, the heaven collapsing earth-shattering palm. Just this name alone was enough to make people tremble in fear. This was an extremely powerful battle skill. Once it was unleashed, it would carry with it the power to shatter the heavens and crack the earth. Its aim was to shatter the opponent into pieces and kill them on the spot. Rumble. Following a loud explosion, a 10-meter-long silver palm appeared out of thin air. It created endless waves in the air and the air vibrated. This palm carried with it the power to shatter the heavens and crack the earth, and it was flying towards Zhangchen. So powerful. This is a mid-ranked earth combat skill, it's really frightening. If I were to face this palm, I would be instantly shattered into pieces and die on the spot. The former number 1 genius of the Tianjin Gate is really extraordinary. I think even an ordinary early divine core warrior would be severely injured by this palm. I wonder how senior disciple Jiang is going to deal with this, but he looks so calm, I've never seen him so nervous before. I really have no idea where his confidence comes from. When Yun Can unleashed his heaven-collapsing earth-shattering palm, everyone was shocked. Even Hui Yuner couldn't help but pay more attention to it. Zhangchen's eyes lit up. He stood in midair without moving an inch. If it was before, he would definitely choose to dodge Yun Can's attack, as it was extremely difficult to block it. But now he had broken through to the late heavenly core realm, and with the help of over 400 dragon marks in his body, his combat strength had increased by many folds. It was not something Yun Can could deal with. Zhangchen let out a cold snort. He didn't dodge, and right when the silver palm arrived in front of him, he suddenly punched out. His fist was covered with blood-red dragon scales, and there were even shadows of dragons dancing in the air. The energy contained within was as vast as the ocean. Rumble. Zhangchen's punch carried the energy of a mountain. With a few million gene of force, even a mountain would be smashed to pieces. Zhangchen's fist forcefully collided with the heaven-collapsing earth-shattering palm. Crack. A cracking sound could be heard coming from the silver palm, and countless cracks appeared on its surface. After that, it shattered and turned into tiny sparks that disappeared into thin air. Looking back at Zhangchen, he still maintained the posture of punching out, and his body didn't even move a bit. Wah! An uproar broke out from the crowd. No one could remain calm after witnessing this result. Countless shocked gazes fell onto Zhangchen at the same time. Even those disciples who were extremely confident in Zhangchen were stunned. They knew Zhangchen was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. His opponent was Yun Can. Heavens, what did I just see? Zhangchen just used his body to shatter the heaven-collapsing earth-shattering palm. This is too scary. What kind of monster is he? How can a man grow so fast? He has only been in the Black Sect for a short period of time. This is a real genius. In front of Jiang Chen, no one is qualified to be called a genius. In the entire Qi province, perhaps only the northern and southern dynasties can compare with him. Every time Jiang Chen attacked, he would bring shock to the crowd. Everyone had become numb from the shock. So strong. Who knew the Black Sect would have such an abnormal monster? Qing Stix's expression changed. With his experience, he could clearly see how powerful Yun Can's heaven-collapsing earth-shattering palm was. Initially, he thought that even if Jiang Chen could block it, it would take him some effort. However, he didn't expect Jiang Chen to shatter it with just a single punch. The powerful heaven-collapsing earth-shattering palm had no effect on Jiang Chen at all. This was really shocking. What a powerful body. His qi and blood are like an ocean and his strength is like a dragon. He is simply a beast in human form. Lu Hong widened his eyes. 2 days ago he was still able to suppress Jiang Chen, but now he had a feeling that if he were to fight with Jiang Chen again he wouldn't be a match for him. Even Hui Yun'er's expression changed. He couldn't help but retract his vigorous and arrogant attitude. In the sky above the Black Sect, Taoist Black witnessed everything. He was shocked, but at the same time, a bright smile blossomed on his face. Of course, the one who was shocked the most was Yun Can. Both of his eyes were filled with blood, and he had no choice but to re-evaluate Jiang Chen. He was very confident in his heaven-shattering palm, and he thought he could turn Jiang Chen into a meat patty with just a single strike. However, not only did he fail to turn Jiang Chen into a meat patty, his attack was also destroyed by Jiang Chen. You're just a heavenly core warrior, but you have such incredible combat strength. Looks like I've really underestimated you. Yun Can was shocked. Yun Can, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. If you have any powerful attacks, just use them now. Since I, Jiang Chen, am going to attack, you're going to die today. Before you die, I'll give you a chance to use all your strength. Jiang Chen's energy was incredible, and his body was glowing in a golden light. He looked like a god of war who had just descended from the heavens. Shameless boasting. Yun Can's killing intent soared into the sky. In an instant, a shining long sword appeared in his hand. This longsword was a rare high-ranked combat weapon, and it was fully covered with mysterious patterns. After the attack just now, Yun Can had completely stopped underestimating Jiang Chen. He was getting ready to use his ultimate attack and kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, take this, my soaring heaven sword. Yun Can once again adjusted his energy to its peak state. The long sword in his hand produced a series of sword whistling sounds, and the 7-feet-long sword had become 30 feet long. The body of the sword looked like a rainbow as it pierced through the sky. The patterns on its surface were glowing brightly, and with a swoosh, it slashed towards Jiang Chen. Nice. Jiang Chen praised. This sword skill was pretty good. He was just about to attack with the 6 solar fingers. Right now he could unleash the 5th finger, and with the strength of the 5th finger, it would definitely be able to deal with Yun Can. However, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately retracted his 6 solar fingers. I should take this opportunity to test the defensive power of Firethorn Savage's innate ability. After saying that, a layer of golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of Jiang Chen's body. Cracking sounds could be heard, and in the blink of an eye, the surface of the golden light was covered with numerous huge spikes. All of the spikes were connected to each other, forming a sharp armor. Not only was the armor complete, it even covered Jiang Chen's head, and it was emitting a bright golden light. Jiang Chen had obtained this innate ability after absorbing the golden egg. Since he didn't know anything about this innate ability, Jiang Chen simply named it the Firethorn Combat Armor. What kind of skill is that? Why does it look so familiar? In the distance, Qing Stix's expression changed. Jiang Chen's skill gave him a very familiar feeling, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Of course he was familiar with this skill of Firethorn Savage, but no matter how hard he racked his brains, he would never have thought that a human could actually use the innate ability of a demon beast. Come! Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. He didn't dodge, instead he injected all of his Yuan energy into the Firethorn combat armor and slammed it towards Yun Can's soaring heaven sword. Clang! The powerful high-ranked combat weapon fiercely slashed onto Jiang Chen's Firethorn combat armor, and the flames created by the collision immediately turned into a sea of fire. Chapter 196. The soaring heaven sword slashed across Zhang Chen's firethorn combat armor, leaving a deep mark on it. But it was just a mark. This powerful sword couldn't even break the armor, let alone injure Zhang Chen. What? Yun Can's expression finally changed. He stared at Zhang Chen as if he was looking at a ghost. The scene in front of him was something he had never dreamed of. The crowd became restless once again. This time it was much more violent than the last time. Shattering the heaven and earth-shattering palm with a single punch and defending against the soaring heaven sword, those were two completely different concepts. Oh heavens, what did I just see? What skill did Zhang Chen just use? It's so powerful, even a high-ranked combat weapon can't break it. That's not a real armor, it's a manifestation of a powerful ability. When Zhang Chen unleashed that ability, he looked like a powerful beast and his entire aura changed. He's really powerful. Even Yun Can's all-out attack couldn't break through his defense. This ability is truly heaven-defying. That's right. That's right. Senior brother Jiang always brings about new miracles. Every time he can come up with new moves, and every move is incomparably powerful. It's beyond our imagination. This golden armor not only has a strong defense, but it also has an extremely strong attack. Yun Can is finished. He can't defeat senior disciple Jiang. That's right, he can't even break senior disciple Zhang's defense. What's the point of fighting him? All the disciples of the Black Sect became excited once again. No matter what, Zhang Chen represented the Black Sect, and if he could defeat a core disciple of the Tianjin Gate as disciples of the Black Sect, it would bring glory to their sect. What kind of divine ability is this? Brother Jiang is getting more and more powerful. Guishan was shocked as well. He saw Big Yellow flying around in the sky, jumping up and down with his tongue sticking out and saliva flying all over the place. No one knew what was going on, but Big Yellow knew exactly what was going on. He had seen Firethorn Savage's innate ability before, and he knew that Zhang Chen was cultivating a mysterious skill that allowed him to absorb the bloodline of demon beasts and fuse it with his body, allowing him to possess the demon beast's innate ability. It looked like Zhang Chen had successfully obtained this innate ability from the Golden Egg. Within the inner area of the Black Sect, Taoist Black became even more excited. Zhang Chen had brought him a huge surprise. It had swept away all the gloominess in his mind. He couldn't help but recall what Zhang Chen had said before. The situation in the Qi province would change sooner or later, but the person who would change it wouldn't be the northern and southern dynasties, it would be him, Zhang Chen. All the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect had shocked expressions on their faces, especially when they realized that Zhang Chen's divine ability was very familiar. Some of them even thought of Firethorn Savage, but they didn't connect the two together. After all, in their minds, it was impossible for a human to use the innate ability of a demon beast. Yunkin, do you have any other abilities? With a thought in his mind, Zhang Chen immediately retracted the Firethorn combat armor. He calmly stood in the sky and stared at Yunkin, who had a shocked expression on his face. Zhang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I've learned something new, Yunkin said. After that, he turned around and turned into a green smoke, preparing to leave. Right at this moment, he couldn't care less about his face anymore. He had unleashed his strongest ability, but he couldn't even break through Zhang Chen's defense. How was he going to continue fighting? Besides, up until now, Zhang Chen hadn't unleashed his strongest ability yet. If they continued fighting, perhaps he would lose his life here. Yunkin had no idea why Zhang Chen was such an abnormal monster, but he had to admit that Zhang Chen was indeed a peerless monster and he was no match for him. He could only let go of what happened today. Once he broke through to the mid-divine core realm, he would look for Zhang Chen and get even with him. Too bad no one could escape from Zhang Chen's hands. As long as it was someone Zhang Chen wanted to kill, no one would be able to escape. Trying to escape? It's too late. A grin emerged on Zhang Chen's face. His killing intent soared into the sky, and with a sway of his body he increased his speed to the extreme. In just the blink of an eye, he had caught up to Yunkin, True Dragon Palm. Zhang Chen let out a deep shout, then he immediately unleashed the True Dragon Palm. A gigantic dragon claw descended from the skies and grabbed toward Yunkin. Bang! The gigantic dragon claw came crashing down like a huge mountain. Yunkin could feel the tremendous pressure coming from the dragon claw, and his expression changed dramatically. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword forward, trying to pierce through the dragon claw. But too bad he was still one step too late. The dragon claw came crashing down like a cage, trapping Yun Qian within it. Dai Dao! Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. No one knew how much force the true dragon palm contained, but everyone could hear a shrill scream coming out from the dragon claw. After that, a blood mist filled the air. When Jiang Chen retracted the dragon claw, all that was left in the air was a bright long sword wrapped in a blood mist. Jiang Chen extended his hand and grabbed forward. A powerful suction force was unleashed from his palm, and the soaring heaven sword immediately fell into Jiang Chen's hand. This was a high-ranked combat weapon, a rare treasure. Of course he wouldn't let it go to waste. In the blink of an eye, the arrogant Yun Qian had been smashed into pieces by Jiang Chen, and he had completely disappeared from this world. It was a tragic scene. Facing this result, the disciples of the Black Sect weren't too shocked. They had all witnessed Jiang Chen's decisive killing methods. Not to mention Yun Qian from the Tianjian Gate, he would even kill his fellow disciples from the Black Sect. Swoosh. After killing Yun Qian, Jiang Chen threw his gaze onto Hui Yuner. Sensing Jiang Chen's killing intent, Hui Yuner's soul couldn't help but tremble. Right at this moment, Hui Yuner's arrogance had completely disappeared, and his fiery temper had completely disappeared. No matter how confident he was in himself, he didn't have the courage to fight Jiang Chen anymore. Hui Yuner, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. Hui Yuner was furious. This was the first time he was looked down upon by someone. The way Jiang Chen looked at him made him really angry, but he didn't have the courage to fight Jiang Chen. Kaka, red-haired ghost, you don't have the guts to fight me anymore, right? You're so scared that you peed your pants. If you can't just go back and drink some milk, you can come back when you're full. The Huang dog was a vicious man. How could he let go of such a great opportunity to humiliate someone? Let's fight. Hui Yuner, weren't you being so arrogant just now? Why are you just standing there without moving? So a core disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect only has this little bit of courage. This is so disappointing. Go back home and hug your kids. Let's fight. If you don't fight, then you're a coward. It was you who came here to challenge us, but now you're admitting defeat. All the disciples of the Black Sect were shouting and yelling. Wang Yun and Huang Jing were jumping up and down. At this moment, all the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect had ugly expressions on their faces. Qing Stix felt like he was riding a tiger and couldn't back down. He had lost a lot of face today, but if he forced Hui Yuner to fight, it would be no different than courting death. They had clearly witnessed the fight between Yun Qian and Jiang Chen. The mighty Yun Qian couldn't even withstand a single attack from Jiang Chen, and he was killed in an instant. Hui Yuner had no chance against Jiang Chen. Fine, I'll fight you. Hui Yuner let out a loud shout. He had been provoked. He had never been looked down upon by so many people in his life. He couldn't afford to lose this face, so he had to fight today even if he had to die. Hui Yuner, don't be rash. Qing Stix pulled Hui Yuner back, and a few sect elders immediately surrounded Hui Yuner. It would be stupid of him to fight when he knew he was going to die for sure. Jiang Chen, you're indeed a peerless genius. Return Firethorn Savage's demon soul to me, and from now on, the grudges between you and the Green Sanctuary sect will be written off. Qing Stix said to Jiang Chen with a loud voice. Qing Stix, I've absorbed Firethorn Savage's demon soul. Can't you see I've broken through? Besides, I've already given you Firethorn Savage's body, don't be greedy. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. What? You absorbed Firethorn Savage's demon soul? Impossible. With your ability, there's no way you could absorb Firethorn Savage's demon soul in just 2 days. Qing Stix's expression changed. He hadn't given up on Firethorn Savage's demon soul, but when he heard that Jiang Chen had absorbed it, he felt terrible in his heart. Cut the crap, I don't care if it's written off or not. I don't take your Green Sanctuary sect seriously. Hui Yuner, come up here and fight me. Jiang Chen was extremely arrogant and domineering. Without saying anything, he immediately unleashed the 6 solar fingers. The gigantic golden finger was like a giant pillar that could support the heavens, and it shot towards Hui Yuner. Let me fight him. Hui Yuner roared out. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with provocation. It was an insult to him. Qing Stix casually waved his hand and unleashed a powerful force, shattering the 6 solar fingers. As a peak late divine core warrior, Jiang Chen was far from being his match. Jiang Chen, hand over Firethorn Savage's demon soul. Qing Sticks unleashed his killing intent. He unleashed a gigantic illusory hand and grabbed toward Jiang Chen. Qing Sticks, how dare you attack a disciple of the Black Sect in front of my sect? You're courting death. Taoist Black dashed out from the Black Sect in an imposing manner, then he shattered Qing Sticks' attack with his palm. Qing Sticks, don't think you can do whatever you want just because your Green Sanctuary sect is powerful. Take a good look at where you are right now, either let Hui Yuner fight you today or get the hell out of here. If not, I'll use the entire Black Sect to attack you. I'm afraid except for you Qing Sticks, none of you will be able to escape. Taoist Black was clearly threatening Hui Yuner. Hui Yuner, get the hell out of here, disappear from my sight immediately. If you see me Jiang Chen, just stay away from me. You don't have what it takes to fight me. If the Green Sanctuary sect still wants to fight me Jiang Chen, then come find me in Inferno Hell. Chapter 197. Jiang Chen was extremely arrogant. He stood high up in the sky and his energy was like a rainbow. He looked down upon the heavens and shouted at the world. The Green Sanctuary sect, the Tianjian Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion, he alone was looking down on the three big sections. Throughout the entire Qi province, only Jiang Chen had such courage and words. After saying that, Jiang Chen turned around and started walking in the sky. Step by step he walked into the Black Sect. His slim figure attracted countless gazes and many people were mesmerized by him. Respect, fear, admiration, all sorts of complicated emotions could be seen in their eyes. When a man was born in this world, who didn't want to laugh at the world? Who didn't want to be independent? Who didn't want to look down upon all the heroes? Who didn't want to be famous? Every era had its own stars and everyone had their own dreams of becoming a star. Everyone sighed in their hearts. Being born in the same era as Jiang Chen, for these peerless geniuses, it was both a blessing and a curse. Jiang Chen strode forward with his head held high. His eyes were shining brightly. He was a man with a strong and unyielding character. Now that he had been reborn, it was time for him to show his true colors. A man should travel the world, do whatever he wanted, kill whoever he wanted. This was what it meant to be a man. What a strong aura. He is like a bright sun, no matter how thick the haze is, nothing can cover his brilliance. Senior disciple Jiang is my biggest idol in this life. If one day I can be as domineering as him and shout at the world like this, even if I have to die right now, my life in this world won't be in vain. A man like this is destined to shock the world. It's hard to find one in 10,000 years. I'm afraid only the northern and southern dynasties can fight him. All the disciples of the Black Sect were still staring at Jiang Chen's back. Even though his back had disappeared, they still couldn't move their gazes away. He was the role model of the younger generation, the pride of the Black Sect. Let me fight him, I want to fight him. Hui Yuner roared out. His body was covered in flames and both his eyes had turned red. Jiang Chen's last words had hurt his pride. That was the pride of a genius and it couldn't be trampled on. Even if he had to die, he still wanted to fight him. Hui Yuner had been cultivating smoothly since he was born. Just like Yunqin, he was a famous man in the Qian province. He was one of the top geniuses in the Green Sanctuary sect and he was respected by everyone. He had never been humiliated like this before. Today he had come here to challenge Jiang Chen, but in the end he had been scared away before. This was worse than death. Hui Yuner. Qing Ming shouted, you are not his opponent. Moreover, did you hear what he said just now? He wants to enter purgatory, humph. Qing Chen shouted. In. You Styx' sacred sect. Jiang's sacred sect, in. Styx sect Qin Ming sect disciples in. In Ming Styx sect he sect Ming they sect in. Hearing Qing Styx's words, everyone finally came back to their senses. The expressions of everyone from the Black Sect changed dramatically. Before this, they were shocked by Jiang Chen's formidable energy, so they didn't pay any attention to Inferno Hell. But after Qing Styx's reminder, they immediately came back to their senses. What? Senior brother Jiang wants to go to purgatory? That's too dangerous. I heard that senior disciple Guan Yiyun has entered Inferno Hell as well, but senior disciple Guan Yiyun is trying to find an opportunity to break through to the divine core realm, and he's planning to explore Inferno Hell. If he doesn't succeed, he'll either die or die. The journey to Inferno Hell has a slim chance of survival, but senior disciple Zhang's talent is obviously much stronger than senior disciple Guan Yun's, so there's no need for him to risk his life in Inferno Hell. What do you guys know? What kind of person is senior brother Jiang? He's a peerless monster, so he naturally has to walk an unusual path. We fear purgatory like a tiger, but for senior brother Jiang it's just a challenge. Everyone were shocked. Jiang Chen's decision was really shocking. The existence of Inferno Hell was originally used by the superpowers in the various provinces, or even the Martial Saint dynasty, to punish those who had committed heinous crimes. Those who had committed heinous crimes would be thrown into Inferno Hell to fend for themselves. Of course, there were many brave men who were willing to enter Inferno Hell and experience life and death situations. It was said that Inferno Hell was a place where great opportunities could be found, and as long as one could survive, one's foundation would undergo a transformation. This transformation didn't only affect one's cultivation level, but also one's temperament. Anyone who had experienced life and death situations would have a temperament that no ordinary man could compare with. This guy wants to go to Inferno Hell? What the hell is he doing? Taoist Black finally reacted. He furrowed his brows. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was the Black sect's biggest treasure, and he didn't want anything bad to happen to Jiang Chen. Because Jiang Chen was the only bargaining chip to deal with the northern and southern dynasties, and he was the only hope to change the Black sect's fate. If something bad happened to Jiang Chen, the Black sect would sooner or later be destroyed by the northern and southern dynasties. Let's go. Qing Sticks shook his head helplessly. He had a disappointed expression on his face. Looking at the situation today, there was no hope for Firethorn Savage's demon soul. This was the Black sect's territory, and with Taoist Black here, there was no way he could kill Jiang Chen. Initially he wanted to let Hui Yuner fight Jiang Chen, but it looked like he had to save his own life first. If not, he would end up like Yun Qin. I'm going to Inferno Hell to fight him. Hui Yuner's chi fluctuated. He took the lead and flew towards the direction of the Qian province. Wherever he went, the air would be filled with scorching flames. What happened today had given Hui Yuner a huge blow. Jiang Chen had left an unerasable shadow in his heart. If he couldn't get rid of this shadow, it would become his biggest worry, and from then on he would never be able to make any progress in his cultivation. The only way to erase the shadow was to fight Jiang Chen regardless of his life or death. Sigh. All the sect elders from the Green Sanctuary sect let out a long sigh, then they quickly followed behind Hui Yuner. The Green Sanctuary sect had come here in such an imposing manner, but now they had to leave with their tails between their legs. This was a huge irony. They didn't manage to kill Jiang Chen, and they didn't get Firethorn Savage's demon soul either. Not only that, they had also tricked Hui Yuner. Hui Yuner was a rare genius from the Green Sanctuary sect, and his flame skill had reached perfection. He was currently cultivating in the Karst Cave, and if nothing went wrong he would be able to break through to the mid-divine core realm in no time. But what happened today had really tricked Hui Yuner, and it had changed his normal cultivation path. Yun Qin was killed and Hui Yuner had left. Jiang Chen had once again established his mighty status in the Black sect. On Guishan's mountain peak. Jiang Chen, do you really want to go to Inferno Hell? With your talent, there is no need for you to go to a dangerous place like Inferno Hell to train yourself. Taoist Black asked with a frown on his face. Sect Chief, I've made up my mind, there's no need to talk about this anymore. I hope Sect Chief can open the path to Inferno Hell for me. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen, you have no idea how dangerous Inferno Hell is. Even I don't have the courage to go there. I've tried to persuade Guan Yun to go, but he insisted. But there is no need for you to train yourself in Inferno Hell. Taoist Black looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. In fact, even he didn't know anything about Inferno Hell because Taoist Black had never been to Inferno Hell before. There were very few people in the entire Qi province who had been to Inferno Hell, and not many people knew about the real situation in Inferno Hell. The only thing everyone knew was how dangerous and terrifying it was. Sect Chief, Jiang brother is going to Inferno Hell to save Han Yan. Wuxian said. Going to Inferno Hell to save Han Yan? Taoist Black was startled. That's right, Brother Yan's injuries are too severe, his life is almost gone, and all his internal organs are shattered. He's still alive because of Gu Tianma's bloodline. I've placed him inside the blood banner and I hope the devilish energy within it can help him. But in order to save Brother Yin, I'll need the Earth Devil's demon soul. Brother Gu told me that an Earth Devil is a rare beast, and it can only exist in Inferno Hell. Therefore I have to go to Inferno Hell. Jiang Qin said with a serious expression, Brother Yin is my brother's life is my life. Even if I have to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of flames, I'll still save him. Even if the King of Hell wants to kill him, he'll have to ask me, Jiang Qin, first. When Han Yan's name was mentioned, Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. Han Yan was the first brother he had made after he was reincarnated into this world. During a critical moment, Han Yan didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own life to protect his woman. This was a friendship that Jiang Qin would never forget. As long as Han Yan still had a chance to live, Jiang Qin would go and seize his life. After listening to Jiang Qin's reason, Taoist Black opened his mouth, but no words came out. When he mentioned Yan Qin and Han Yan, he felt a sense of guilt in his heart. He didn't even dare to look into Jiang Qin's eyes. Therefore, Sect Chief, you don't have to say anything. In my eyes, Brother Yan's life is the most important thing. I have to go to Inferno Hell no matter what. You guys are afraid of Inferno Hell, but I, Jiang Qin, am not. No matter how dangerous a place is, it's still a place for me to train myself. Jiang Qin had a confident expression on his face. It was the aura of the once greatest saint in the world. Good. Jiang Qin, you're a decisive person. You'll definitely become someone great in the future. You're cruel and merciless to your enemies, but when it comes to your own people, you're a true man who is loyal and compassionate. I, Jiang Qin, really admire you. I'm also responsible for what happened to little you and Brother Yin, so I can only apologize to you. I'll open the path to Inferno Hell for you. Once you're in Inferno Hell, you have to be careful. Taoist Black didn't say anything else. He knew that once Jiang Qin made up his mind, he wouldn't change his mind. And Sect Chief, please wait for me in Palace Black. I need to make some arrangements for older Brogwa. Jiang Qin said. Taoist Black nodded his head. Then he flew into the sky and left. Brother, you're a man with a great destiny. I'm sure you'll be able to walk out from Inferno Hell alive. Perhaps you'll even find some great fortune. Guishan said. Older Brogwa, I don't know how long I'll be gone, so I'll leave little you and Brother Yin to you. Later I'll help you control the blood banner. This blood banner is an extremely evil item, but it's also very powerful. It'll be of great help in a critical moment. Jiang Qin said. He had decided to leave the blood banner behind. Firstly, it could help Han Yan, and secondly, if there was any emergency, Guishan could use it. Fan Zhongtong would soon come out from the Repent Cliff. This cunning old fox was the one Jiang Qin was worried about the most. Chapter 198. After Guishan gained full control of the blood banner, Jiang Qin brought the Huang dog and left for Palace Black. Dozens of years ago, Blood Moon Shaman used the blood banner to sweep across the Qi province, and no one could defeat him. The blood banner played a key role in this battle, and Guishan was now a mid-divine core warrior. He had no problem controlling the blood banner, and with it Guishan's combat strength would increase to another level. With the blood banner in his hand, Fan Zhongtong was no match for Guishan. That was why Jiang Qin didn't have to worry about leaving them here. He was now working hard for Han Yan, and he didn't want anything bad to happen to them. Within Palace Black, Taoist Black had been waiting for quite some time. When he saw Jiang Qin and the Huang dog arrive, he immediately walked up to them. Jiang Qin, this trip to Inferno Hell is not a game. I hope you can reconsider. Taoist Black reminded in a serious manner. There's no need to reconsider. Sect Chief, please open the path to Inferno Hell for me. Jiang Qin said with a determined expression. He had to go to Inferno Hell no matter what. All right, follow me. Taoist Black didn't say anything else. He brought Jiang Qin and a Huang dog and walked deeper into Palace Black. They walked through a long corridor that was obviously slanted downward, and it was a bit dark. After walking for about 2 to 3 miles, an iron door appeared in front of them. I didn't expect the Black Sect to have such a secret place. Jiang Qin was surprised. Palace Black didn't look like anything special from the outside, but he didn't expect there to be such a secret place inside. The formation leading to Inferno Hell is a bit mysterious, we have to hide it. Taoist Black said. It's behind this iron door, right? Xianxia asked. That's right. Taoist Black waved his hand and unleashed a beam of light onto the iron door, causing it to produce a cracking sound. It seemed like the iron door hadn't been opened for a very long time, or maybe it had only been opened a few times, causing the cracking sound to be a bit ear-piercing. Behind the iron door was a spacious secret chamber. It was completely sealed off, and in the center of the secret chamber, there was a 3-meter-wide illusory formation that kept fluctuating and glowing. Teleportation array. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He was no stranger to this kind of formation. He could see through it at a glance. That's right, this is the teleportation array leading to purgatory. Taoist Black nodded his head. Last time, Guan Yiyun said that it was an ancient formation. This formation can't be considered ancient, and it should have been created by a combat king warrior. However, the person who created this formation must have quite a high attainment in the field of formations. Teleportation formations are different from ordinary formations, as they are related to the power of space. If one isn't very familiar with formations, it would be very difficult for an ordinary combat king warrior to create a true teleportation formation. Xianxia said lightly. Taoist Black's expression changed. He stared at Xianxia with a surprised expression. Once again he was shocked by Xianxia. This teleportation formation had existed here for dozens of years, and even he couldn't see through it. But Xianxia was able to see through it with just a single glance, and he was able to tell that it was created by a combat king warrior. A combat king warrior. A mighty combat king warrior. A supreme existence who had comprehended the power of space. He was someone who Taoist Black didn't even dare to think about. His biggest goal in life was to break through to the combat soul realm. As for the mighty combat king warriors, he could only look up to them even in his dreams. This teleportation formation was sent here by a messenger from the Martial Saint dynasty dozens of years ago. I think all the big powers in the 28 provinces of the Eastern continent have a teleportation formation like this. Even I couldn't see through this formation, and I never expected it to be created by a combat king warrior. Taoist Black sighed. The Martial Saint dynasty ruled the entire Eastern continent, and they had sent this teleportation formation to all the big sects, ensuring that every province had a teleportation formation that connected to Inferno Hell. Even the Qi province and the Qian province, which had never been taken seriously by the Martial Saint dynasty. Looks like the Martial Saint dynasty has a combat king warrior, not bad. Xianxia nodded his head. Judging from this, the Martial Saint dynasty was much stronger than he had expected. A combat king warrior was a famous existence even in the divine continent. With a combat king warrior, it was normal for the Martial Saint dynasty to rule the entire Eastern continent. Sect Chief, hurry up and activate the teleportation formation. Xianxia didn't want to waste any more time. All right. Taoist Black nodded his head. With a flip of his palm, he took out a golden token from his storage ring. The token was about the size of a palm, and it fit perfectly in the center of the teleportation formation. Taoist Black took a step forward and placed the token in the center of the teleportation formation. In an instant, the teleportation formation produced a buzzing sound and started operating. Swoosh. Following the activation of the teleportation formation, a huge gust of wind swept across the entire secret chamber. Streams of dimensional energy were leaking out from the teleportation formation, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Buzz. Not long after that, a pitch-black tunnel appeared in the center of the teleportation formation. A chilly wind was blowing out from the tunnel. The coldness felt like it came from the darkness, and it could even cause one's soul to tremble. Taoist Black's expression changed when he sensed this aura. On the other hand, Xianxia was standing right in front of the storm. His expression didn't change at all. This aura actually made him feel nostalgic. The Huang dog stuck out his tongue and an excited look could be seen in his eyes. This dog had never known what danger was. The more dangerous a place was, the more excited he would be. Just like Xianxia, he loved excitement and he loved the feeling of excitement. Hurry up, the tunnel entrance can only last for 3 breaths of time. Taoist Black urged. De Huang, let's go. Xianxia leapt into the air and disappeared into the tunnel in the blink of an eye. De Huang dog followed closely behind him and disappeared as well. Crack. Right at the moment when Xianxia and Big Yellow disappeared, the passageway closed up and the formation stopped working. The golden token bounced out from the passageway and landed right in Taoist Black's hand. Taoist Black stared at the motionless formation and murmured, "Zhangchen, I hope you can come out from Inferno Hell. The future of the Black Sect is in your hands." Whoosh! The strong wind was whistling around. Zhangchen and De Huang Dog were drifting in the tunnel, and they were surrounded by strong gales. The tunnel was very narrow and it could only fit one person at a time. Even De Huang Dog's body felt a little cramped. Furthermore, the strong gales would occasionally blow into the tunnel, causing his face to hurt. Damn it. What kind of bullshit tunnel is this? It's so trashy. De Huang Dog cursed. The tunnel was on the verge of collapsing, as if it was going to collapse at any time. A combat king warrior has just comprehended the dimensional force, and he was only able to build a tunnel like this because of an exquisite formation. This tunnel is very unstable, so we better be careful. Don't use any of your strength or else we'll be in big trouble if we end up in the dimensional turbulence. Zhangchen reminded. Damn it, if we end up in the dimensional turbulence we won't be able to get out even after 100 years. De Huang Dog felt even more depressed. He looked around and all he could see was the dimensional turbulence. Occasionally there would be strong gales and only Zhangchen and De Huang Dog would be able to pee in his pants. If it was any other ordinary man, he or she would be scared out of his wits. The dimensional turbulence was a place where cold and darkness coexisted, and it was very difficult to find a dimensional node. Once one entered the dimensional turbulence, even a combat king warrior who had mastered the dimensional force wouldn't be able to get out easily. Only a powerful combat emperor could walk through the dimensional turbulence. Furthermore, the dimensional storms in the dimensional turbulence were the deadliest. They were like wild beasts, and anyone who entered the dimensional turbulence would be killed instantly. A bitter smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. If this was his previous life, he could easily teleport to any place in this continent, and entering Inferno Hell would only take him a blink of an eye. Powerful saints had completely mastered the dimensional law, and they could walk anywhere in the dimensional realm. Furthermore, dimensional teleportation was what saints were most proficient in. They could tear apart the dimensional barrier with their bare hands and walk through it. But a real man didn't boast about his past achievements. Right now, Zhangchen was just a small fry at the heavenly core realm, and he still had a long way to go. Inside the spatial passageway, Zhangchen and Big Yellow were enjoying the thrilling view of the spatial turbulence while chatting with each other. The two of them had been in the spatial passageway for a whole day, and finally, a ray of light appeared in front of them. We're almost at the end. Zhangchen's expression changed when he saw this. Damn it, we're finally leaving this damn place. I wonder what it's like in Inferno Hell. De Huang Dog was so excited that he almost jumped up. But when he moved, he created a crack in the dimensional tunnel, and he was so scared that he stuck out his tongue. Damn dog, you better be careful. Daddy doesn't want to die young in the dimensional turbulence. Zhangchen slapped De Huang Dog's head and scolded him. The light in front of them was getting brighter and brighter. Soon Zhangchen and De Huang Dog appeared at the end of the dimensional tunnel. The duo held their breaths, getting ready to enter Inferno Hell. Right now, within an abyss in Inferno Hell. This place was foggy and gray, seemed to have become the main style. The abyss was very desolate and there were rocks everywhere. A monster with black scales all over its body was wandering around. This monster was 10 feet tall, and its whole body was emitting a dense black fog. The monster had a vertical eye in between its eyebrows, and there was only one nostril under the eye. Below the eye was a huge mouth. The eyes, nose, and mouth formed a straight line, and it looked ferocious and terrifying. The monster was wandering around, and its vertical eye was looking around vigilantly. No one knew what it was looking for. Right at this moment, bang! Suddenly there was a thunderous roar in the void. A hole was blasted open in the space and a figure shot out from it. The monster was shocked and it looked up, only to see an unknown object smashing right on its head. Thump! The unknown object that appeared out of nowhere was too sudden, and the monster was completely unprepared. Coupled with the ferocious force, the monster howled and fell to the ground. Roar! Chapter 199. Of course, Zhangchen was the one who smashed the monster to the ground first, and De Huang Dog was right behind him. When the duo rushed out from the dimensional tunnel, they were pushed out by the dimensional turbulence, and it could be said that they were forcefully pushed out from the tunnel. The force was so strong that even they couldn't control their own bodies. What the fuck, what is this? Big Yellow was lying on his stomach when he was bounced out, so his head was facing downwards. When he saw the monster below him, he immediately quivered. Then a golden light was emitted from his head, and he slammed it toward the monster's head. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. The monster's head was smashed into a pulp and blood mist was seen everywhere. If there was a most tragic thing in this world, it would be this monster. If this monster could still stand up and speak, he would definitely have tears in his eyes, no, in one of his eyes. He would cry and say, "Oh heavens, oh earth, why did I offend you?" Not only was he smashed once, he didn't even have time to react, and then he was smashed again. Even if he was smashed twice more, he would still be able to endure it. But why didn't you just kill him? Why did you smash him to death? His head was smashed into a pulp. What was wrong with this world? De Huang Dog landed on the ground. He spun around and stood up, then he walked up to Xianxia. After that, he looked at the monster that was lying on the ground. What is this thing? It looks so scary. It's not as handsome as this master dog. No matter where De Huang Dog went, his narcissistic nature couldn't be changed. De Huang, you just smashed it to death. Xianxia was speechless. This monster had died such a tragic death. It scared this master dog. I couldn't control myself, so I smashed into it. But I didn't expect this guy to be so weak. He just died from the impact. De Huang Dog licked his lips. Xianxia immediately rolled his eyes and said, "Look at that guy, he's just an early heavenly core warrior. Who could possibly block that dog head of yours? Besides, I'm afraid he didn't even have the time to think about defending himself before he was killed by you. You're too cruel." De Huang Dog's head could even penetrate through Firethorn Savage's body, let alone this little early heavenly core monster. If De Huang Dog collided with it head-on, it would be a miracle if it could survive. It's his bad luck. Big Yellow shook his head, then looked around and said, "Our luck doesn't seem to be very good. Why is this abyss so gloomy and filled with gray mist? Fortunately, the mist doesn't cause us any harm." Big Yellow shook his head and said. Xianxia's expression also became serious as he looked around. "I think the environment of Inferno Hell is like this. I don't think there's a sun or moon here. It's like an independent dimension. But the environment here is really harsh." Xianxia said. It was within Xianxia's expectation that there would be such a harsh environment in Inferno Hell. If this place was a paradise, it wouldn't be so scary. Only a harsh environment could be worthy of the name Inferno Hell. What is this monster? It doesn't look like a demon beast, it looks like a rare creature. De Huang Dog turned his head around and threw his glance at the dead monster on the ground. He took a closer look, but he couldn't find anything special about it. "I saw what this monster looked like just now. It has a pair of eyes, a mouth, and a nose. I don't sense demonic energy from its body. It's a cold, devilish energy. I think it belongs to a devil. I know a type of devil. It has a strange appearance and it's extremely ferocious. It has a vertical eye, a single nose, and a huge mouth. It's an evil devil and it's called a devil. If I'm not mistaken, this monster is a devil from Inferno Hell." Xianxia took a closer look. This monster in front of him was indeed a devil. He had fought many times with devils in his past life, but he had never seen a devil like this before. However, he knew some ancient records about it. "You even know about this?" De Huang Dog stared at Xianxia with his eyes wide open. Of course, devils aren't easy to deal with. According to the records, this kind of devil has a very strong body, and its strength is incomparably great. The most powerful thing about it is its vertical eye, which can emit a strange light that can directly injure a person's soul. It's extremely terrifying. However, according to the records, this kind of devil should be an ancient being and should have been extinct long ago. I never thought that it would appear in Inferno Hell. It seems like the existence of this Inferno Hell is not ordinary. Xianxia sighed. He had once heard from Guishan that Inferno Hell had suddenly appeared 100 years ago. It was because he had slashed the heavens with his sword and destroyed the space and time of Saint Origin Realm, which led to the emergence of some strange space and strange creatures. "You call your physical body extremely strong? Are you sure you didn't remember wrongly?" De Huang Dog snorted disdainfully. "Damn you, no matter how strong I am, how can I be compared to a freak like you? That dog head of yours can't even withstand Firethorn Savage's attack. Xianxia really wanted to kick De Huang Dog's big face. Not only was this guy narcissistic, his sarcastic remarks were also infuriating. That's true, this master dog's head is made of copper and bones of iron. Let alone a puny devil, even if the ancestors of the devils were here, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single hit from this master dog. De Huang Dog instantly became narcissistic again. Inferno Hell is indeed an extraordinary place. The air here is filled with dense devil chi as well as all kinds of demonic chi. I think there are all kinds of demons and ghosts here. Furthermore, even the devils can appear here, so there's an 80% chance that there will be an earth devil beast here. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with a bright light. The appearance of the devil had given him hope. He had come here for the earth devil beast, and if there were no traces of the earth devil beast here, then wouldn't his trip be in vain? De Huang Dog walked towards the devil's corpse and gave it a kick with his hoof. A devil's soul that was emitting dense devil chi immediately flew up into the air. Kid, you can easily refine the devil soul of demon beasts, but I wonder if you can refine the devil soul of this devil too? De Huang Dog said as he threw the devil soul to Jiang Chen. The divine skill that I'm cultivating can refine any bloodline in this world. If I can refine a devil soul, then I should be able to refine a devil soul as well. Furthermore, I have the true dragon flame with me now. The true dragon flame is the king of all beasts, it can burn everything in this world, and it is the nemesis of these evil creatures. The devil origin and impurities contained in this devil soul can be directly refined by the true dragon flame, turning them into pure energy that can be refined by me. After saying that, a flame shot out from Jiang Chen's palm and enveloped the devil's soul. Cracking sounds could be heard from within the devil's soul, and in the blink of an eye, the devil's soul was completely refined and turned into a glowing energy body. What an abnormal monster. Although he knew that Jiang Chen was an abnormal monster, De Huang Dog still rolled his eyes. No matter it was the devil's soul of a demon beast or the devil's soul of an evil devil, none of them could be refined by human cultivators, because the impurities contained in them were too heavy. Forcefully refining them would severely affect the cultivator's cultivation, and it might even cause the cultivator to go berserk. Jiang Chen clenched his fist and a cracking sound was heard. The devil's soul instantly shattered into pieces, turning into bright sparks and entering Jiang Chen's body. An early heavenly core evil devil is too weak, it can't do anything to me now. But if I bump into any other evil devils in the future, I'll need to collect their devil souls. I think these things will be helpful to Brother Yan, Jiang Chen said. After that, he lit up the true dragon flame and landed on the evil devil's corpse. In the blink of an eye, it was burned into ashes. Roar! Right at this moment, a loud roar sounded out from not far away from the abyss. The roar was deep and hoarse, and it was extremely unpleasant to the ears. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog looked towards the direction where the roar came from. They saw a monster that was glowing brightly coming from not far away from the abyss, and it was slowly walking towards them. The monster had smelled the scent of blood from the evil devil, and that was why it was attracted here. What kind of monster is this? De Huang Dog was startled. The monster in front of them wasn't tall, it was just a little taller than a human, and it didn't have a muscular body either. But it gave off an extremely powerful feeling. The monster's body was transparent like a crystal, and it didn't have any facial features. It didn't have a nose, ears, or mouth. In the center of its face, there was a crystal eye that was staring at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog without blinking its eyes. Roar! The monster let out another loud roar. It didn't have a mouth, but the roar was loud and clear as if it came from its body. It sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. If any ordinary man saw this strange monster, they would immediately be frightened and run away. However, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog didn't move. With their experience, they could tell that this monster was only at the mid-heavenly core realm. No matter how strong it was, it wouldn't pose any threat to them. Young man, can you tell what kind of monster this is? De Huang Dog asked. I've read a book called The Book of Secrets of All Living Things. It recorded all kinds of demon beasts from the ancient times until now, and one of them is called the Nine-Life Crystal Beast. This beast's body is transparent like a crystal, and it only has one eye on its face. It doesn't have any facial features. This beast is very powerful and it's very difficult to deal with because it has 9 lives. As the name suggests, if you want to kill a 9-life crystal beast, You have to kill it 9 times. If not, it won't die. Zhou Xian said. Damn you. Young man, how do you know everything? De Huang Dog felt really depressed this time. He had been following Zhou Xian for a long time, but it seemed like there was nothing that Zhou Xian didn't know. If I told you I'm the reincarnation of a saint, would you believe me? Zhou Xian looked at De Huang Dog with a smile on his face. Yes, I would believe you even if you told me you're the reincarnation of a heaven immortal. De Huang Dog kept nodding his head. If this was said by someone else, De Huang Dog would definitely look at the person as if he was an idiot, then he would turn around and walk away. But since it was said by Zhou Xian, he started to believe it. A 16-year-old young man shouldn't know so much. Roar! The 9-life crystal beast let out another roar. It didn't seem to be surprised by the appearance of this human. Obviously, it had seen many humans in Inferno Hell. Moreover, the 9-life crystal beast was obviously hostile towards humans. Immediately, its killing intent soared to the sky, and it pounced towards Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog. This guy is courting death. Let me see if it really has 9 lives like you said. De Huang Dog let out a loud cackle and rushed towards the crystal beast excitedly. Chapter 200. Bang. De Huang Dog's head was truly the hardest existence in this world. The indestructible 9-life crystal beast was directly shattered into pieces under the impact of the dog's head, turning into pieces of crystals that scattered all over the ground. Cock, I can't even, De Huang Dog cackled. However, before he could finish the word attack, a horrified expression appeared on his face. All he saw was the scattered crystals instantly reassembling, turning back into the 9-life crystal beast. Roar! The 9-life crystal beast was infuriated. Once again it roared and pounced at De Huang Dog. The 9-life crystal beast was a rare mutated beast. It was a unique existence that didn't possess any innate abilities. It completely relied on its physical strength to tear everything apart. Furthermore, the light beams shot out from the 9-life crystal beast's body were extremely powerful. If an ordinary person were to be cut by them, they would either die or be severely injured. Fuck, don't tell me it really has 9 lives? De Huang Dog immediately felt depressed. He had never seen such a life form before. It was actually an existence that couldn't be killed. I don't believe this. De Huang Dog leaped up. With a loud bang, he once again smashed the 9-life crystal beast into pieces. When it came to physical strength, De Huang Dog wasn't afraid of any existence. However, in the blink of an eye, the 9-life crystal beast that was smashed into pieces was restored. It looked exactly the same as before, even its aura was the same. Fuck. De Huang Dog was enraged. The moment the 9-life crystal beast reformed, he immediately dashed out and smashed it into pieces again. Then he stomped on the crystal pieces on the ground. This daddy will step on you. Let's see how you can reform yourself. De Huang Dog was exasperated. Zhou Xian, who was standing at the side, shook his head. It was useless. Sure enough, the crystal pieces disappeared in the blink of an eye. After that, the 9-life crystal beast reformed once again. Fuck. De Huang Dog could no longer maintain his composure. De Huang, it's useless. The 9-life crystal beast is a unique existence in this world. It can only be killed 9 times. Even if you make it disappear from this world, it will appear again. Zhou Xian said with a smile. Motherfucker, this is amazing. If you can even refine the 9-life crystal beast's ability for your own use, wouldn't you be able to defy the heavens? Who would be able to kill you in the future? De Huang Dog said. Kill it first, then talk. Zhou Xian waved his hand, signaling De Huang Dog to quickly end the battle. Alright. De Huang Dog's ears pricked up, and his aura soared into the sky as he charged forward again. Boom boom boom. 5 times in a row the 9-life crystal beast had died 8 times. After regenerating for the last time, the crystal beast turned around and ran. Speed was extremely fast. This type of exotic beast already possessed intelligence. After being killed 8 times in a row, it finally understood how powerful its opponent was. If it continued to fight, it would die. Trying to run? De Huang Dog was laughing out loudly. If a mid-heavenly core warrior escaped from his hands, then he, De Huang Dog, would no longer be able to live in this world. This was a humiliation to him. Bang. Another loud bang sounded out. Although the 9-life crystal beast was extremely fast, There was no way it could outrun De Huang Dog. The crystal beast was hit by the dog's head once again and it died on the spot. Buzz! A buzzing sound could be heard. All the broken crystal pieces on the ground quickly formed into a fist-sized crystal ball and hovered in mid-air. What is this? De Huang Dog was startled. This is some good stuff. Xianxia reacted quickly. He grabbed the crystal ball in his hand and said, "This is the crystal core of the 9-life crystal beast. It's the true essence. Only when the 9-life crystal beast is killed will the crystal core drop out. What's the use of this crystal core? What's the difference between it and a demon beast?" De Huang Dog asked. There's a big difference. No matter if it's a demon beast or a devil soul, human cultivators can't absorb them directly. But this crystal core is different. According to the ancient records, the 9-life crystal beast is formed by absorbing the essence of nature. Not only does the crystal core contain a massive amount of pure energy, it also contains the source energy of nature. Human cultivators can absorb it directly, and the benefits they get from it are much greater than what they get from an energy vein. If this small crystal core is brought to the outside world, it will be a priceless treasure. Xianxia said. So that's how it is. De Huang Dog's ears immediately drooped down. He thought this crystal core would bring him some great benefits, but it was just this. He wasn't interested in it at all. He had the dragon horse bloodline in his body and he could level up with his bloodline, so he didn't really need crystal cores. Xianxia wasn't surprised by De Huang Dog's reaction. This crystal core was indeed useless to De Huang Dog, but it was a rare treasure for every human cultivator. Now I finally understand why some people are willing to take the risk to come to Inferno Hell. Here, aside from being able to experience life and death situations, you can also obtain the crystal cores of 9-life crystal beasts. There must be a lot of 9-life crystal beasts in Inferno Hell. This time we're definitely going to make a fortune. A bright smile appeared on Xianxia's face. This was simply a huge fortune, but it wasn't easy to obtain. If those people came to Inferno Hell just for the crystal cores, they would be idiots. Putting everything else aside, if a human cultivator of the same level fought against a 9-life crystal beast of the same level, he would die for sure. He wouldn't stand a chance at all. Even if he was one level higher than the crystal beast, it would still be extremely dangerous for him to fight it. De Huang Dog said. The 9-life crystal beast had 9 lives and its combat power was formidable. No matter how powerful a human cultivator might be, killing a 9-life crystal beast 6 times would exhaust him. Who cares about others? The most important thing is that we're going to make a fortune. Since we're here, naturally we must obtain some benefits. Xianxia said with a smile. Kid, you can easily refine Yao and demonic spirits. For you, what's the difference between a crystal core and a Yao spirit? De Huang Dog said with a disdainful tone. For me there is indeed no difference. However, if we bring this thing out, we can exchange it for a lot of wealth. I believe many people will be fascinated by it. Besides, this thing can be given to our own people to refine. Xianxia said. The benefits of a crystal core were endless. No matter how bad it was, they could still refine and absorb it themselves. If there are really so many 9-life crystal beasts here, why haven't I seen any crystal cores like this outside? De Huang Dog asked. Are you stupid? Only when you understand how powerful a 9-life crystal beast is will you know how difficult it is to obtain a crystal core. Normally, even if someone obtains a crystal core, they won't be able to use it for their own cultivation. Why would they take it out and show it to others? Furthermore, we've always been in the Qi province. Not many people have the guts to come into Inferno Hell. Even if there are, only a few of them would walk out alive. Xianxia glanced at De Huang Dog with disdain. This dog had always been smart, but why couldn't he understand such an obvious logic? You're the stupid one. Hurry up and refine this crystal core. Let's see if you can get 9 lives. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. He stared at Xianxia without blinking. If Xianxia could really get 9 lives, then he would be a monster. You're thinking too much. The 9-life crystal beast is just a special life form. It can't be considered as a real demon beast. 9 lives isn't an innate ability, and this crystal core is just a form of energy. But since you said it, I'll give it a try. Xianxia swallowed the crystal core, then he circulated the dragon transformation skill. In the blink of an eye, he had completely absorbed the crystal core. However, just as he thought, this crystal core was just a form of energy. A mid-heavenly core crystal core couldn't even form a single dragon mark. As for getting 9 lives, that was just a fantasy. How is it? De Huang Dog was looking forward to it. It's useless, but the energy contained within this crystal core is really pure. The natural essence within it has the effect of strengthening one's foundation. After absorbing it, I'll feel refreshed. I'll need to kill more 9-life crystal beasts in the future. I'll keep the lower-grade crystal cores and I'll absorb the higher-grade ones together with the demon souls and devil souls. With this, not only will my combat strength and cultivation level increase, it will also strengthen my foundation. Even when I break through to the divine core realm, my foundation won't be affected. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The effect of this crystal core was really great. He had consumed the 5 elemental pills to strengthen his foundation, and it was to prevent the dragon transformation skill from breaking through to the next realm from affecting his foundation. As his cultivation level got higher and higher, he would need something to strengthen his foundation every step of the way and strengthen his foundation. Now this crystal core had such an effect. It was as if it was specially prepared for Jiang Chen. Damn it, why do you always get all the benefits? This master dog doesn't get anything at all. De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. De Huang, you have the noble dragon horse bloodline flowing in your body. You are the noblest existence under the heavens. Not only that, you are handsome, mighty and strong, and you can break through just by sleeping. You are the most invincible existence under the heavens. Even I admire you so much. You don't need these crystal cores at all, am I right? Jiang Chen found the right solution to the problem. He flattered De Huang Dog, causing him to feel extremely happy. His saliva kept flying all over the place and his head was so narcissistic that it almost reached the sky. You're good at flattering. This master dog looks down upon the entire world. Of course I won't be interested in these little things. The big yellow dog straightened its body and turned around like a human. Alright, let's start our journey in Inferno Hell. I think this is just the border of Inferno Hell, so let's leave this abyss and head deeper into Inferno Hell. It'll be best if we can meet someone and get to know more about Inferno Hell. Jiang Chen said. Alright. De Huang Dog nodded his head. A man and a dog locked onto a direction and with a leap they flew out of the abyss. In front of them was a dusky wilderness with rocks everywhere. There were also some lush forests with some strange-looking plants growing on them. This place is filled with all kinds of demonic and devil chi, as well as the aura of the 9-life crystal beast. It can be said that demons and ghosts are running amok here. We have to be careful. Jiang Chen reminded. The devils and the 9-life crystal beast were just appetizers. The real danger of Inferno Hell had yet to appear. Demons, devils, ghosts and monsters have to retreat when they see Lord Dog. They have to prostrate themselves before Lord Dog's divine might. De Huang Dog was being narcissistic again. Chapter 201. Right after De Huang Dog finished his narcissistic words, a huge creature suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked their way. It was a black crow with 2 heads and its body was 3 meters long. Its body was covered with black scales and it looked ferocious. Swoosh swoosh. Black mist kept rising up from the black crow's body. Its vicious eyes were staring at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog in front of them. It was treating them as its prey. De Huang, didn't you say that all demons and devils would be subdued by you? Jiang Chen wouldn't let go of this chance to mock De Huang Dog. Damn it, what kind of monster is this double-headed black crow? This Inferno Hell is really strange. We've only been here for a short while and we've already bumped into 3 strange creatures. De Huang Dog had the urge to throw up blood. He wasn't afraid of this black crow. Although it was stronger than the evil devil and the 9-life crystal beast, it was only a late heavenly core warrior. If they really fought, it would be no match for De Huang Dog. What made De Huang Dog angry was that right after he said those narcissistic words, the black crow appeared. It didn't give him any face at all. Inferno Hell is really a strange place. There are actually existences that aren't recorded in the Book of Secrets of all living things. This double-headed black crow, even I don't know what its name is. Jiang Chen sighed. The demons and devils in Inferno Hell were really strange. There were even some that he, the greatest saint, didn't know. Who cares what kind of demon or devil it is? Let this master dog kill it first. De Huang Dog was filled with fighting spirit. A golden light shot out from his head, then he turned into a beam of light and dashed towards the black crow. Swoosh. In a split second, the black crow flapped its wings and dodged a Huang dog's attack. What? This time not only the Huang dog but even Zhou Xian was shocked. This black crow's speed was unexpectedly fast to this degree. He was all too clear about how fast the Huang dog's attack was, but this black crow was actually able to dodge it completely. How could he not be shocked? After black crow dodged, it charged at the Huang dog with lightning speed. Its two sharp and long beaks pecked at the Huang dog. Humph. I don't believe you can be faster than me. The Huang dog snorted coldly. He was truly enraged. A demonic beast of the same level as him could dodge his attack. This was simply a blow to the Huang dog's self-esteem. Black Crow was extremely fast, but the Huang dog was even faster. With a swoosh, he turned his huge body around and gave his head to Black Crow. When Black Crow saw the Huang dog actually using its head to block its sharp beak, its eyes were filled with disdain. Its sharp beak could peck through anything hard, but this dog in front of it actually didn't dodge and used its head to block. Wasn't this just courting death? Playing. Unfortunately, when Black Crow's sharp beak pecked the Huang dog's head, Black Crow's expression changed. Its sharp beak struck the Huang dog's head, producing a metallic sound. The expected scene of brain rupturing did not happen. Black Crow's attack not only failed to severely injure the Huang dog, it didn't even leave a mark on his head. The double-headed Black Crow cried out loudly. Its sharp beak was in pain from the impact, and a frightened expression emerged in its eyes. Zhou Xian, who was standing aside, shook his head. This Black Crow was really strong and its sharp beak could be considered a divine weapon, but compared to the Huang dog's head, there was still a huge gap. Besides, although Black Crow was amazing, its cultivation level was still limited. It was only at the late heavenly core realm. No matter how amazing a demon or devil was, it would never be a match for the Huang dog in a fight at the same level. When the double-headed Black Crow saw that the Huang dog's body was indestructible, it immediately opened its beak and spat out two balls of black smoke. The smoke looked like two sharp swords as it flew towards the Huang dog. Be careful, De Huang, this smoke is poisonous. Zhou Xian could tell the attribute of the smoke with just one look. It was extremely poisonous. The double-headed Black Crow was not an evil devil, but it had the same dark attribute as an evil devil, and its body contained a certain amount of poison. Pooey. The Huang dog showed no signs of fear. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden energy beam, dispersing the smoke. Some of the smoke landed on the Huang dog's body, but it didn't affect him at all. Only now did Zhou Xian remember that when he first met the Huang dog he had used the green hellish python's poison on him, but the Huang dog was still fine. This guy was immune to all poisons. Dai Dao. The Huang dog was furious. With his proud character, it was embarrassing for him to fight a Black Crow at the same level as him for so long. A pair of wings of light appeared on the Huang dog's back, and his speed instantly doubled. In the blink of an eye he had arrived in front of the Black Crow. This time the Black Crow couldn't dodge anymore, and its head was smashed into pieces by the Huang dog. Caw! The Black Crow let out a shrill cry. After that it raised its head and let out a strange sound. Not good, it's summoning its companions. Zhou Qian's expression slightly changed. He didn't want to be entangled by a bunch of troublesome Black Crows. He immediately struck out with the true dragon palm, smashing the Black Crow into pieces. Two black demon souls flew out and were caught by Zhou Qian's hand. This Black Crow has two heads, so there should be two demon spirits in its body. Not bad. Zhou Qian smiled. Kid, I'm about to kill it. Why are you trying to steal my business? The Huang dog stared at Zhou Qian furiously. Less nonsense, let's go. Just now the Black Crow was summoning its companions. Before I understand purgatory, I don't want to cause too much trouble. Zhou Qian said. Too bad, even if he didn't want to cause any trouble, trouble would still come knocking on his door. Right when Zhou Qian and the Huang dog were about to leave, a loud noise suddenly sounded out from the forest in front of them. After that, a huge group of Black Crows rushed out like a black storm. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Zhou Qian and the Huang dog. Damn it, why are there so many double-headed Black Crows? The Huang dog cursed. There were at least 40 Black Crows that appeared out of nowhere, and each of them were at the Heavenly Core realm. Some of them had even reached the peak Heavenly Core realm, and they were even stronger than the Black Crow they had just killed. What was even more amazing was that the leading black crow was twice the size of the other black crows, and it was a divine core warrior. The Huang dog had an ugly expression on his face. If it was some ordinary demon beasts, they wouldn't be afraid even if there were so many of them. But these black crows were just too fast, and a divine core black crow would be even faster. Now that they were surrounded by these black crows, it would be a huge problem. De Huang, quickly kill them and leave this place. These black crows live in groups and their nest is definitely not far from here. Perhaps there are even more powerful existences there. If we are surrounded by hundreds or even thousands of black crows, it will be a huge problem. Jiang Chen's expression changed as he told De Huang. These black crows were the scariest creatures that lived in groups. Once they were surrounded by a group of black crows, there would be no end to their attacks. Besides, these black crows were extremely fast and they could spit out poisonous gas. They were not easy to deal with. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow finally understood how frightening Inferno Hell was. They finally understood why so many people were so afraid of Inferno Hell, and why they were so scared when they mentioned it. They had just arrived in Inferno Hell, and they had already bumped into such an abnormal flock of black crows. If they were alone, even if they were a divine core warrior, they would definitely be killed by this flock of black crows. Damn it, these guys are really fast, it's not easy to kill them quickly. De Huang dog felt really depressed. The black crows are demon beasts with the dark element, and you have the purest yang bloodline of a divine beast. You are their nemesis. My qi and blood are strong and I am their nemesis as well. I'll use the true dragon flames to burn them. Jiang Chen said. Right now they were surrounded by black crows, and if they wanted to break out from this place or even kill these black crows, they would have to use a powerful attack. The leader of the black crows let out a loud cry. In an instant, countless black crows with their sharp beaks flapped their wings and dashed towards Jiang Chen and De Huang dog. Damn you! Come on, I'll let you guys have a taste of Master Dog's power. De Huang dog was enraged. A layer of golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body as he charged towards the flock of black crows. Rumble! De Huang dog was like a ferocious primordial beast. With a single charge, he directly smashed 3 black crows into a mist of blood. True dragon flames, burn for me! Jiang Chen roared. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a huge wave of flames, enveloping 5 to 6 black crows. Those black crows seemed to have seen the most terrifying thing in the world, as if they had seen their natural predator. One by one they cried out in panic. Those black crows that were enveloped by the true dragon flames couldn't withstand the burning of the true dragon flames, and were directly burned to ashes. They are indeed afraid of the true dragon flames. Jiang Chen's aura was like a dragon as he unleashed another wave of flames, enveloping a flock of black crows that were rushing over. Those black crows that were caught in the sea of flames struggled violently, but they couldn't escape the burning of the flames at all. Soon they were all burned to death. The true dragon flames was the king of all flames. It was extremely frightening, and it was the biggest nemesis of these dark creatures. Seeing this, the black crow leader let out another loud cry. In an instant, as if they had received an order, all the other black crows dashed towards Jiang Chen without any regard for their own lives. No matter how many come, they'll all die. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. The true dragon flames swept across the area, enveloping all the black crows who were dashing towards him. At the same time, the divine core black crow leader suddenly attacked Jiang Chen from another direction. This leader didn't hesitate to sacrifice the lives of his men in order to pin down Jiang Chen, then sneak attack Jiang Chen. If it was an ordinary man who was surrounded by these black crows, he would have been dead for sure. But too bad the man standing here was Jiang Chen. Trying to sneak attack me? You're still far from it. True dragon palm. Jiang Chen had an indifferent expression on his face. He cultivated the great soul derivation skill and his senses were extremely sharp. It was impossible for anyone to sneak attack him. Rumble! The blood-red dragon claw descended from the skies. Like a gigantic cage, it instantly enveloped the black crow leader. The black crow leader let out a loud cry. He used his sharp beak to peck at the true dragon palm, and in an instant, a huge hole appeared on the dragon claw. From this, one could tell how terrifying his sharp beak was. Chapter 202. The true dragon flames were extremely powerful. Of course, this was because of Jiang Chen's incredible combat strength. The early divine core double-headed black crow was no match for Jiang Chen. Under the combined attack of the true dragon flames and true dragon palm, the double-headed black crow was instantly burned to death. The double-headed black crow was a rare species with a dark element. It had incredible combat strength, and it also had skills that were hard to defend against. An early divine core double-headed black crow could fight a mid-divine core warrior, but when facing Jiang Chen, the double-headed black crow's advantage couldn't be displayed at all. The double-headed black crow had no fear of ordinary flames, but the powerful true dragon flames was their nemesis and natural enemy. Jiang Chen retrieved the true dragon palm, then two black demon souls appeared in his palm. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. These were two early divine core demon souls. And if he wanted to form more dragon marks now, heavenly core demon beasts wouldn't be able to help him much. Only divine core demon beasts' demon souls could really help him. These two early divine core demon souls could at least help Jiang Chen form 40 dragon marks, and further improve his combat strength. Two demon souls from a single double-headed black crow. Looks like I'll have to spend more time on demon beasts like this in the future. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Killing a demon beast would give him 2 demon souls. For Jiang Chen this was a huge benefit. Swoosh. The true dragon flames swept out once again, continuously burning the black crows to death. The demon souls rolled into Jiang Chen's palm like iron balls, then he stored them into his storage ring. Seeing their leader was killed, the rest of the black crows immediately let out heart-wrenching cries. "De Huang dog, run!" Jiang Chen shouted and used the true dragon fire to tear the flock of black crows apart. Then the blood wings on his back flapped, and he turned into a beam of light as he rushed forward. De Huang dog didn't dare to be negligent, and he quickly followed behind Jiang Chen. This flock of black crows was really frightening. They were incredibly fast and they were extremely difficult to kill. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's true dragon flames, it would have been at least 10 times more difficult for them to escape. Naturally, the remaining crows could no longer pose a threat to Jiang Chen and De Huang dog, but there was no telling how many two-headed black crows lived here. Perhaps the entire forest was a gathering place for two-headed black crows. These black crows were summoning their own kind. If hundreds or thousands of black crows suddenly appeared, they would have no place to cry. Besides, they had no idea how dangerous Inferno Hell was. If a mid-divine core or even a late divine core double-headed black crow appeared, with Jiang Chen and De Huang dog's current strength, there was no way they could defend against it. Therefore, of the 36 stratagems, running away was the best stratagem. Swoosh. Not long after Jiang Chen and De Huang dog ran away, they suddenly heard some swoosh sounds coming from the forest. At this moment the sky was filled with black crows. They flapped their wings and locked onto Jiang Chen and De Huang dog's direction, then they crazily chased after them. The leading black crow had a body of 40 to 50 meters, and its cultivation base had reached the mid-divine core realm. "Oh my god!" De Huang dog cried out. "So many black crows, there must be at least a few hundred of them. Damn it, luckily you're smart enough to run away in advance. If not, we would have been trapped in an endless battle. Don't talk anymore, let's speed up. These black crows live in groups. I'm afraid there will be more of them." Jiang Chen's blood wings flapped violently as he ran with all his might. De Huang dog dared not hesitate either. The wings of light on his back glowed with a bright golden light, and both man and dog increased their speed to the maximum. Jiang Chen had even used the dimensional shift skill to help him escape. But too bad the mid-divine core black crow wasn't slow either, it just kept chasing after him. "Buddy, that big guy is really chasing after us," De Huang dog said. "Don't worry, it's fast, let it chase after us. As long as the flock of black crows can't catch up with us, it'll be fine." Jiang Chen had a calm expression on his face. His mentality was not something that ordinary people could compare with. He was able to remain calm in the face of danger. De Huang dog kept cursing. He had just arrived in Inferno Hell and he was being chased by these black crows. This was really embarrassing. The mid-divine core black crow's speed was really fast, and it was only because Jiang Chen and De Huang dog were abnormal monsters. If it was any other ordinary man, he would have been killed by the black crow. The black crow kept chasing after them. It kept letting out loud roars and a ferocious look could be seen in its eyes. It kept spitting out black poisonous gas from its mouth, and it attacked Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog like sharp swords. But all the poisonous gas was blocked by Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Let's keep chasing. Once the distance between the flock of black crows increases, this black crow will die. A mid-divine core demon soul. I'm really looking forward to it. Jiang Qin licked his lips. Buddy, are you trying to kill it? De Huang Dog was startled for a moment. That was a mid-divine core black crow. Its strength was comparable to a late divine core human warrior. Jiang Qin was just too daring. The mid-divine core black crow is indeed strong. Ordinary late divine core warriors might not be its match. But that's because of its special ability. The black crow's speed is fast, it can release poisonous gas, and it also has a sharp beak. These are the black crow's strongest points. But when it comes to me, all of its advantages are gone. I'm not afraid of poisonous gas, and the true dragon flame is the black crow's nemesis. I now have 410 dragon marks and I can easily kill an early divine core warrior with my bare hands. I can even fight an ordinary mid-divine core warrior. This black crow is restrained by me, so I'm pretty confident in killing it. Jiang Qin was a meticulous person and he had a lot of combat experience. Even during a battle he was able to control his and his enemy's strengths and weaknesses, then come up with a strategy. He would never fight a battle he had no confidence in winning. At the same time, Jiang Qin flipped his palm and absorbed the 2 early divine core black crow demon souls. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, 40 new dragon marks were formed. With this, Jiang Qin now had a total of 450 dragon marks in his body. His combat strength had increased once again, and he was now more confident in dealing with the black crow. The black crow kept roaring out in anger. It kept unleashing attacks, and the powerful energy unleashed from its body scared many demons and devils away, not daring to show their faces. As for the flock of black crows behind them, they had been left far behind. From the looks of it, it's going to kill us before it's willing to let this matter rest. De Huang Dog said. Let it come, I'll teach it a lesson later. A grin emerged on Jiang Qin's face. After flying for another 300 miles, Inferno Hell was a huge place. They had been flying for a long time, but they still hadn't left this wasteland. Jiang Qin estimated that the flock of black crows couldn't catch up with them, and they had even stopped chasing. He immediately steadied his body and stopped running. As long as he could leave the black crow's territory, he would no longer be afraid. In his eyes, these black crows were his greatest nourishment. Heya was clearly taken aback when he saw the man and dog suddenly stop. In his opinion, the man and dog should continue to flee for their lives. It was too abnormal for them to suddenly stop. Could it be that they were courting death? The black crow didn't care too much. Seeing the man stop running, it immediately leapt forward. De Huang Dog, move away, I'll deal with him. Jiang Qin unleashed his energy. Boundless golden lights burst out from his body, causing massive energy waves to sweep across the sky. A dragon-shaped aura emerged from his head. It was so powerful that no one dared look at it directly. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Qin shouted out loudly. In an instant he unleashed the True Dragon Palm, unleashing a gigantic dragon claw towards the black crow. Bang! A layer of black light appeared on the surface of the black crow's body. Its sharp beak seemed to be able to pierce through everything, wanting to shatter the dragon claw that Jiang Qin had unleashed. However, the True Dragon Palm was a true dragon combat skill. How powerful was it? Although the black crow's sharp beak had created a huge hole in the True Dragon Palm, the power of the dragon claw had also forced the black crow back. What a powerful combat strike. That attack had at least a few million gene of force. This kid is a monster. De Huang Dog's face was filled with shock. Humph. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Jiang Qin continued to attack. His body flashed as he unleashed the 9 phantom wolves. 9 Jiang Qins appeared around the black crow at the same time, dazzling the black crow. The black crow let out a loud cry. Countless streams of black energy containing poisonous gas rushed out from its body, attacking the 9 Jiang Qins indiscriminately. Such an attack would have killed any ordinary person. However, Jiang Qin wasn't afraid of the poison at all, nor was he afraid of the dark aura. Boom! In an instant, a sea of flames appeared in the sky. The golden flames seemed to be able to incinerate the entire sky. The 9 Jiangchens couldn't even see who was the one who had unleashed the flames. However, when the poisonous gas came into contact with the flames, it was instantly incinerated into nothingness. It posed no threat to Jiangchen at all. Die! Jiangchen let out a roar. A battle axe appeared in his hand. With a thunderous light he chopped down at the black crow. The surface of the battle axe was covered with steaming flames. Such flames caused the black crow's soul to tremble. Puchi! Jiangchen's movements were too fast. Before the black crow could even react, it was already chopped into 2 by Jiangchen's battle axe, dying on the spot. De Huang Dog was jumping up and down. He was practically prostrating himself in admiration towards Jiangchen. He had personally witnessed a true combatant. Jiangchen killed the black crow in one go. First he used the true dragon palm to repel the black crow. Then he used the 9 phantom wolves to affect the black crow's state of mind while the black crow was still in a state of shock. Finally he used the true dragon flames to throw the black crow into chaos. Finally he killed the black crow with a single chop. The entire battle process could be said to be perfect. Bang! Bang! Jiangchen sent out a shockwave shattering the 2 halves of the black crow. 2 black demon spirits the size of a human head appeared in Jiangchen's hand. Kid, you're really powerful. De Huang Dog said excitedly. Let's go, let's leave this place first. We need to find a place to absorb these demon spirits and increase our overall strength. In Inferno Hell, strength is the only way to survive. Jiangchen's eyes lit up as he continued flying forward. Damn it, Daddy wants to break through as well. Daddy wants to break through to the divine core realm. De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. Inferno Hell was really dangerous and they were only at the border of Inferno Hell, but they had already encountered such powerful demon beast. There was no need to explain how dangerous Inferno Hell was. Chapter 203. Jiangchen and De Huang Dog flew across the wasteland. Since the terrain was flat, they didn't bump into any demons or devils. With incredible speed, they found a quiet and gloomy valley and landed in it. This place is filled with an eerie atmosphere. It makes me feel really uncomfortable. Perhaps some demons or devils will appear here. Jiangchen said. There are dangers everywhere in Inferno Hell. It's normal for some strange creatures to appear here. De Huang Dog nodded his head. After being in Inferno Hell for so long, he had finally understood what kind of dangerous place Inferno Hell was. They had already bumped into 3 strange creatures, the Inferno Devil, the 9-life crystal beast and the double-headed black crow. He had no idea what other strange creatures would appear here. However, no matter how strange the demons or devils were, De Huang Dog wouldn't be surprised. Purgatory was such a place. For human cultivators, Purgatory was a hellish place, filled with brutality, danger, darkness, bloodshed and massacre. Forget surviving in Purgatory. In order to protect one's own life, one must rely on formidable strength. Without formidable strength, one could lose their life at any moment. De Huang, guard me while I'm cultivating. I'll absorb these 2 black crow demon souls. Once I absorb them, I'm afraid I'll have 600 dragon marks in my body, and my combat strength will reach a new level. At that point of time, unless a late divine core warrior attacks me, I'll be invincible. A smile emerged on Jiangchen's face. The mid-divine core demon souls were a great help to him. With these 2 demon souls, he would be able to form at least 150 dragon marks, and together with the 450 dragon marks he had before, he would have a total of 600 dragon marks. The combat strength of 600 dragon marks was really frightening. With Jiangchen's current combat strength, coupled with those frightening skills and abilities, he could easily kill a mid-divine core warrior. If he had 600 dragon marks, his combat strength would be unimaginable. Damn it, Daddy has to guard you every time. When are you going to do the same for Daddy? De Huang Dog curled his lips, but he still willingly played the role of guard. The next time you sleep, I'll watch over you for 3 days and 3 nights. Jiangchen promised solemnly. Immediately, Jiangchen found a quiet place and started absorbing the demon souls. With his current cultivation level, it was impossible for him to absorb the mid-divine core demon souls at a fast pace. If he wanted to absorb both demon souls, he would need at least an hour. If it was an early divine core demon soul, it would only take him a few minutes. The true dragon flames gushed out and enveloped the 2 demon spirits. Very quickly, the dark aura emitted by the two demon spirits was completely refined, turning them into the purest form of energy. Without any hesitation, Zhou Xian devoured the two demon spirits. Boom! Pure and powerful energy burst out from the two demon spirits and permeated into Zhou Qian's lily limbs. Under the guidance of the dragon transformation skill, the pure energy quickly entered his qi, turning into many new blood-red dragon marks that kept revolving around his heavenly core. The formation of each new dragon mark would increase Zhou Qian's combat strength once again. This was the truly frightening part of the dragon transformation skill. There was no need for a clear limit. Dragon marks represented strength. A single dragon mark was equivalent to 10,000 jin, and when all the dragon marks were stacked together, it would become a terrifying number. When the dragon transformation skill was cultivated to the highest level, Zhou Qian's combat strength would be pushed to a new peak. Half an hour later, Zhou Qian had easily absorbed a demon soul. His aura had become much stronger, and his energy had finally attracted some unnecessary trouble. Roar. A loud roar that shook the entire valley suddenly sounded out from not far away. After that, two gigantic creatures appeared not far away from them. They were two gigantic lions, and each of them was 30 to 40 meters tall, just like a small mountain. Just the energy they unleashed was enough to frighten anyone who looked at them. Both lions looked exactly the same. Their bodies were covered with gray stone chips, and there was a long stone horn on top of their heads that was glowing in a chaotic color. Their eyes were the same color as stone, but they were glowing ferociously. Damn it, twin stone rock lions, and both of them are at the early divine core realm. This inferno hell really has all kinds of demon beasts. De Huang Dog immediately cursed. He knew who these twin stone rock lions were. Demon beasts like these rarely existed in the outside world, but here in Inferno Hell there were two of them. Twin demon beasts were the most frightening. They could communicate with each other, and once they started fighting, their teamwork would reach a perfect level. The combat strength of these two twin stone rock lions was definitely not as simple as adding them together. When the twin stone rock lions saw Zhou Qian and De Huang Dog, they roared and started walking towards them. Damn it, these two guys aren't easy to deal with. Too bad. Daddy's powerful innate ability can only be awakened when I break through to the divine core realm. If not, these two guys are just like farts in front of this master dog. De Huang Dog felt really gloomy. He was a man with a pure dragon horse bloodline, but he was going to be bullied by two lions. If that really happened, would he still be able to live? What made De Huang Dog even angrier was that apart from the treasure hunting ability that he had awakened, his dog head was the strongest ability he had. The powerful combat innate ability in his bloodline could only be awakened when he broke through to the divine core realm. This was really infuriating. But right after that, De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. A cunning look appeared in his eyes as he said, "If two lions attack me at the same time, I'm sure I won't be able to deal with them. But if I can take one of them by surprise, I might have a chance. This master dog will pretend to be scared first so you can relax yourselves." De Huang Dog was a smart man, and after following Zhou Qian for so long, he had learned a lot of tricks and combat experience. Now he could be considered as an experienced warrior. Immediately, De Huang Dog took a step back. His body was trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the twin stone rock lions. Indeed, when the lions saw De Huang Dog's reaction, a disdainful look emerged in their eyes. They looked at each other, then one of them said in human language, "Jie, so you're just a coward. There's no need for us brothers to deal with a trashy dog like this. You just stand here and watch, I'll go skin this dog." Hearing what the lion said, De Huang Dog staggered and almost fell down onto the ground. Flames of fury almost shot out from his eyes. He was a descendant of the dragon horse, a noble bloodline, and he had a majestic appearance. How dare this bastard call him a trashy dog? This was something he couldn't tolerate. De Huang Dog had made up his mind he would definitely teach this lion a lesson. The stone lion still had a disdainful smile on its face. It looked down at De Huang Dog and walked step by step towards De Huang Dog. It could tell that this De Huang Dog was only a late heavenly core warrior, so it didn't need to be taken seriously. "Puppy dog, stand there and don't move, let me stomp you to death," the stone lion said. Hearing this, De Huang Dog couldn't hold it any longer. How dare this lion ask him to stand there and let him stomp him to death? This was an insult to him. Besides Xianxia, no one was allowed to call him puppy dog. Sure enough, the stone lion raised its foot and stepped on Old Man Gua towards Big Yellow. How dare you look down on this master dog? I'll let you know how powerful this master dog is. Fuck you. The Huang dog gnashed his teeth in anger. Flames of fury burned in his eyes, and a golden light emerged from his head. He turned into a sharp arrow and dashed towards the stone lion's foot. Bang! Slash! Followed by a loud bang, the Huang dog pierced through the stone lion's foot and pierced through it. Blood splashed all over the place. Ooh, the stone lion let out a shrill cry. Its huge body couldn't help but lean forward when its leg was injured. This was a situation that it had never expected. The stone lion didn't take Big Yellow seriously at all, so it didn't even use any yuan energy to kick it. Under such a situation, no matter how strong it was, it wouldn't be able to withstand Big Yellow's attack. Big Yellow was ready to attack at any moment. Although the stone lion was strong, it still wouldn't be able to withstand Big Yellow's attack. The stone lion let out a shrill cry, and its body was about to fall down. But, the Huang dog, who had everything going according to plan, wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. He raised his head like a diamond and slammed it towards the falling stone lion's head. How dare you look down on this master dog? I'll let you die a glorious death. The Huang dog's head slammed into the stone lion's head. Just like the stone lion, it was completely defenseless. The Huang dog's speed was too fast. From the moment the stone lion was injured to the moment it slammed into its head, it was just a blink of an eye. The stone lion wasn't prepared for this at all. Rocks flew in all directions. The stone lion's head was smashed into pieces by the Huang dog, and its huge body fell down to the ground. It was dead on the spot. The Huang dog landed on the ground and stood on top of the stone lion's body. He threw his head back and laughed out loudly. Kakaka, master dog is invincible. Big Yellow was extremely proud of himself, and a narcissistic expression could be seen on his face. He felt like he was the most talented man in this world, and with his plan, an early divine core stone lion was easily killed by him. It was as if he didn't even need to use his full strength. This is my plan, this is my intelligence, this is my charm, this is my master dog. The Huang dog twisted his butt and spun around the stone lion's body. He was filled with a proud expression. On the other side, the other stone lion, who was prepared to watch a good show, was startled. It was completely bewildered. Its pair of stone eyes stared at the narcissistic Big Yellow in front of it with astonishment. It had never thought that this dog could be so powerful. In the end, it turned out that the fear it showed just now was just an act. This was really hateful. Roared brother. The stone lion was furious. His brother was killed without even having his body intact, and he was smashed into pieces by this dog's head. This was really tragic. Kaka, old stone hair, you and your brother are idiots. How dare you look down on this master dog? This is what you get. This master dog is invincible under the heavens, and anyone who dares look down on this master dog will end up like this. Chapter 204. Damn dog, I'm going to eat you. The remaining stone lion was enraged, but its aura was clearly not as tyrannical as before. The twin beasts had an advantage, but at the same time they had a disadvantage. Because they were connected by heart, when they fought they could stack their battle prowess. Similarly, if one of them died, the other would be greatly affected, and it would only be able to display half of its peak battle prowess. Furthermore, due to the influence of the twin beast relationship, when one stone lion roared, the other stone lion would also rapidly age and eventually die. This was what it meant to live and die together. Kaka. The Huang dog laughed out loud and once again turned into a ray of light rushing towards the stone lion. If it was the stone lion at its peak, the Huang dog wouldn't have dashed towards it like this, because he wasn't confident that he could kill it. He would only guard in front of Xianxia and not let the stone lion take a step forward. However, the stone lion's aura had been weakened by half, and its battle strength was only half of its peak. The Huang dog, whose aura was surging, had absolute confidence that he could kill it. The stone lion roared as it engaged in a fierce battle with the Huang dog. One was fast and fierce, and the other wanted to avenge its brother. Zai. Xianxia sighed and opened his eyes. Looking at the two fellows in front of him, he shook his head speechlessly. Damn it, I'm in seclusion, I'm cultivating. Can this damn dog be any more unreliable? Fighting in front of me, how am I supposed to cultivate? Luckily, Xianxia was only condensing his dragon mark and not advancing his cultivation. Otherwise, even with the Great Soul Derivation technique, he wouldn't be able to bear such a disturbance. However, refining demon spirits to condense dragon marks was obviously different from advancing his cultivation. Xianxia wasn't afraid of being disturbed. Even so, it wouldn't delay him from refining demon spirits. Therefore, Xianxia continued refining demon spirits while watching the battle between De Huang Dog and the Stone Lion. I say, De Huang, can't you end the battle faster? That guy only has half of his battle strength left. Wasting so much time, isn't it a disgrace to your wise and mighty reputation? Xianxia couldn't help but speak. Fuck, you can still talk after refining a demon spirit? But what you said makes sense. If I don't get rid of it now, it will indeed damage Lord Dog's wise, mighty and domineering reputation. De Huang Dog nodded seriously. Soon after he exploded. Mysterious runes appeared on his forehead, and a pair of light wings appeared on his back. For a moment the Stone Lion was surrounded by De Huang Dog's silhouettes. Bang bang bang. Howl. The sound of collisions rang out incessantly, accompanied by the shrill cries of the Stone Lion. In the span of a few breaths, the huge Stone Lion's body was riddled with holes by the De Huang Dog's head, and blood was gushing out. One last time. The more De Huang Dog fought, the more courageous he became. Like a streak of light, he charged towards the Stone Lion's head. The weakened Stone Lion could no longer withstand De Huang Dog's ferocious charge, and was directly smashed into pieces by De Huang Dog's head. The Stone Lion died on the spot, following in the footsteps of its brother. After finishing off the twin Stone Rock Lions, De Huang Dog's narcissism had risen to an extremely high level. This is Lord Dog's real strength. In this battle, Lord Dog's wisdom and beauty are equally important. No matter how strong the enemy is, they can only obediently accept their death in front of Lord Dog. De Huang Dog stood up straight like a human. His two legs were placed behind his back and his dog head was swaying back and forth. Xianxia immediately covered his eyes. He simply couldn't bear to watch anymore. De Huang Dog had been narcissistic for nearly half an hour. Even after Xianxia had finished refining the demon spirit, it still hadn't stopped. But Xianxia slapped De Huang Dog's head and said, "That's enough. Buddy, you don't know how to be grateful at all. If Daddy didn't protect you and help you kill the twin Stone Rock Lions, do you think you could still be so calm?" De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. "Alright, you've done a great job this time." Xianxia extended his hand and grabbed 2 demon souls from the bodies of the 2 stone lions, then he placed them into his storage pouch. "Why didn't you just absorb them? These 2 are divine core demon spirits, they should be quite useful to you." De Huang Dog was puzzled. In the past, whenever Xianxia obtained a demon spirit, he would absorb it to increase his strength, but this time he just kept it. "I have formed 600 dragon marks in my body, and if I continue absorbing demon spirits with this method, it will affect my foundation. The 5 elemental pills can only last for now. Therefore, if I want to continue absorbing demon spirits or even break through to the divine core realm, I'll need to strengthen my foundation. Therefore, I'll need to use the 9 life crystal beasts crystal core when I absorb demon spirits in the future," Xianxia said. He couldn't afford to be careless while cultivating the dragon transformation skill. The most important thing for a cultivator was their foundation, and if their foundation was unstable, it would have a huge impact on their future cultivation. As the once greatest saint underneath the heavens, Xianxia had a lot of experience in cultivation. He understood the importance of a good foundation better than anyone else, so how could he make such a stupid mistake? In order for Xianxia to break through to the divine core realm, he had to form 800 dragon marks. He still needed another 200 dragon marks, and it wasn't an easy task to break through. However, with 600 dragon marks, Xianxia had enough combat strength to travel in Inferno Hell, and it would be safer for him to travel in this place. Xianxia and De Huang Dog left the valley and continued flying deeper into Inferno Hell. After flying for about 100 miles, sounds of fighting suddenly sounded out in front of them. "Someone is fighting in front of us," De Huang Dog said. "It's the aura of a human, not a demon beast," Xianxia said. Hide your aura, let's go and have a look. The man and dog hid their aura and moved forward with great speed. In front of them was a steep mountain range. Zhou Xian and a Huang dog landed on top of a cliff. Looking down into the valley, they saw 4 men. 3 of them looked to be in their 30s or 40s. 2 of them were early Divine Core warriors and the last one was a mid-Divine Core warrior. All 3 of them were unleashing ferocious auras, and their faces were filled with ferocious expressions. These men were clearly outlaws, cruel and merciless. Of course, after living in an environment like Inferno Hell, it was only a matter of time before they became like this. Right at this moment, the 3 men surrounded a young man who was covered in blood. The young man looked to be in his late 20s and he was wearing white clothes. However, the original color of the white clothes was no longer recognizable, as it was completely covered in blood. He was a peak early Divine Core warrior, just 1 step away from breaking through to the mid-Divine Core realm. However, with Zhang Chen's experience, he could easily tell that this young man was a rare genius. Although he was only a peak early Divine Core warrior, if they really fought, even the mid-Divine Core warrior would be no match for him. But too bad, the young man was severely injured and some of his injuries weren't new. These injuries had caused his combat strength to drop drastically, and when facing 3 Divine Core warriors who were as ferocious as wolves and tigers, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Buddy, why don't you keep running? You've offended young Master Xianxia, and even if you run to the ends of the earth, you'll still die. The man said. What did you do to Guan Yiyun and the others? The young man let out a cold snort. He didn't show any fear on his face, but anger could be seen in his eyes. He had been running for so long, but in the end he still couldn't escape. Xianxia, you're about to die, but you still care about your friends? Let me tell you, Guan Yiyun and the others are still alive. How could young Master Xianxia let them die so soon? Another man said with a mocking tone. Guan Yiyun and the others are indeed still alive, but I don't know how they are doing right now. Xianxia, hand over all your belongings, especially the crystal cores. We'll consider bringing your head back to young Master Xianxia, so you don't have to suffer from his torture. You should know young Master Xianxia's methods. When he starts torturing someone, he'll make them wish they were dead. The leading middle-aged man said with a smile on his face. The 3 men were treating Xianxia like a turtle in a jar. In fact, Xianxia's current situation was indeed like a turtle in a jar. If no miracle happened, he would definitely die today. Guan Yiyun. On top of the cliff, Zhang Chen, who was originally just watching the show, heard Guan Yiyun's name, and his facial expression suddenly changed. This Xianxia seems to be in the same group as Guan Yiyun. It seems like he has fallen into young Master Xianxia's trap. From their tone, it seems like Guan Yiyun's situation isn't too good. The Huang dog said. Nonsense, I can tell. Zhang Chen's facial expression turned cold. Guan Yiyun had treated him quite well, and he had risked his life to help him in Whirling Sun City. Zhang Chen was not a person who didn't know how to repay a debt of gratitude. Now that Guan Yiyun was in trouble, how could he just stand by and do nothing? A sad and despairing expression emerged on Xianxia's face. He looked at the 3 men who surrounded him. If he was in his peak condition, these 3 men wouldn't be able to defeat him even if they worked together. But too bad, he was at the end of his strength right now, and even the weakest of these 3 men would be able to kill him. Inferno Hell has always been a place where the strong prey on the weak. Killing and robbing, there are no rules. Now that I, Xianxia, have fallen into your hands, I have nothing else to say. Let's do this. Xianxia knew he was going to die. Therefore, at this last moment he became a little more courageous. Even Zhang Chen couldn't help but nod his head. Not many people could face death in such a calm manner. Perhaps it was because of the harsh environment in Inferno Hell, but no matter what, it was still worthy of respect. Fine, Xianxia, I see you're courageous. I'll give you a quick death today. One of the early Divine Core warriors said. He immediately unleashed a giant palm that was shining brightly and slapped toward Xianxia. Bang! A loud explosion sounded out from the top of Xianxia's head. It wasn't Xianxia's head that was smashed, it was the giant palm that was unleashed by the man. A beam of dazzling light shot down from the top of the cliff. It fell right on top of the big hand and shattered it into pieces. Who? The leader was shocked and he immediately shouted toward the cliff. 3 divine core warriors bullying a severely wounded man at the end of his strength. What a shame. A voice sounded out from the cliff. After that, a man and a dog descended from the sky. Chapter 205. Jiang Chen's clothes were as white as snow, and his black hair was fluttering in the wind. His handsome face carried a domineering expression. In the blink of an eye, he and a Huang dog landed in the valley. "Young man, who are you?" One of the early divine core warriors looked at Jiang Chen and Lung Lung and asked. "I'm someone who sees injustice, and when I see someone I don't like, I want to step in and help them. All 3 of you are divine core warriors, but why are you ganging up on a severely injured man? Isn't that embarrassing?" Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, the 3 men burst out into laughter as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. They looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. "Little brother, run, you're no match for them," Xianxia said to Jiang Chen. He knew he was going to die today and he didn't want to drag the others into this. Besides, it seemed like this young man in white had just arrived in Inferno Hell not long ago, and he had no idea about the rules of survival here. In this place, the law of the jungle was the law of the jungle, and no one would care about anyone else's business. There was only slaughter and blood. If it was any ordinary man who encountered a situation like this, it would be a miracle if they didn't hit him when he was down. As for being a good Samaritan and helping others, that was something that only an idiot would do. In fact, Jiang Chen was not a good Samaritan. He knew better than anyone what kind of place Inferno Hell was. If he hadn't heard about Guan Yiyun from Xianxia, he wouldn't have shown himself. However, when Xianxia asked him to leave, Jiang Chen's impression of Xianxia became better. Besides, it was obvious that Xianxia was on the same side as Guan Yiyun. Therefore Jiang Chen had to save him. What a joke. "Young man, don't you know about the rules of survival in Inferno Hell? Those who see injustice here are all idiots. Looks like your brain isn't normal either. But since you have the guts to stand out, you can die together with Xianxia." Another middle-aged man said with a loud laugh. "Kid, hand over all your treasures before we make a move." The mid-divine core leader stared at Jiang Chen with an insidious look. "You guys want to snatch my treasures? Just as well. I want to snatch your treasures too. Looks like we can only fight," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "This kid is courting death." One of the early divine core warriors had a cold expression on his face, and a strong killing intent emerged from his body. However, right after his killing intent emerged, the young man in front of him suddenly disappeared, and in the next second he reappeared right in front of him. Poochie. The middle-aged man heard a poochie sound and felt his body shake as if he had been hit by a mountain. Then a cold feeling spread throughout his body. The middle-aged man was stunned on the spot. He felt an intense aura of death. He slowly lowered his head and saw a long sword piercing through his body. Blood flowed unceasingly along the long sword. His vitality was also disappearing along with the loss of blood. "I know the rules of survival better than any of you, especially the rules of Inferno Hell." A bright smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. It was a harmless smile, but on the middle-aged man's face, it looked like the smile of a devil. "No." The middle-aged man let out a loud cry. His voice became hoarse. This was his last word in this world. The sword in Jiang Chen's hand was a high-ranked combat weapon, the soaring heaven sword he snatched from Yun Can. A tremendous sword energy burst out from the soaring heaven sword, shattering the middle-aged man's internal organs. At the same time, it cut off all his vitality, killing him on the spot. Jiang Chen slowly drew out the long sword. Right at the moment when the middle-aged man's body was about to fall to the ground, Jiang Chen took out the storage ring from the man's finger with lightning speed. These men had stayed in Inferno Hell for a long time, so they must have collected a lot of treasures. Jiang Chen needed crystal cores right now, and since he hadn't found any 9 life crystal beasts yet, robbing them was the best way. Plop. The middle-aged man's body fell to the ground and he didn't move at all. Blood kept spraying out from the wound on his chest, making him look ferocious. "What?" 3 shocked voices sounded out at the same time. Even Xianxia was staring at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and the other 2 men were even more shocked. Who could have thought that this young man who was only a late heavenly core warrior could be so cruel and powerful? An early divine core warrior couldn't even withstand a single strike from him and was killed on the spot. It's your turn now. Xianxia raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it at the other two ferocious-looking middle-aged men. I'll give you a chance. Put down your storage rings and destroy your own divine cores. Xianxia's words almost made the two men curse out loud. What he said was too arrogant. Besides, destroying one's own divine core was no different from committing suicide. Once one's divine core was destroyed, one would become a cripple. A cripple without any cultivation base wouldn't be able to survive for more than an hour in Inferno Hell. Buddy, do you know what you're doing? The man you killed is young Master Xiangshua's man. You're courting death. The other early divine core middle-aged man threatened Xianxia. But too bad he had threatened the wrong person. Right after his words left his mouth, Xianxia disappeared once again. The middle-aged man could only feel a beam of light sliding past his face, and after that he no longer knew what happened. Xianxia's movement was too fast. He had chopped off the middle-aged man's head with just a single strike. After the head flew up into the sky, the middle-aged man's face was still filled with fear. He had no idea how he died and he couldn't understand why this young man was so fast. He was just a heavenly core warrior, so why could he be so fast? He was so fast that he, a divine core warrior, didn't even have the chance to defend himself. Heavens! Xianxia cried out in shock. He couldn't believe his own eyes. He stared at Xianxia as if he was looking at a ghost. This young man who looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old actually had such frightening abilities. Xianxia was a divine core warrior, and even if Xianxia was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to kill Xianxia in such a fast and violent manner. Xianxia's ruthless methods had even stunned the mid-divine core warrior. He stared at Xianxia and the look of disdain on his face had disappeared. You're the last one. I'll give you a chance to attack. Xianxia looked at the last man. Looks like you're a genius disciple from some big sect. You're able to kill an early divine core warrior with just a late heavenly core cultivation base. You're really amazing. Too bad, this is Inferno Hell. We only care about strength here, not status or geniuses. You can kill an early divine core warrior, but you're definitely no match for me. The gap between an early divine core warrior and a mid-divine core warrior is not something you can imagine. The man let out a cold snort. He unleashed all of his energy and a golden hammer appeared in his hand. It was glowing in a golden light and it was actually a high-ranked combat weapon. Bang! A loud explosion sounded out from the golden hammer. The middle-aged man raised the hammer high up into the air, then he forcefully smashed it towards Xianxia. Let me show you what the gap between us is. A cold light emerged in Xianxia's eyes. He raised the long sword in his hand high up into the air, then a loud sword cry sounded out. The sword beam looked like a bright waterfall. Xianxia let out a loud shout, then he swung the sword towards the middle-aged man. Clang! The two combat weapons collided with each other, causing a huge amount of sparks to fly in all directions. This was the fiercest collision ever and no one knew how much energy was contained in the collision. Bam! The powerful backlash sent the middle-aged man flying away like a kite with a broken string. Pooh! While his body was still in the air, the middle-aged man threw up a huge mouthful of blood. The frightened expression on his face had reached an indescribable level. The strength of Xianxia's 600 dragon marks was no joke. Together with the high-ranked combat weapon, ordinary mid-divine core warriors were no match for him. In front of Xianxia they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Zhoosh! Xianxia chased after the middle-aged man like a shadow. He moved like an arrow, leaving a trail of afterimages in the sky, and in the blink of an eye he caught up with the retreating middle-aged man. He swung the long sword horizontally and cleanly chopped off the middle-aged man's head. So weak. A grin emerged on Xianxia's face. After reaching 600 dragon marks, his combat strength had reached an unimaginable level. He put away the soaring heaven sword, then he bent down and took the storage ring from the middle-aged man's finger, then he put it away with a peace of mind. Abnormal. De Huang Dog raised his head and said. The current Xianxia was obviously much stronger than before. If it was before, even if he could defeat a mid-divine core warrior, he wouldn't be able to kill them so cleanly. Xianxia, who stood aside, had his mouth wide open. He looked at the 3 dead bodies on the ground and he couldn't say a word. He thought he was going to die today, but he never expected that an incredible man would appear out of nowhere and kill all 3 of them with such ease. My name is Tian Yishan. Thank you for saving my life, brother. Tian Yishan bowed deeply toward Zhou Xian. His face was filled with gratitude. This was a life-saving favor. Zhou Xian from the Black Sect. Zhou Xian told them his name, then he asked, "You mentioned Guan Yun just now. I want to know how Guan Yun is doing right now." Hearing the name Black Sect, Tian Yishan's face shook, then a joyful expression emerged on his face. "Brother Jiang, you're from the Black Sect as well? I never expected such a genius to appear in the Black Sect. This is the Black Sect's great fortune." Tian Yishan burst into laughter. "You're from the Black Sect as well?" Zhou Xian furrowed his brows. He had never seen this man in the Black Sect. "That's right, I'm a core disciple of the Black Sect. But when I became a core disciple 2 years ago, I immediately left the Qi province and went to the Jian province to train myself. It's normal that Brother Jiang doesn't know me." Tian Yishan said. "So you're a core disciple?" Chapter 206. Brother Jiang, with just a late heavenly core cultivation base, you are able to kill a mid-divine core warrior. I, Tian Yishan, have really widened my horizons. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. How could the sect chief allow a genius like you to come to Inferno Hell? Tian Yishan asked with a surprised tone. I came to Inferno Hell on my own accord. Oh right, what's Guan Yun's situation right now? And who is that young Master Xianxia? Zhou Xian asked. Brother Jiang has just come to Inferno Hell, so I'm afraid you don't know much about it. In the center of Inferno Hell there is a city called Inferno City. It's a human city and it's filled with humans. Tian Yishan said. Oh, there is a city in Inferno Hell? Zhou Xian was startled. He had never thought about this. Inferno City is a special place in Inferno Hell. Demons and devils don't come to this city. That's why it has become a place where humans gather. Normally, Inferno City should be a very safe place. As long as those who come here stay in the city, they won't have to worry about being attacked by demons and devils, and their own safety will be guaranteed. You know, the exit connecting Inferno City to the outside world only opens once a year. That's why Inferno City has become a very important place to protect your life. But now, Inferno City has become the most dangerous place. It's no less dangerous than the deepest part of Inferno Hell. Tian Yishan said. Why is that? De Huang Dog asked. It's very simple. Wherever there are people, there will be fights. In Inferno Hell there are fights everywhere, between demons and ghosts, between humans and demonic beasts, between humans and humans. There is blood everywhere. There are no rules here, only primitive killings. If you want to survive in Inferno Hell, you must have great strength. Nowadays there are all kinds of people in Inferno Hell. You should know that none of the people who can enter Inferno Hell are simple. They are either those evil and wicked people who were exiled here, or the genius disciples of the big powers. With so many people here, fights are inevitable. Tian Yishan explained. Zhou Xian nodded his head. This was something he could imagine. There were no rules in Inferno Hell and everything depended on one's strength. If you didn't have the strength, you could only wait to be slaughtered by others. Although Inferno City could get rid of the invasion of demons and devils, it couldn't get rid of the conflicts between humans. Kid, tell me more about Purgatory in detail. De Huang Dog said. Tian Yishan glanced at De Huang Dog. This dog was following Zhou Xian, so he didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately said, 2 years ago I left the Qi province and went to the Jian province. 4 months ago I entered Inferno Hell to train myself, and I can be considered to have a thorough understanding of the situation in Inferno Hell. There are many demons and devils in this place and there are a lot of strange creatures, but all of them are extremely powerful. Among them, the most terrifying ones are the Inferno Devils and the 9 Life Crystal Beast. Many people come to Inferno Hell for the crystal cores of the 9 Life Crystal Beasts. Tian Yishan paused for a moment, then he continued. The crystal core is a type of pure energy. It is a great help to the cultivation of human cultivators. Not only that, the 9 Life Crystal Beasts are also the targets and prey of other demons and devils in Inferno Hell. And the 9 Life Crystal Beasts also see other demons and devils as their prey. In other words, the crystal core is very useful to human cultivators and those demons and devils. The heavenly core and divine core in the human body, as well as the demon souls of demons and devils, are also great nourishment for the 9 life crystal beasts. Because of this, the situation in Inferno Hell is extremely chaotic, causing Inferno Hell to be shrouded in blood and slaughter all day long. However, due to the strength of the 9 life crystal beasts, it is extremely difficult to kill them, causing the battles to be even more intense. In Inferno City, there are killings and robberies happening all day long. Everyone is after the crystal core. Even if they were to go out to hunt the 9 life crystal beasts, they would usually choose to form an alliance. Because if a human cultivator of the same level were to fight against a 9 life crystal beast, they would definitely die. Not only that, there is also the risk of encountering other demons and devils. Furthermore, in order to survive in an environment like Inferno Hell, forming an alliance is a must. Xianxia explained the basic situation of Inferno Hell to Zhou Xian, allowing Zhou Xian and a Huang dog to have a new understanding of Inferno Hell. From what Xianxia said, the 9 life crystal beasts had become the most important existence in Inferno Hell. Basically, humans, the 9 life crystal beasts and other demons and devils had formed a chaotic food chain. No wonder so many people were so afraid of Inferno Hell. This was a world where humans ate humans, beasts ate humans, and humans ate beasts. Danger was everywhere. So, you guys should also have an alliance, right? Also, how did you guys offend that young master Xianxia? Zhou Xian asked. That's right, we have our own alliance as well, and most of them are from the Qi province and the Qian province. When I first met junior disciple Guan Yiyun, he was only a peak heavenly core warrior, but with his extraordinary talent he quickly broke through to the divine core realm. A few days ago Xianxia brought his men and went to our place to occupy our territory, and he even wanted to rob our belongings and crystal cores. That's why we had a conflict. That Xianxia is a genius from the Myriad Sword sect from the Jian province, and he's a mid-divine core warrior. I'm no match for him. Besides that, Xianxia is an arrogant man and he's extremely cruel. Anyone who offends him will be tortured to death slowly. I killed both of them during the conflict and escaped, but junior disciple Guan Yiyun and the others didn't manage to escape. They were all captured by Xianxia, and I don't know if they're still alive or not. That Xianxia sent his men to chase after me, and if it wasn't for Brother Zhang's help today, I'm afraid I would be a dead man by now. Xianxia said. So something like this actually happened? Zhang Chen's expression turned cold. He wasn't surprised that Guan Yiyun could break through to the divine core realm so quickly. Guan Yiyun had already reached the peak heavenly core realm, and he was just one step away from the divine core realm. Inferno Hell was the best place to train a man, so it was reasonable for Guan Yiyun to break through to the divine core realm. However, with Guan Yiyun's current situation, Zhang Chen couldn't just ignore it. Putting aside the fact that Guan Yiyun had helped him before, just the fact that both of them were from the Black Sect was enough for Zhang Chen to help. Is the Myriad Sword sect really strong? Zhang Chen asked again. Strong, very strong. The Black Sect can't compare with them at all. The Jian province is the second biggest province in the eastern continent, and the first one is the Xingzhou, the place where the martial saint dynasty is based. Aside from the Xingzhou, the Jian province is the strongest province. There are a few combat soul warriors in the Myriad Sword sect, and many geniuses with incredible talent have joined the martial palace to cultivate. Xianxia said. He had been training in the Jian province for a long time, and he had a very good understanding of it. In Inferno Hell, geniuses from different powers don't matter. Here, even if the crown prince of the martial saint dynasty is here, I'm afraid no one will respect him. Zhang Chen sneered. What Brother Zhang said is correct. In a place like Inferno Hell, the reputation of a power from the outside world is useless. This is a cruel and evil world. Therefore, I have no complaints about being defeated by Xianxia. After all, there are people dying in Inferno City every day. Xianxia said. Brother Tian, I'm going to Inferno City to save Guan Yiyun now. Zhang Chen said. Xianxia's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He had witnessed Zhang Chen's strength just now. It was absolutely frightening. Just as he was thinking about how to ask Zhang Chen for help, he didn't expect Zhang Chen to ask for his help. Thank you, Brother Zhang. But that Xianxia has reached the mid-divine core realm, he's not easy to deal with. Xianxia reminded. Don't worry, I have a good relationship with Guan Yiyun and he helped me before. Now that he is in trouble, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Besides, I'm quite interested in Inferno City, so I want to go there and have a look. I also want to meet that Xianxia. Jiang Chen said. Alright, with Brother Zhang's help, I'm sure we'll be able to deal with Xianxia and save junior disciple Guan and the others. Tian Yishan's face was filled with excitement. He could sense a strong confidence from Jiang Chen, and this confidence had given him hope. I can tell you're badly injured, why don't you rest here for a while? I'll concoct a pill to help you heal. After that, we'll proceed to Inferno City. Jiang Chen said. I didn't expect Brother Jiang to be an alchemist as well. If that's the case, I won't hold back. Tian Yishan cupped his fist toward Jiang Chen. He knew his current situation very well. After being injured by Xianxia, he had been fleeing for his life and he had gone through a few battles. Now he was like an arrow at the end of its flight, and if he didn't recover as soon as possible, he would only be a burden to Jiang Chen. Tian Yishan immediately found a place and sat down with his legs crossed. Then he started slowly healing his injuries. Jiang Chen immediately started concocting pills. Before he came here, he had brought a lot of herbs from Guishan, and this was the perfect time to use them. In just a short while, Jiang Chen had successfully concocted a pill of elixir. Elixir was a healing pill, and a 100% elixir pill was priceless in the outside world. Tian Yishan received the elixir pill, and the shocked expression on his face became even more obvious. In just a dozen minutes he had concocted a rare elixir pill, and it had even reached the level of 100% effectiveness. Even an ordinary alchemist wouldn't be able to do this. Hurry up and absorb the elixir pill, then we'll depart to Inferno City. Jiang Chen urged. The longer Guan Yiyun stayed in Xiangshua's hands, the more danger he would face, and the more torture he would have to endure. Since he had decided to save Guan Yiyun, he had to do it as soon as possible. Besides, Jiang Chen was very interested in Inferno City. The more intense the battles were, the more his fighting spirit and desire to conquer would be stimulated. Tian Yishan didn't hesitate, he immediately swallowed the elixir pill. The strong medicinal power made his body tremble. With this elixir pill, his injuries had obviously recovered and his aura was much stronger than before. It's indeed a divine pill. Brother Jiang, you're amazing. Let's depart now, I'll slowly absorb the medicinal power of the elixir pill along the way. Chapter 207. With the help of Jiang Chen's elixir, Tian Yishan's injuries had instantly healed. At least he was much stronger than before. Of course, it would take some time for him to fully recover. The trio flew up into the sky, and under Tian Yishan's guidance, they started flying toward Inferno City. Inferno City is located in the center of Inferno Hell, but if we head in this direction we won't encounter any powerful demons or devils, unless we're really unlucky and bump into some demon beasts that live in groups. The real danger lies in the deepest part of Inferno Hell on the other side of Inferno City. Tian Yishan said. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog looked at each other. It looked like they were really unlucky as they were attacked by a group of demon beasts right after they arrived at Inferno Hell. Since there won't be any powerful demon beasts blocking our way, let's speed up and get to Inferno City as soon as possible. Jiang Chen said. And Xianxia is a cruel and vicious man and his methods are insane. The longer junior disciple Guan and the others stay in Xiangshua's hands, the more he will suffer and the more danger he will face. Tian Yishan had a worried expression on his face. During this period of time he had been in contact with Guan Yiyun, and since they were both disciples of the Black Sect, their relationship had become quite good. Tian Yishan was a man who valued friendship, and now that Guan Yiyun was in the hands of an enemy, with no one knowing whether he was still alive or not, he was naturally worried. Are there a lot of powers in Inferno City? Jiang Chen asked. That's right. Inferno City is a chaotic place and many people have formed alliances. Besides, Inferno City is huge and with our strength we can only find a place to stay in the outer perimeter. As for the inner part of Inferno City, there's no way we can enter. I heard that there's a combat soul warrior guarding the inner part of Inferno City, and there's always some trading going on there. Only during these trading days will Inferno City be peaceful. This is a rule set by the combat soul warrior. No one dares rob anyone during the trading days. Tian Yishan said. A combat soul warrior. Jiang Chen sighed. He didn't expect Inferno Hell to be so attractive. It could even attract a combat soul warrior. The more Tian Yishan talked about it, the more interested Jiang Chen became in Inferno City. With Jiang Chen's arrival, the already chaotic purgatory was destined to become even more chaotic. Jiang Chen's arrival signified the arrival of a devil incarnate. Because the gateway to Inferno Hell only opens once a year, it causes more and more people to come to Inferno City. Furthermore, every year when the gateway to Inferno Hell opens, there will always be people who don't want to go out. Many of them are the evildoers who were exiled to Inferno Hell. If they don't have powerful strength, they will die if they go out. In any case, people die here every day and new people come in every day. Tian Yishan said. Jiang Chen could understand this. Although the people of the Qi province were afraid of Inferno Hell, there were a total of 28 provinces in the eastern continent, and there were hundreds of millions of people. There were a lot of people who came to Inferno Hell to train or be exiled. The Qi province couldn't be compared with the other powerful provinces, no matter if it was in terms of overall strength or population. The big sects of the big provinces would usually send their disciples to purgatory to advance in life and death experiences. The cultivation world was originally very cruel. If you could walk out of purgatory, then you would become a person above others. If you died here, then it could only be said that it was your own fate. How much time is left until the next opening of the portal? Jiang Chen asked. He didn't want to stay here for too long, as Yan Chenyu and Han Yan were still waiting for him in the Black Sect. Once he reached his goal, he would leave. 3 more months. Tian Yishan said. Jiang Chen nodded his head. 3 months wasn't a long time. Besides, the reason he came to Inferno Hell was for the Earth Devil, but until now he hadn't received any news about it. Thinking about the Earth Devil, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask, Brother Tian, have you ever heard about the existence of an Earth Devil in Inferno Hell? Earth Devil? Tian Yishan was startled for a moment, then he thought of something, causing his expression to instantly change. In the depths of Inferno Hell, there is a powerful beast king and it calls itself the Earth Devil. I heard that this beast's devilish flames are extremely powerful, and even those ferocious devils have to listen to its commands. It's an extremely frightening beast, but I've never seen it before. Of course, with my current strength, if I were to meet this beast king, I'm afraid it could kill me with just a single blow. That's right, it must be the Earth Devil. The Earth Devil is an Earth Devil, and it possesses the most primitive and purest devilish source. It's a true lineage of devils, and its bloodline is noble. Although those devils are ferocious, they still have to listen to the Earth Devil's commands. Brother Tian, may I know the cultivation level of the devil beasts in this place? An excited expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Now that he had heard about the existence of the Earth Devil, he couldn't help but feel excited. This beast is the king of Inferno Hell and it has reached the combat soul realm. Jiang Chen, don't tell me you're thinking about getting the Earth Devil? I advise you to stop having such thoughts as soon as possible. Tian Yishan reminded. What? Combat soul realm? Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog cried out in shock at the same time. Their expressions turned ugly. They never expected the Earth Devil to reach such a frightening level. There was no way they could defeat an Earth Devil at the combat soul realm. Furthermore, dealing with an Earth Devil was different from dealing with Firethorn Savage. In front of a formidable combat strength, all schemes and tricks would be useless. No matter how strong a Heavenly Core warrior was, there was no way he could be a match for a combat soul warrior. Buddy, what should we do now? I'm afraid our plan is going to fail. Da Huang Dog said. No matter what, this is still good news. The existence of the Earth Devil is good news. As for what to do next, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. Don't forget, when we went to kill Firethorn Savage, we were in the same situation as we are now. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. That was because we tricked the Green Sanctuary sect. Who else are you going to trick this time? Besides, I don't think there's anyone in Inferno Hell who is stronger than the Earth Devil. Da Huang Dog rolled his eyes. Let's go to Inferno City and save Guan Yiyun first. We'll talk about the Earth Devil later. Since we're here in Inferno Hell, we need to make use of the conditions here and improve our cultivation. Da Huang, you need to work harder as well. There's no way a Heavenly Core warrior can survive here. Jiang Chen said. Only after coming to Inferno Hell did he realize how small the Qi province was. In the Qi province, A divine core warrior was a mighty existence, and a peak divine core warrior was like the heavens. But in the other provinces, although divine core warriors also had a certain status, the number of divine core warriors was much higher than the Qi province. Heavens! Brother Jiang, don't tell me you're really here for the Earth Devil? Xianxia was stunned. This target was simply impossible to achieve. The Earth Devil was simply too powerful. Even the combat soul warrior from Inferno City was no match for this Earth Devil, a combat soul warrior. That's right, I need the Earth Devil's demon soul to save someone. Let's not talk about this for now, we need to hurry to Inferno City. Jiang Chen said. Along the way the trio bumped into some demons and devils who tried to stop them, but none of them could withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. All of them were killed on the spot. Xianxia was getting more and more shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. He had never seen a heavenly core warrior who could be so powerful. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if someone beat him to death. Jiang Chen also took the opportunity to check the storage rings he robbed from the three men. They were filled with pills, demon souls, devil souls, and some crystal cores. All of these things were great supplements for Jiang Chen. Looks like I need to do more robbing in the future. Jiang Chen smiled. Inferno City was located in the center of Inferno Hell. It was a huge city with a circumference of a few hundred miles, and it looked like an ancient city. The color of the city was dark and the surface of the city was mottled. These were the marks left behind by the passing of time. This city had existed for a very long time. At least when Inferno Hell descended, Inferno City was already here. Jiang Chen, Inferno City doesn't allow cultivators to fly. It's just land. Outside of Inferno City, Xianxia reminded Jiang Chen. All right. Jiang Chen nodded his head. The trio landed on the ground and started walking towards the main gate of Inferno City. The main gate of Inferno City was actually a huge gap, and it didn't meet the standards of a city. De Huang Dog peered into the inner part of the city. Suddenly, his expression changed and his ears stood up. De Huang, what did you find? Jiang Chen hurriedly asked through his divine sense. There was only one explanation for this dog's behavior. It had found some treasure. There's a treasure in this city, I can feel it. De Huang Dog kept wagging his tail. What is it? Jiang Chen asked. I don't know, but there must be some treasure. I'm thinking, why don't the demons and devils in Inferno City attack this city? There must be a reason, and it might be related to this hidden treasure. De Huang Dog said. Looks like there really is a treasure here. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Don't be too happy yet, this treasure is located right in the center of Inferno City. With our current strength there's no way we can enter it. De Huang Dog poured a bucket of cold water on Jiang Chen's head. Stop right there. Right at this moment, four middle-aged men suddenly dashed out from the two sides of the street and blocked in front of Jiang Chen and the other two. You two hand over all your belongings. If not, don't blame us for being rude. A man with a ferocious scar on his face threatened. Seeing this, Jiang Chen burst out laughing. They had just entered the city and they were already being robbed. These four men in front of him were not weak. All of them were at the early divine core realm. But trying to rob Jiang Chen with their cultivation bases was just like child's play. Brother Jiang, this is the chaos in Inferno City. Some men have banded together and hid outside the main gate of Inferno City. When they see someone weak or someone who just came to Inferno City for the first time, they will rob them. These men are really smart, they know all the alliances and their strengths in Inferno City, and they know who they can offend and who they can't. Xianxia said. Interesting, looks like they think I'm a newcomer. But since they are robbing us, we don't have to be polite. Chapter 208. The four arrogant men stared at the arrogant De Huang Dog and were startled. Fuck, why is a dog so arrogant? Buddy, we're the ones robbing you, not the other way around. Look at the situation and the gap between our strengths. Hurry up and hand over all your belongings, only then will you be able to keep your lives. If not, it's normal for someone to die in Inferno Hell. The four men were extremely arrogant. They had clearly seen the cultivation levels of the trio in front of them. Two heavenly core warriors were nothing to worry about, and the last divine core warrior's energy was in a mess. Obviously he was severely injured, but they didn't need to worry about him. This was like a prey that had been delivered to their mouths, and if they didn't take it, they would be struck by lightning. Are you sure you want to rob me? Xianxia asked with uncertainty. Fuck, looks like this guy can't see the situation clearly. Let's teach him a lesson. Brothers, let's go strip them naked. A man who looked like the leader of the group shouted out loudly. In an instant, the four men leapt towards Xianxia. Bang, bang, bang. A series of banging sounds could be heard. In just a few breaths of time, Xianxia, De Huang Dog and Xianxia swaggered into the city gate, leaving the four arrogant men behind. The four men looked at the backs of the trio and the dog as they left, and they immediately started crying. This was too cruel, couldn't they just leave some clothes for them? How were they going to face anyone like this? The image of the four of them was really glorious. They were really clean and smooth. Each of them stood naked in the cold wind, using their hands to cover their private parts. Each of them had two standard black panda eyes on their faces. It was really tragic to the extreme. Boss, it's all your fault. Why did you ask us to strip them naked just now? If not, we would have at least one piece of clothing to wear. Don't talk about it, don't we still have some clothes in our storage rings? Damn you, all our storage rings have been taken away, we only have 2 eggs left and they're still worth some money. Sigh. Why is that guy so strong? Is he really only at the heavenly core realm? That's not true. In the cold wind, 4 naked men were standing in a solemn manner. Even their crotches felt cold. 4 divine core warriors had ended up in such a miserable state, but the good thing was that they didn't lose their lives. Kaka Little Chinzi, you're really ruthless. You actually stripped them naked, at least leave them a pair of underpants. In Inferno City, De Huang Dog was laughing out loud while staring at the clothes that were burned clean. It's good enough that I didn't kill them. Xianxia grinned and then he looked at Xianxia. Brother Tian, where are Guan Yiyun and the others? It's easy to find the outer circle of influence. Yang Shuo has occupied our previous stronghold. I'm guessing that junior brother Guan and the others are imprisoned in the stronghold. I'll lead you there quietly. Xianxia said. All right. Xianxia nodded his head and followed behind Xianxia. They were heading towards the stronghold at top speed. There was no day or night in Inferno Hell, it was just one color and it gave off a depressing feeling. Soon, under Xianxia's lead, Xianxia and the others arrived in front of a manor. The manor wasn't big, but it was also emitting an ancient aura. There is a secret chamber in this manor. If I'm not mistaken, junior brother Guan and the others should be imprisoned in the secret chamber. I know there's an entrance at the back of the secret chamber, we can enter it directly. Let's not disturb Yang Shuo and the others for now, we need to save them first. If not, once a conflict breaks out, junior brother Guan and the others will be in danger. Xianxia said. He was a meticulous man and he was very thoughtful. At the back of the manor, in front of the secret chamber's entrance, a majestic demon lord was lying on the ground. He was a peak late heavenly core demon lord and his eyes were filled with ferocity. This demon beast was caught by Yang Shuo, he's now guarding the entrance. Xianxia said. Let's kill this demon beast and enter the secret chamber. Xianxia said. Right after his words left his mouth, De Huang Dog immediately turned into a trail of light and dashed out with incredible speed. He opened his mouth wide and used his sharp teeth to bite off the demon beast's neck. The demon beast died on the spot and blood gushed out from its wound. It didn't even make a sound. Xianxia was shocked. He had never seen De Huang Dog fight before and he had never expected this dog to be so strong. He could kill a peak heavenly core demon lord in an instant. But after thinking about it for a while, it made sense. If Xianxia was this strong, then the one following him wouldn't be any weaker. 3 men and a dog opened up the narrow back door behind the demon beast and entered it. It was a tunnel that led downward and it was dark. In front of them was an underground secret chamber. Arg. Not long after they entered, Xianxia immediately heard miserable screams coming from the secret chamber. The screams were extremely loud and it was easy to imagine what kind of pain the person who was screaming was suffering. That's Guan Yiyun's voice. Xianxia's expression turned cold. He recognized Guan Yiyun's voice from the miserable screams just now, and he couldn't help but unleash a strong killing intent from his body. Right at this moment, in an underground secret chamber. This was a huge secret chamber and the cruelest torture was being carried out within it. It was a horrible scene. In the center of the secret chamber, 7 naked men were tied to iron poles. Their bodies were covered in blood and their flesh was torn apart. Hideous wounds could be seen all over their bodies and blood kept flowing out from them. In front of them, a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes was sitting on a flying chair. He was enjoying the torture as if he was enjoying a beautiful scenery. "Bastard, kill us if you dare. Kill us." A young man who looked to be in his mid-20s roared out. Blood was gushing out from his mouth and he had the most wounds on his body. His vision had started to blur. Obviously, even with his divine core cultivation base, he couldn't hold on any longer after being tortured for such a long period of time. This man was Guan Yiyun. "You want to die? Won't be that easy. Offending young Master Xianxia will only bring you a fate worse than death. Someone bring me something more explosive." The middle-aged man said. There were 4 other men in the secret chamber and all of them were at the peak heavenly core realm. When they heard what the middle-aged man said, a hideous smile emerged on their faces. Each of them took out a palm-sized tube and one of them walked up to Guan Yiyun and opened the tube. A small red snake crawled out from the tube and its body was emitting a stinky smell. Clearly it was a poisonous creature. "Guan Yiyun, this is the venomous king snake, I'm sure you've heard of it before," the man said with a hideous smile. After that he placed the poisonous snake on Guan Yiyun's body. When the poisonous snake smelled the blood, it immediately crawled towards Guan Yiyun's wound and kept drilling into it. Arg! Even a man of steel couldn't withstand this kind of pain. Guan Yiyun let out a miserable shriek. Sizzling sounds could be heard from his body, and his skin quickly turned dark purple. The pain brought by the corrosion was something no ordinary man could imagine. Arg! At the same time, miserable shrieks could be heard coming from the secret chamber. "I can't take it anymore." Someone let out a scream and then he stopped breathing. The venomous king snake's poison wasn't something anyone could withstand. Besides, all of them were severely injured right now and the poison had entered their bloodstream. The pain was something no ordinary man could imagine. "Ha!" The middle-aged man sitting on the rattan chair laughed heartily, as if this kind of hair-raising scream was the most beautiful note in the world. This kind of pleasure of torturing people could satisfy his perverted heart, and this kind of perversion was learned from Xianxia. Right at this moment, 3 figures appeared in the secret chamber. Jiang Qin looked at Guan Yiyun, and flames of anger immediately burst out from his eyes. He couldn't hold back his anger any longer. "Who are you?" When the middle-aged man saw these uninvited guests, his expression immediately turned cold. "The ones who want your life." With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin arrived in front of the middle-aged man and grabbed his neck. Under Jiang Qin's pressure, the middle-aged man felt like a mountain was pressing down on his neck, and he couldn't even breathe. "De Huang Yishan, capture everyone, don't kill them," Jiang Qin ordered. "Yes." Tian Yishan replied. He immediately dashed out like a wolf. The 4 heavenly core warriors were no match for Tian Yishan and De Huang Dog. They were immediately pushed down onto the ground. Junior disciple Guan. Tian Yishan arrived in front of Guan Yiyun, then he quickly broke the iron chains on his body and let him down. Senior disciple Tian, why are you back? While speaking, Guan Yiyun kept spitting out blood, and his breath was getting weaker and weaker. Junior disciple Guan, look who's here to save you, Tian Yishan said. He grabbed the middle-aged man's neck and threw him onto the ground, then he walked up to Guan Yiyun. Senior disciple Guan, I'm here to save you, Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Junior disciple Jiang, it's you. Cough cough. When Guan Yiyun saw it was Jiang Qin, a joyful expression emerged on his face. However, he had no idea why Jiang Qin came back to Inferno Hell and why he was together with Tian Yishan. Don't talk yet. Jiang Qin placed his palm on Guan Yiyun's body, then he forcefully sucked out all the venom from the king viper. After that, Jiang Qin made a grabbing motion and sucked out all the venom from Guan Yiyun's body. Seeing this, Tian Yishan was shocked once again. That was a deadly venom, but Jiang Qin had just sucked it into his body and he wasn't affected at all. This was really frightening. Arg! Guan Yiyun let out another blood-curdling scream, then he fainted. When a man's mental state was in a constant state, once he relaxed he would soon faint. Brother Jiang, junior disciple Guan's injuries are very serious, Tian Yishan said as he looked at the others. These people were all seriously injured and none of them could stay conscious. All of them had fainted. Let's give them a taste of their own medicine. Let them have a taste of the deadly venom. Zhang Qian harumphed coldly, his face was filled with anger. He was really angry now. Since his opponents were so abnormal, he would use even more abnormal methods to pay them back. Chapter 209. What are you trying to do? The middle-aged man was terrified. He could sense a vicious and dangerous look from Zhang Chen's eyes. What you did to them, I'll do to you. The evil smile on Zhang Chen's face became wider and wider, causing the 5 men to feel a chill down their spines. Who are you? Do you know where this place is? This is young Master Yang Shua's territory. If you dare offend him, I'll make sure you die a graveless death. The middle-aged man threatened. For Zhang Chen, this kind of threat was obviously not enough. Zhang Chen's expression didn't change. He stretched out his palm and 5 green lights appeared on each of his fingertips. The lights were dancing like snakes and it looked really beautiful. However, the middle-aged man could sense a dangerous aura from the lights, and it could even make one's soul tremble. Tian Yishan placed Guan Yiyun on the ground and saved the other men. Because of their severe injuries, all of them had fainted, and 2 of them had lost all signs of life. Sigh. Tian Yishan let out a heavy sigh. A sorrowful expression emerged on his face. These men had been following him for quite some time, and although they had formed an alliance to survive, they still had some feelings for each other. Now that they had died in such a horrible way, how could he not feel sad? 2 are dead and the rest are badly injured. Tian Yishan stared at the 5 men lying on the ground and said in a vicious tone. After that he threw his glance at the green lights in Zhang Chen's hand. What he said was meant for Zhang Chen because in order to deal with young Master Yang Shua and get justice for his men, he had to rely on Zhang Chen. Today I'll kill all of you and leave no one alive. Zhang Chen's tone was extremely cold. With just one sentence, the temperature in the secret chamber had dropped. He took a step forward and arrived in front of one of the peak heavenly core warriors. What are you trying to do? The man was trembling in fear. This young man in front of him was too frightening, even their heads couldn't withstand a single strike from him. In front of Zhang Chen they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, they had no ability to fight back. What are you doing? I'll use your methods to deal with you. I'll cut open your skin and then put the poison into your blood. Oh, that's right, I forgot to tell you that the poison in my hand is called the Hell Python's poison. It also contains the poison of the Silent Poison King Needle. I don't know if you've heard of the Silent Poison King Needle, but it's a kind of poison refined from 49 poisonous flowers. Now that I'm using this poison on you, I don't know how long you'll last before you die. Zhang Chen's words were neither salty nor indifferent. He spoke very calmly, but in the ears of these people, it was really like a bolt from the blue. Perhaps they hadn't heard the silent poisonous needle, but they were no strangers to the green hellish python. The poison of the green hellish python was far more powerful than the king cobra, not to mention that it was mixed with other poisons. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed, including the divine core warrior. Kaka, I guess they won't last a minute. De Huang Dog cackled. I think so too. Tian Yishan sneered. Buddy, let me give you a hand. As Big Yellow spoke, he pounced on one of the men and bit the man's chest with his sharp teeth. A piercing sound was heard, followed by the man's miserable shriek. A deep wound was left on the man's chest, causing his skin and flesh to be flipped open and blood to gush out. You're right, Big Yellow. Swoosh. At the same time, Zhang Chen flicked his finger lightly. A beam of green light shot unerringly into the man's wound. Slash slash. The poison had a strong corrosive effect. The red blood instantly turned black. Ah! The man let out a miserable shriek. It was a hair-raising scream, as if it didn't come from a human. Just by listening to the scream, one could imagine how much pain the man was suffering. It was the cruelest torture under the heavens. Soon the poison had attacked the man's heart and his entire body had turned black. His flesh and blood had been corroded beyond recognition. When the man's scream stopped, he laid quietly on the ground. Even his eyeballs had been corroded by the poison. The green hellish python's poison was a deadly poison. Ordinary people would feel terrible if they touched it and there was a risk of death. If the poison was injected directly into a person's bloodstream, even yuan energy would be useless against it. The poison would immediately enter the person's internal organs and it would quickly kill the person. The other 4 men had been terrified by the green hellish python's poison, and now that they had witnessed the death of their companion, they were even more terrified. The 3 heavenly core warriors were trembling, and their eyes were filled with fear. Cold sweat kept breaking out from their faces. The divine core middle-aged man couldn't withstand the fear either. His expression became extremely ugly and his breathing became rapid. Terrifying, this was really terrifying. This way of dying was the cruelest torture under the heavens. Witnessing this torture with their own eyes, and it was going to be their turn soon, this feeling was something no ordinary man could understand. "It's your turn," Zhou Xian said in an indifferent manner. He had a carefree smile on his face as if killing a man with ease was a normal thing for him. But in the eyes of these men this smile looked like the smile of a devil. They were all cruel men, but compared to this young man in front of them the gap was huge. Zhou Xian walked up to another heavenly core warrior. "De Huang." Right after Zhou Qian's words left his mouth, De Huang dog immediately leapt towards the man. Its sharp teeth easily cut open the man's chest, and the green beam in Zhou Qian's hand pierced into the man's wound like a sharp sword. The man let out a shrill scream and soon he followed the footsteps of the first man and died on the spot. Zhou Qian didn't even look at the dead body, he just continued walking towards the third man. "No, don't." The man was terrified. There was no one who wasn't afraid of death, and in Inferno Hell, even if there were some who weren't afraid of death, they wouldn't want to die in such a way. This was too terrifying. Begging for mercy was useless. The Huang dog didn't slow down at all, he once again cut open the man's chest with his sharp teeth. The pleasure of killing someone made the Huang dog jump up and down in excitement. Tian Yishan, who was standing aside, had a satisfied expression on his face as well. All these men deserved to die, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to let them suffer the cruelest torture under the heavens. But at the same time, Tian Yishan was also shocked by Zhou Qian's methods. This man was really a rare genius. Not only did he have incredible combat strength, he also knew how to use poison. "Ah, buddy, if you dare do this, young Master Xianxia will never forgive you. Don't even think about leaving this stronghold alive." The middle-aged man shouted at Zhou Qian with bloodshot eyes. His voice was extremely loud and it was transmitted using his yuan energy. With this, everyone outside the secret chamber could hear him clearly. Obviously, the middle-aged man's threat was fake and his cry for help was real. "I'm sorry, but I'm not planning to leave this stronghold today because I'm going to take over this stronghold today. None of you here will live, all of you will die, and that Xianxia will be the same. He will only die in a more miserable way than all of you. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. With your cultivation level, I'm sure you will be able to last longer than all of them, and you will experience more pain." Zhou Qian said with a smile on his face. It was a devilish smile. Guan Yiyun's miserable condition had made him furious. Today he would never let that young Master Xianxia go. Besides, he had just arrived in Inferno City, and he needed to establish his power and status. The last remaining heavenly core warrior let out a loud roar and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had actually used his yuan energy to shatter all his internal organs and committed suicide on the spot. Committing suicide required a lot of courage, especially for a warrior. One had to admit this man was a ruthless man. But when faced with Zhou Qian's horrifying methods, the man would rather commit suicide. At least it would be a quick and painless death. "You do have some guts." Zhou Qian smiled. After that, he looked at the last early divine core warrior and said, "I'll give you a chance to kill yourself as well." "Devil, you're a devil." The middle-aged man's heart was about to break. He had never felt so close to death before. This young man in front of him, who looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, was even more ruthless than Xianxia. He killed people cleanly and brutally. What's going on? Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out from outside the secret chamber. After that, 4 men appeared at the other end of the secret chamber. When the 4 men saw what was going on, their expressions changed dramatically. "Save me." The middle-aged man who was lying on the ground shouted out desperately, as if he had just found a life-saving straw. "Who are you?" The first man looked at Zhou Qian. There was a long scar on his forehead. It was probably left behind when he fought with a demon beast. It looked extremely ferocious. This scar added a sense of ruthlessness to his image. What's wrong with you? Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Chen. Among these 4 men, 2 were early divine core warriors, and the other 2 were peak heavenly core warriors. In Inferno Hell, the peak heavenly core realm was the weakest realm, and they could only appear in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. If one's cultivation was any lower than that, entering Inferno Hell would be no different from courting death. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to these 4 men. In front of them, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. The sharp sword was glowing in a cold light, and he pointed it at the middle-aged man's chest. Slash slash. The tip of the sharp sword pierced into the middle-aged man's chest, then it slid down. Jiang Chen's movement was very slow, and everyone could hear the sound of the sword piercing through the man's chest, and blood could be seen flowing out. Ugh! The middle-aged man screamed out loudly. He knew he was done for, and his eyes were filled with despair. Stop! An early divine core warrior shouted out. He immediately turned into a sharp arrow and dashed toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. With lightning speed he pulled out the sword from the middle-aged man's chest, then he swung the sword toward the divine core warrior. Slash. Chapter 210. Zhoush. Everyone's expressions changed. The 3 men who were furious and were about to rush into the stronghold saw an early divine core warrior being sliced in half by a young man, and they immediately became frightened. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The 3 men immediately turned around and ran back into the stronghold while shouting. They were afraid that if they ran any slower, they would be killed by Jiang Chen's sword, so they couldn't care less about the life and death of the middle-aged man. Seeing this, the middle-aged man who had his chest sliced open by Jiang Chen had lost all hope. This young man in front of him was too frightening, and he had no chance of surviving. Zhoush. Jiang Chen waved his hand and unleashed a green beam into the middle-aged man's chest wound. The poison turned into tiny threads, and like tiny poisonous snakes, they started rampaging inside the middle-aged man's body. Arg! It was a pain and suffering that even a man made of iron couldn't endure. The middle-aged man's miserable screams resounded throughout the entire stronghold, and he kept rolling on the ground. Because he had a higher cultivation level, his resistance was much stronger than the other men, but because of this he was suffering more pain than the others. Enjoy the pain and the taste of death, Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. He turned around and looked at Tian Yishan and Guan Yiyun and the other men who were lying on the ground. Guan Yiyun and the other men were severely injured, but the good thing was that the poison in their bodies had been completely absorbed by Jiang Chen, and they were still alive for the time being. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? I'm afraid the secret chamber is surrounded by Yang Shua's men, Tian Yishan said. Jiang Chen's performance was indeed abnormal, but he knew what Yang Shua was capable of. As a genius from the Heavenly Sword sect in the Jian province, no matter if it was his cultivation level or his methods, no ordinary man could compare with him. Now they had wreaked havoc in the stronghold and killed Yang Shua's men. With Yang Shua's character, he wouldn't let them go easily. I've said it before, I'm going to kill everyone here today. I'm going to show my might in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. I'm going to avenge Guan Yiyun. Jiang Chen, don't let anyone hurt my friends. Jiang Chen's tone was calm, as if he didn't take Yang Shua seriously at all. If it was before, he might not have the confidence to defeat Yang Shua. However, now that he had 600 dragon marks in his body, dealing with Yang Shua was a piece of cake. De Huang Dog's eyes shone brightly. He understood Jiang Chen too well. This guy was truly angry today. This stronghold was destined to be filled with rivers of blood. Leave Guan Yiyun and the others in this secret chamber. Let's go out and meet that Yang Shua. Jiang Chen tidied up his clothes and walked out of the secret chamber with a long sword in his hand. He wouldn't be polite today. In purgatory, killing was the most common thing. Life was worthless here. The people inside come out and die. Inside the stronghold, someone shouted. His voice was so loud that it reached the secret chamber. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog walked side by side, and Tian Yishan followed behind them. Step by step, they walked out from the secret chamber and arrived at a spacious area in the manor. Right after they walked out from the secret chamber, Jiang Chen immediately sensed killing intent and ferocious energy lingering in the air. There was also some demonic energy lingering in the air. Seeing the 3 men and the dog walk out from the secret chamber, at least 20 men immediately surrounded them. Each of them was holding a cold combat weapon in their hands, and there were 4 powerful divine core demon beasts among them. They looked ferocious and ferocious. No matter if it was the number of people or the demon beasts, Xianxia was an extraordinary man. In Inferno City he was able to make so many men follow him willingly, and he was also able to subdue a divine core demon beast for his own use. This was enough to prove Xiaxia's strength. It's him, he killed a few of our men. When one of the men saw Jiang Chen, he immediately shouted out loudly. Next to him was a mid-divine core old man. He looked to be in his 50s and he had a strong body. He was wearing a beast skin and he looked very carefree. Tianishan, so it's you. Not only are you still alive, you even found a helper. But you were lucky enough to escape, but instead of appreciating it, you came back to die. What a pity. The old man looked at Tianishan and said, Brother Jiang, this man's name is Lu Kuei. He's a cruel and merciless man and he is a mid-divine core warrior. He was exiled here by one of the big sects in the Jian province, and now he's following young master Xianxia. He's not easy to deal with. Tian Yishan reminded Jiang Chen through his divine sense. Jiang Chen had a sneer on his face. Although he was surrounded by so many mighty warriors, his expression didn't change at all. He looked at Lu Kuei and said with an indifferent tone, Where's Xianxia? Ask him to come out. Do we need young master to deal with you all by himself? I alone am enough. There's no need to disturb young master's cultivation. Lu Kuei burst into laughter. He was very confident in his abilities and he didn't take Jiang Chen seriously at all. Is that so? After saying that, Jiang Chen moved his body slightly, then he swung his sword towards the men not far from him. 3 miserable shrieks sounded out and 3 men were sliced in half. Among these 3 men, 2 were peak heavenly core warriors, and the last was an early divine core warrior. Because Jiang Chen's attack was too sudden, and it was extremely fast, they didn't even have the chance to react before they were killed on the spot. Zhoosh. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. No one had expected that under such circumstances, not only did Jiang Chen not beg for mercy, he even dared to attack first. This was an extremely daring act. What shocked everyone even more was Jiang Chen's ability. He had killed an early divine core warrior with just a single strike. This was extremely frightening and even Lu Kuei's expression changed. Good lad, let's kill them all. Lu Kuei shouted out loudly. Everyone in the stronghold unleashed their full strength and attacked Jiang Chen and the other 2 men. The 3 powerful divine core demon beasts let out ferocious roars as well. Their gigantic bodies leapt towards Jiang Chen and the other 2 men. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Jiang Chen said with an extremely cold tone. Roar. De Huang Dog let out a loud roar. Golden runes started blinking above his head, then he turned into an arrow that had just left the bow and dashed forward. Tian Yishan drew out his combat weapon as well. With both of his eyes turned red, he dashed forward. His injuries weren't as severe as Guan Yun's, and after consuming the elixir he had almost fully recovered. With his current combat strength he could easily deal with any ordinary early divine core warrior. De Huang Dog was laughing out loudly in excitement. He loved bloody and exciting scenes like this. However, he was upset that he hadn't activated his innate ability yet. Therefore he could only rely on his speed to move between his opponents, avoiding those divine core warriors and focusing on those heavenly core warriors. No heavenly core warrior would be able to withstand a single strike from his head, and they would be killed on the spot. Jiang Chen was holding the soaring heaven sword in his hand and he was swinging it back and forth. No one could withstand a single strike from it and they would be sliced in half, causing blood to flow everywhere. At this moment, the entire stronghold was filled with miserable screams, and the furious roars of demon beasts were mixed together. Blood splashed across the sky, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. In just 1 minute the group of over 20 men had been killed and only 3 were left standing. Aside from Lu Kuei there were 2 other early divine core warriors. Looking at the dead bodies lying on the ground, and the demon beasts' heads that had been chopped off, the 3 men had difficulty breathing. Even Lu Kuei's expression had changed. Right now Lu Kuei no longer had the same confidence as before. This young man in front of him was too frightening, no one could withstand a single strike from him. If it was him he wouldn't be able to do it either. Lu Kuei could sense a dangerous aura from Zhou Xian, and he knew he was no match for this young man. Old man Lu, what should we do now? Our opponents are really strong, we've suffered a huge loss. One of the men said. We can only call young master out from his cultivation state, only young master can kill this guy. After saying that, Lu Kuei unleashed his invisible divine sense from his divine sense into the stronghold. The three of you will die as well. Zhou Xian raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it at the three men in front of him. Young master will be here soon. Young man, you've killed so many of our men, prepare to suffer young master's endless anger and torture. Lu Kuei burst into laughter. However, before he could finish laughing, Zhou Xian suddenly disappeared from his sight. Right after Zhou Xian disappeared, a miserable shriek sounded out from next to Lu Kuei. An early divine core warrior was sliced in half. Not good. At the same time the last man sensed a dangerous aura. Without any hesitation he leapt up into the sky and flew far away. Trying to run away? Stay here. Zhou Xian raised the soaring heaven sword and unleashed a powerful sword beam onto the fleeing warrior. Blood splattered all over the place and the man died in midair. It's your turn. Zhou Xian didn't stop there. He swung the sword toward Lu Kuei once again. The speed of his sword was extremely fast, and the onlookers could only see a blur in front of their eyes before the sword beam arrived. Lu Kuei shouted out loudly. He raised the huge blade in his hand and blocked the attack. Clang. The two combat weapons collided and produced a huge amount of sparks. Lu Kuei was knocked back dozens of meters by Zhou Xian's sword, and he was able to stabilize his body. But he was a mid-divine core warrior after all, and he still had some combat strength. Everyone here will die today. Since you've killed my friend, you'll have to bear the consequences. Zhou Xian threw a stern look at Lu Kuei. If he hadn't bumped into Xianxia today, he wouldn't have known where Guan Yiyun was. If he was a little later, perhaps what he would see would be Guan Yiyun's horrible dead body. Who dares to kill people in my stronghold? You're courting death. Right at this moment a loud shout sounded out. A man suddenly dashed out from the depths of the stronghold and arrived next to Lu Kuei. This man had a handsome face and he was wearing a long blue robe. He looked about the same age as Xianxia. However, there was a ferocious look in this man's eyes, and he looked like a cruel man. Young master. When Lu Kuei saw Xianxia, it was as if he had found his backbone. A pleasantly surprised expression emerged on his face. He had witnessed Xianxia's abilities with his own eyes, and no matter how strong that young man was, he would never be Xianxia's match. Xianxia turned around and saw all the dead bodies on the ground, and the blood that kept flowing down the ground. The anger in his eyes immediately boiled. Did you do this? Xianxia stared at Zhou Xian angrily. Chapter 211. Zhou Xian didn't answer Xianxia's question. The long sword in his hand was still dripping with blood, and this was the best answer he could get. So you're Xianxia? Zhou Xian looked at Xianxia and asked. Young master, this guy is strong, he's not easy to deal with, even I'm no match for him. Lu Kuei said with a sigh. His face was filled with shock, he hadn't recovered from his panic just now. He had never seen a young heavenly core warrior with such formidable combat strength. This was beyond his knowledge and imagination. You've killed so many of my men, you're courting death. I don't care who you are, I'll torture you to death today. Xianxia let out a cold snort. It wasn't easy to cultivate a force in Inferno City, and these men were all loyal to him. He would often organize these men to go into the depths of Inferno Hell to kill demons and devils, and he would get a share of the rewards. To put it bluntly, as long as he had his own force, he wouldn't have to do anything in Inferno Hell, and he would still be able to obtain endless wealth and benefits. But now, in the blink of an eye, all of his men had been killed. This was no different than cutting off his source of wealth. Of course, Xianxia was furious. Xianxia, the genius from the Myriad Sword sect from the Jian province. You're pretty strong, but too bad you've offended someone you shouldn't have. You've hurt my friend and I'm here to seek justice for my friend. That's why I'm going to kill everyone here, including you, Xianxia. My name is Jiang Chen. Remember this name because if you don't remember it now, you won't have the chance to in the future. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. He now had 600 dragon marks and he was filled with confidence. Even if he was facing a genius like Xianxia, he wouldn't care. Haha, you're talking about Guan Yiyun and his men, right? Since you've come here to die, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll let all of you die together. Tianishan's helper, let me see how strong he is. Xianxia burst out laughing. If that's the case, let's do it. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and casually put away the longsword in his hand. He stood there with a stern look in his eyes. There is no need for me to deal with you personally. Shamanic fire ape, show yourself. Xianxia suddenly let out a loud roar, as a black circular lock that emitted an eerie glow appeared in his hand. The lock was inlaid with mysterious patterns, and if one were to take a closer look, one would be able to tell that those patterns were the patterns of demonic beasts. Ring ring ring. The black lock rang. Hearing this sound, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the stronghold. Then a flame suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a powerful fire ape. Its entire body was emitting a crimson glow. The fire ape was 3 zhang tall like a gigantic pagoda. When the fire ape's gaze fell upon Xianxia, a trace of deep hatred could be seen in its eyes. However, when it saw the black lock in Xianxia's hand, its hatred immediately turned into fear and obedience. Roar. The fire ape let out a ferocious roar, then it descended from the sky and landed on the ground. The loud explosion caused the entire stronghold to tremble, and many deep cracks appeared on the ground. The fire ape threw its head back and let out a loud roar, then it pounded its chest with both hands. A boundless demonic energy mixed with the flames was unleashed. It was a frightening sight. Brother Jiang, be careful. This is a shamanic fire ape. It's a very ferocious mid-divine core warrior. I have no idea what method Xianxia used to make this shamanic fire ape obey him. Also, all the other demon beasts were controlled by Xianxia. Tian Yishan's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly warned Jiang Chen. Demon beasts were ferocious and they were basically enemies with humans. Especially those demon beasts who had reached the divine core realm and above. They had their own pride and dignity. Even if they couldn't defeat humans, they would rather fight to the death than be enslaved by humans. However, this shamanic fire ape in front of them had reached the mid-divine core realm, but it was still willing to be enslaved by Xianxia. This was really puzzling. It has something to do with the black lock in that guy's hand. That black lock actually has an aura that can make all demon beasts submit to it. Even I feel uneasy. De Huang Dog said. He threw his glance at the black lock in Xianxia's hand. Although he wasn't as scared as the shamanic fire ape, he still felt disgusted by it. That's a demon taming lock. A treasure like this is extremely difficult to craft. I never thought Xianxia would have a demon taming lock. No wonder he can make demon beasts obey him. This shamanic fire ape is controlled by the demon taming lock, and it has no choice but to be enslaved by Xianxia. Jiang Chen said. His eyes were glowing as he stared at the demon taming lock. A treasure like this was extremely rare and precious, and if he could obtain the demon taming lock right now, the benefits it would bring him would be unimaginable. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Tian Yishan's face was filled with worry. Don't worry, I'll kill the shamanic fire ape and obtain its demon soul. After that, I'll kill Xianxia and snatch the demon taming lock from him. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort and a grin emerged on his face. In his mind, Xianxia was just a stumbling block in his path of cultivation. Everything Xianxia had done was all for Jiang Chen, and in the end, all his hard work would become Jiang Chen's. How arrogant. Jiang Chen, you're just a heavenly core warrior. You haven't even broken through to the divine core realm. I really want to see what kind of ability you have to deal with a mid-divine core shamanic fire ape. Xianxia said arrogantly. He raised the demon taming lock in his hand and waved it at the shamanic fire ape. After that he ordered, Shamanic fire ape, kill this man for me. Xianxia pointed his finger at Jiang Chen. Roar. The shamanic fire ape was enraged. Flames were shooting out from its eyes. As a divine core demon lord, it had its own pride and dignity. Now that it was enslaved by a human, it was naturally furious. But because of the demon taming lock, It had no choice but to obey Yang Shua's order. Jiang Chen's appearance had given it a target to vent its anger on. It wanted to pour all its anger and killing intent onto Jiang Chen. Bam! The shamanic fire ape punched the ground and created a huge crater. After that, it leapt up 30 meters into the air. Its majestic body was covered in flames as it leapt towards Jiang Chen. Tian Yishan's expression changed dramatically. With his cultivation level, he was able to deal with ordinary mid-divine core warriors, but he was no match for the shamanic fire ape. Such a brutal killer was really frightening. "You guys move aside, I'll deal with it," Jiang Chen said with a stern look in his eyes. This shamanic fire ape was much more difficult to deal with than the double-headed black crow. But he was no longer the same as he was when he fought the double-headed black crow. 600 dragon marks were more than enough to deal with the shamanic fire ape. 6 solar fingers. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. He formed a sword with both of his fingers and pointed them forward. In the blink of an eye, 5 gigantic fingers that looked like they were holding up the sky dashed towards the shamanic fire ape. Halfway through the attack, the 5 gigantic fingers had merged into one, and its power had increased dramatically. Dai Dao. The shamanic fire ape let out a furious roar. All of the hair on its body stood up. Countless golden beams shot out from its body and attacked the 6 solar fingers. The golden beams even contained a brutal flame. Bang! At this moment the sky was falling and the ground was collapsing. The brutal flame and energy waves were wreaking havoc in the entire stronghold. What surprised everyone was that the brutal energy waves didn't destroy any of the buildings in the stronghold. It was as if the buildings in Inferno City were protected by an invisible force, preventing anyone from destroying them. Half of Inferno City could feel the intense shockwaves from the battle, but the people of Inferno City remained calm. In this place, battles and killings happened every day, and they happened too frequently. When the ferocious shamanic fire ape was hit by the 6 solar fingers, its gigantic body was knocked back about 3 meters. A shocked expression emerged on the fire ape's face. It had never thought that a human at the heavenly core realm could have such powerful combat strength. He was able to knock it back with just a single strike. This was unbelievable. But the furious and brutal shamanic fire ape's only thought was to kill this young man in front of it to vent its anger. Without hesitation, it leapt towards Jiang Chen once again. "I can't unleash the 6th finger of the 6 solar fingers yet. If I did, this shamanic fire ape wouldn't be able to withstand it." Jiang Chen sighed. He knew very well how powerful the 9 solar energies in the 6 solar fingers were. If he managed to cultivate the 6th finger, the shamanic fire ape would be no match for him. "Buddy, this shamanic fire ape is also a barbaric guy. Why don't we fight barbaric with each other?" De Huang Dog said. He was so anxious that he was scratching his ears and cheeks. If he was at the divine core realm right now, and if he had awakened a powerful combat ability, he might have charged forward just now. "Alright, let's fight it head on. I really want to see how strong this shamanic fire ape is." Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. The firethorn combat armor appeared on his body. The armor was shining brightly and it was emitting a bright golden light. On the surface of the armor, there were many sharp and tough protrusions. Jiang Chen stomped his feet, then he leapt up into the sky. With a swoosh, he appeared in midair. Staring at the firethorn combat armor, he dashed towards the shamanic fire ape. Fighting head-on like this was the true barbaric way. What kind of combat skill is this? It can actually attack and defend at the same time. Where did this guy come from? How can he be so strong? After witnessing Jiang Chen using the 6 solar fingers to repel the shamanic fire ape, and now using the powerful firethorn combat armor, even the arrogant Yang Shua was shocked. He considered himself a genius, but he had to admit that when he was at the same cultivation level as Jiang Chen, his combat strength was on a completely different level. To put it bluntly, if both of them were at the same cultivation level, Jiang Chen would be able to kill him in an instant. Brother Jiang is really amazing. I've been away for 2 years, and I never expected such a peerless genius to appear in the Qi province. This is really the black sect's fortune. The shocked expression on Tian Yishan's face became even stronger. Jiang Chen's mighty strength had completely shocked him. Bang! Under a few surprised gazes, Jiang Chen, who was wearing the firethorn combat armor, and the shamanic fire ape, who was in a berserk state, collided with each other. The violent collision created a large amount of sparks in the air. Chapter 212. Rumble. This was the most primitive collision, the most barbaric fight. The shamanic fire ape's body was covered in raging flames, and with its incredible explosive force, it still couldn't break through Zhou Xian's firethorn combat armor. Comparing the levels of demon beasts, the shamanic fire ape and the firethorn savage were not on the same level. Zhou Xian was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, so he had a unique advantage. He had absorbed the firethorn savage's cub, and his body had merged with the firethorn savage's bloodline. In other words, with the firethorn combat armor, Zhou Xian's strength was comparable to a ferocious firethorn savage. Roar! The shamanic fire ape let out a painful howl. It couldn't break through Zhou Xian's firethorn combat armor, but it was injured by it. The spikes on the firethorn combat armor left a few wounds on the shamanic fire ape's body, causing blood to gush out. Besides that, the shamanic fire ape was sent flying away. Zhou Xian had the strength of 600 dragon marks, and his body was like a primordial beast. No matter how strong the shamanic fire ape was, it couldn't withstand Zhou Xian's attack. Ha! Zhou Xian let out a loud laugh. He didn't stop after gaining the upper hand. He turned into an arrow and caught up with the shamanic fire ape in the blink of an eye. The firethorn combat armor rammed into the ape once again. Bang! This time the shamanic fire ape couldn't withstand the attack. It fell down from the sky like a meteor and created a huge crater on the ground. The buildings in Inferno City were indestructible, but the ground wasn't that strong, and it seemed like it wasn't protected by any invisible force. Swoosh! Zhou Xian retrieved the firethorn combat armor, then he descended from the sky and landed next to the shamanic fire ape. The soaring heaven sword appeared in his hand once again. Without any hesitation, Zhou Xian raised the sword and chopped off the shamanic fire ape's huge head. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. It was a beautiful scene. Zhou Xian's sword skill was extremely fast. With lightning speed he cut through the shamanic fire ape's head, then a golden demon soul was picked out and fell into Zhou Xian's hand. This was a mid-divine core demon soul. It could bring him great benefits. Unable to withstand a single blow, a faint smile emerged on Zhou Xian's face. His body was filled with an indescribable domineering aura and confidence. His current combat strength was equal to a mid-divine core warrior, but because of his incredibly powerful skills, those mid-divine core warriors were no match for him. Zhou Xian's combat skills and divine abilities were not something an ordinary person could compare to. Needless to say, the 6 solar fingers was a high-grade Earth-class combat skill. The Firethorn battle armor and Sonic Hawk Cry were the innate divine abilities of mutated beasts, and the True Dragon Palm and True Dragon Flames were even more terrifying. They originated from the dragon transformation skill, so it would be hard for them not to be terrifying. Moreover, Zhou Xian was immune to all kinds of poisons. With such combat strength and these skills, how could he not be heaven-defying? Heavens! Tianishan was stunned. Although he had witnessed how Zhou Xian killed an early divine core warrior with ease, he had never expected Zhou Xian to be so formidable. Even the mighty shamanic fire ape was no match for him and was killed on the spot. On the other side, Lu Kuei's mouth was wide open and he couldn't say anything. He finally understood that if Xianxia hadn't shown up in time, he would have been killed by Zhou Xian before the shamanic fire ape. A man like this was really frightening. Even Xianxia's expression had changed. He stared at Zhou Xian with a gaze as sharp as a blade, and a serious look could be seen in his eyes. The disdain he had for Zhou Xian just now was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Xian, I never thought there would be such an incredible man. Xianxia was surprised. It's your turn, I'm going to kill you today. Zhou Xian looked at Xianxia and provoked him. Zhou Xian, do you really think you have the ability to fight me just because you killed the shamanic fire ape? It seems like you have no idea what I'm capable of. Xianxia let out a cold snort and his arrogance returned. He was very confident in his abilities, and even though he had witnessed Zhou Xian's terrifying strength, he was still confident that he could kill him. Show me what you've got. If I, Zhou Xian, want to kill you, not even the god of heaven can save you. Zhou Xian sheathed his long sword once again and his aura surged. He wanted to experience the strength of a genius from the Jian province. Brother Jiang, be careful. This Xianxia is not easy to deal with. His million returning swords has reached the acme of perfection. Tian Yishan reminded. I understand. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Jiang Chen, I'll let you die a painful death. As Xianxia spoke, a wave of qi burst out from the top of his head, turning into a beam of light that shot up into the sky. Jiang Chen's aura was equally powerful. A dragon made of blood and qi appeared above his head, and it was extremely dazzling. Such a powerful aura and the continuous shockwaves from the battle had attracted the attention of many people. Many powers and alliances in the outer perimeter of Inferno City had turned their attention to the battle. That's young Master Xia's stronghold. Judging from the aura, it should be young Master Xia's. Who is so audacious to come to young Master Xia's stronghold and challenge his territory? Isn't that just seeking death? Xianxia is indeed terrifying, but whoever dares to challenge his territory is not an easy opponent either. The shockwaves from the battle have been going on for a while, and I can smell a strong smell of blood. Looks like quite a lot of people have died. Even the shamanic fire ape has joined the battle, and now Xianxia has joined the battle himself. I wonder who it is. Judging from the aura, I don't think anyone like him has ever appeared in the outer perimeter of Inferno City before. Xianxia wanted to rule the entire outer perimeter of Inferno City, and he had just killed Tian Yishan and the others. I didn't expect to meet such an opponent today. If he loses, a new power will emerge in the outer perimeter. Impossible. Xianxia is a genius from the Heaven Sword sect, and his combat strength is incredible. His million returning swords has reached the acme of perfection. Ordinary people are no match for him. Besides, I heard that Xianxia has even more powerful techniques, but no one has ever seen them before. Countless gazes were thrown toward the direction of the battle, and the sounds of discussions could be heard. Xianxia was infamous in the outer perimeter of Inferno City, and ordinary powers and alliances didn't dare offend him. But no one had ever thought that someone so daring would challenge his territory today. Clang! Xianxia swung his arm, then a long and narrow longsword appeared in his hand. The longsword was transparent as if it was made of crystal. It was narrow and thin like a cicada's wings, and the edge of the sword was extremely sharp. The sword energy it unleashed was extremely cold, and it could send shivers down anyone's spine. That's a good sword. Jiang Chen nodded his head. The sword in Xiangshua's hand could be considered a good sword. Although it was still a high-ranked combat weapon, it wasn't a perfect-ranked combat weapon. But this sword was definitely one of the strongest high-ranked combat weapons, and it was much more powerful than the Soaring Heavens sword. As for perfect-ranked combat weapons, they were extremely rare and only powerful combat soul warriors could own one. Of course it's a good sword. But the quality of the sword isn't the most important factor. The most important factor is the person using the sword. This sword of mine is called the Bloodthirsty Sword. It will definitely drink blood when it's unsheathed, and it will definitely kill when it's unsheathed. Jiang Chen, you should be proud to be killed by this bloodthirsty sword. Xianxia caressed the body of the bloodthirsty sword with his hand. He really cherished his sword just like how he would treat his lover. Cut the crap, let me see how powerful the myriad sword sex sword skills are. Sometimes the bloodthirsty sword doesn't necessarily drink the blood of its enemies, it can also drink its own blood. Jiang Chen showed no signs of fear. The stronger Xianxia was, the more it would stimulate his fighting spirit and interest. Have a taste of my sword. Xianxia let out a cold shout. He swung the bloodthirsty sword in his hand and produced a buzzing sound. Sword whistling sounds could be heard, and a total of 18 bright sword energies were unleashed toward Jiang Chen. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Jiang Chen. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen shouted coldly. He made a grabbing motion with his hand and a giant dragon claw was conjured. The giant dragon claw grabbed the 18 dazzling sword lights in the air and pinched them all. Clang clang. Following a series of explosive sounds, the 18 sword energies were all shattered by the true dragon palm. So weak, is this how the myriad sword sex sword skills are? Jiang Chen had an indifferent expression on his face. Ah, Jiang Chen, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. Even I have to admit that you're a peerless genius. If you and I were at the same level, I would definitely be no match for you. But too bad, the gap between your cultivation levels is too huge. Jiang Chen, flying is not allowed in Inferno City, it's not fun to fight. Do you dare to fight me outside the city? Xianxia let out a loud laugh. Jiang Chen's strength had stimulated his fighting spirit. Today he was prepared to fight with all his strength and kill this peerless genius in front of him. All right. Jiang Chen immediately agreed. Fighting Xianxia today was a great opportunity for him to make a name for himself. Besides, it was not easy for him to meet such a powerful opponent. Jiang Chen wanted to fight to his heart's content. Zhoush. Xianxia immediately leapt into the air and appeared in the sky outside of Inferno City. Brother Tian, you and De Huang stay here and look after Guan Yiyun and the others. Jiang Chen said. All right. Tian Yishan nodded and agreed. After that, Jiang Chen also leapt into the air. As he was flying, his gaze fell upon Lu Kuei and he said in a lung tone, if you dare to move, I'll kill you with one strike. In fact, Jiang Chen was not worried that Lu Kuei would harm Tian Yishan and Guan Yiyun while he was fighting Xianxia. Lu Kuei had just been injured by him, and Tian Yishan's cultivation had almost fully recovered. If they were to really fight, Lu Kuei might not be able to defeat Tian Yishan. However, Jiang Chen's threat scared Lu Kuei out of his wits. He had personally witnessed how terrifying Jiang Chen was, therefore he did not dare to ignore Jiang Chen's words. Right now he could only pray that Xianxia would be able to kill Jiang Chen. If that was the case, not only would he be able to keep his life, he would also have the chance to torture Tian Yishan and the others. Look, Xianxia has flown out of the city. Who is that young man in white? They are going to fight outside the city. This young man looks to be only 16 or 17 years old, but he is actually able to fight Xianxia head-on. It's really hard to imagine. Geniuses are not something we can imagine. However, if this young man wants to defeat Xianxia, I'm afraid it will not be an easy task. Chapter 213. The outer perimeter of Inferno City was in an uproar. Everyone was paying close attention to this fight. Xianxia was infamous in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. Many powers and alliances were afraid of him and none of them dared offend him. But now someone had come knocking on his door and even asked Xianxia to do it himself. This was enough to prove how extraordinary this young man was. That was why when Jiang Chen appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Tian Yishan had a worried expression on his face. Jiang Chen's formidable strength had indeed exceeded his imagination, but Xianxia wasn't someone who could be easily dealt with. Everyone knew that Xianxia's myriad returning swords had reached the acme of perfection, and some even said that aside from this famous sword skill, Xianxia had even more powerful skills. Even a late divine core warrior wouldn't be able to deal with him. After all, Jiang Chen was only a heavenly core warrior. In terms of cultivation level, there was a huge gap between him and Xianxia, and this was something that couldn't be made up for. Don't worry, that guy has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. What you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. De Huang Dog was wagging his strong tail. He was very confident in Jiang Chen. On the other side, Lu Kuei was just standing there without moving. He was staring at the battle that was about to begin in the sky without blinking his eyes. High up in the sky, Xianxia, who was wearing a long blue robe, was standing in the wind. The bloodthirsty sword in his hand kept producing buzzing sounds, and the thin sword body was shining brightly in the sky. Jiang Chen, you've offended me and I'll definitely punish you. If not, who in Inferno City will be afraid of me anymore? However, since you're a man with great talent and your future is limitless, it'll be a waste to kill you. Therefore I've decided to give you a chance. As long as you're willing to submit to me and become my slave, I believe it won't take long before we break into the middle perimeter of Inferno City. At that point of time you'll be able to gain a lot of benefits. Jiang Chen, I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. Live or die, it's up to you. Xianxia said with a loud and clear voice. Jiang Chen had killed so many of his men and he had suffered a great loss. But if he could make this young man in front of him submit to him and become his slave, it wouldn't matter how many men died. You deserve to die 100 times for saying that. Jiang Chen had a cold look on his face. He dared to say that he wanted the greatest saint in the world to be his slave. Just this sentence alone meant that he had to die. This was an insult to Jiang Chen's character. The dignity of the greatest saint in the world was absolutely not something that could be violated. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Today I'll let you have a taste of my myriad returning swords. Xianxia was overbearing and his killing intent soared to the sky. The blood drinker sword in his hand emitted an even more intense whistling sound. Make your move. Jiang Chen's face was cold without the slightest bit of fear. The blood drinker sword automatically flew up from Xiangshua's hand and stopped in front of his chest. 108,000 swords destroy everything. Xiangxia let out a loud shout and the blood drinker sword started to ripple. In an instant the entire sky was filled with sword shadows. They were densely packed, and they interweaved into a sword net that looked like a curtain in the sky. The entire sky was covered by the radiance of the blood drinker sword. Even though people were far away from it, they still felt suffocated. Oh my god, this move is called the 108,000 swords, and it can actually create 108,000 sword shadows. Every single sword shadow has an unparalleled destructive power. This is too terrifying. This is an extremely terrifying sword art of the Myriad Sword Sect. I can't believe Xianxia has mastered it so well. It is said that the 108,000 swords can destroy everything. Every single sword shadow has its own intelligence. Once it has locked onto its target, it will not stop until it kills the enemy. Every single one of the 108,000 swords is fatal. Once it attacks, the target will be trapped in an endless sea of swords, and it will be impossible for them to escape. I wonder how that young man is going to defend himself. Everyone was shocked. Yangshua's first move had shaken the heavens. His sword light soared into the sky and his killing intent filled the air. Go! Yangshua let out a light shout and the 108,000 swords turned into rays of bright light. With a clattering sound, they covered the sky and covered the earth as they flew towards Jiang Chen. Good sword art, good, this kind of battle is exciting enough. Firethorn armor. With a sway of his body, the firethorn armor appeared on the surface of Jiang Chen's body. At the same time, a golden axe appeared in his hand. Jiang Chen's battle intent soared to the sky. Such a powerful opponent had made his blood boil. Watch how I break your 108,000 swords. Jiang Chen's aura shook the sky, and he displayed his thunderclap combat technique to the extreme. The axe light was like a shocking waterfall, and it hacked towards the center of the sea of swords. This axe strike was going to split the sea of swords in half. Clang clang clang. The thunderclap battleaxe and the sword light emitted by the bloodthirst sword clashed together. The void trembled from the impact and large amounts of sparks appeared. This axe strike from Jiang Chen had forcefully split the sea of swords in half, and destroyed thousands of sword lights. Ignorant. You think you can break my 108,000 swords just by splitting the sea of swords? How ignorant. Yang Shuo sneered. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sword lights flickered and every single one of them seemed to be controlled by someone. They danced in the air, then suddenly turned around and rushed towards Jiang Chen. My battle strength is as vast as the ocean. I can shatter all of your sword lights. These sword lights will never be able to break my firethorn armor. Jiang Chen was like a powerful firethorn savage that had descended from the heavens. His entire body was covered in a golden light, and when the countless sword lights collided with his body, he didn't even try to defend himself. Every single sword light only left a white mark on the firethorn armor, and it was impossible for them to break through it. Unless the real body of the bloodthirst sword appeared, it would be able to break through the defense of the firethorn armor. However, since Jiang Chen had cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique, his senses were extremely sharp. As long as the real body of the bloodthirst sword appeared in front of him, he would immediately sense it. Clang clang clang, Jiang Chen was fighting with an invincible might. The axe of thunder in his hand was being swung around continuously, and every time he attacked he would shatter thousands of sword lights. Where did this monster come from? How could he be so strong? Even Yang Shua's 108,000 swords couldn't hurt him. That armor on his body is really terrifying. It helped him block most of the attacks and allowed him to rampage through the sea of swords like a fish in water. He really does have some skills, no wonder he dared to fight against Yang Shua. However, this isn't Yang Shua's most powerful technique. The 108,000 swords is only one of the moves of the myriad returning swords. He hasn't even used his most powerful move yet. Everyone was shocked. As the saying goes, when an expert makes a move, the real deal is revealed. Jiang Chen's techniques were really shocking. Everyone was thinking that if they were the ones standing in the Sea of Swords right now, they would have already been torn into pieces by the Sea of Swords. How could they resist for so long? Break them all. Jiang Chen used the axe in his hand to shatter half of the sword lights. He let out a loud laugh, then he shouted out again. Numerous golden beams shot out from the spikes on Jiang Chen's Firethorn combat armor. This was Firethorn Savage's powerful innate ability, and he had used it when he was fighting against the Green Sanctuary sect. Clang clang clang. The golden beams were as sharp as swords, and they collided with the sword lights unleashed by Yang Shua's bloodthirsty sword. After a few breaths of time, all the sword lights that filled the sky had disappeared, and the void was almost destroyed. Jiang Chen's mighty strength had destroyed all the sword lights, and he had completely shattered Yang Shua's 108,000 swords. Brother Jiang is really terrifying. Tian Yishan finally had a joyful expression on his face. Damn it, where did this abnormal young man come from? He actually destroyed the 108,000 swords with such ease. He is so strong. It's hard to imagine, it's really hard to imagine. More importantly, I can see that he is only at the peak heavenly core realm. He hasn't even broken through to the divine core realm. If he breaks through to the divine core realm, who can be his match? Let's see, I'm sure Yang Shua has an even stronger attack. I'm guessing this young man is no match for Yang Shua. Everyone were shocked. No one knew the name of this young man in white, and no one had ever seen him before. But after this battle, as long as this young man in white didn't die, he would definitely become famous in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. Inferno City was a huge city, and there were different powers and alliances. Inferno City was divided into 3 parts: the outer perimeter, the middle area, and the center area. The alliances in the outer perimeter were weaker than the middle area, and the alliances in the middle area were naturally weaker than the center area. Yang Shua waved his hand and grabbed the bloodthirsty sword. A shocked expression emerged on his face. He raised his head and stared at Jiang Chen, and his killing intent became even stronger. Jiang Chen, you really surprised me, but this is the end of it. Although your armor has an incredible defense, I'm sure it won't be able to withstand my final attack. Yang Shua said with an arrogant and confident expression. Is that so? I'd like to see your million returning swords art. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. He was also looking forward to seeing Yang Shua's most powerful attack. Yang Shua let out a cold snort, and the bloodthirsty sword transformed again. Along with a clattering sound, 108,000 swords appeared in the sky once again, forming a sea of swords. But this time the sea of swords didn't attack Yang Shua. Million returning swords. Yang Shua let out a thunderous roar. With the bloodthirsty sword as the center, all the swords quickly merged together and turned into a gigantic sword. Zhoosh! An earth-shattering sword whistle came out from the bloodthirsty sword. The bloodthirsty sword turned into a gigantic sword that was hundreds of feet long. It stood in the sky, and an endless amount of sword chi rippled in the air, causing the air to tremble and almost being torn apart. The million returning swords, 108,000 swords, separated and then merged together, forming an indestructible sword that could destroy the world. This sword was powerful enough to destroy everything. On the other side, Jiang Chen's expression changed. The myriad sword sect's sword skill was indeed powerful. If he was still at his peak in his previous life, he wouldn't need to worry about an attack like this. But now he couldn't. Yang Shua was a genius from the myriad sword sect, and he wasn't someone ordinary warriors could compare with. This million returning swords art was even more powerful. Although Jiang Chen's combat strength was strong, his cultivation level was only at the heavenly core realm. In order to block this million returning swords art, he would have to use all his strength. This sword is very powerful, even the Firethorn combat armor might not be able to block it. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Right at this moment he did something that shocked everyone. He put away the battle axe and the Firethorn combat armor, then he slowly raised both of his hands. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.